Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees. Here's a look inside the House of Delegates chamber at the state capitol in Charleston. It's crossover day, the 50th day of the 60-day legislative session. This means that all House bills have to be into the Senate, and all the Senate bills need to be in the House by midnight tonight, the 50th day. 14 bills up for passage in the House today, among them House Bill 2195 relating to requiring comprehensive drug awareness and prevention program in all public schools. House Bill 2428 establishing additional substance abuse treatment facilities. House Bill 2933 relating to consumer sales and service taxes and use taxes. House Bill 3062, the State Settlement and Recovered Funds Accountability Act. House Bill 3080 requiring instruction in the Declaration of Independence and the United States Constitution. House Bill 3102 relating to selling Hope Mont Hospital. And House Bill 3108 relating to authorizing redirection of certain amounts to the General Revenue Fund. One bill on second reading, the amendment stage, Senate Bill 437, discontinuing the West Virginia Greyhound Breeding Development Fund. Those are among the bills that the House of Delegates will consider in their session at 9 o'clock this morning. The Senate is also slated to gavel in at 9 o'clock today. The Senate has 54 bills up for passage. It will be a long day on the Senate floor. We'll try to go between the House and the Senate today as they take up these important bills, or we certainly will record the Senate floor session and bring you that later, but we'll try to pivot ourselves between the two houses so that we can pick up some important pieces of legislation on this very important day of the legislative session. So we'll wait here for House Speaker Tim Armstead to gavel in today's floor session. This is audio from the House Rules Committee. It's located in a room just behind the Speaker's podium there, the House Rules Committee, reviewing today's calendar for the floor session.
We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Clerk, take a silent roll. Are there any motions from special to House? Any motions from House to special?
Yeah.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on second reading on House calendar, I move committee substitute for Senate Bill 113 be placed on the special calendar.
Everyone find it? Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion adopted. Gentleman from 58.
Mr. Speaker, on second reading, I move committee substitute for Senate Bill 362 be placed on the special calendar.
Is there a discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, on second reading, House calendar, I move committee substitute for Senate Bill 419 be placed on the special calendar.
Is there discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, on first reading, House calendar, I move Senate Bill 164 be placed on the special calendar.
Is there discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, on first reading, House calendar, I move committee substitute for Senate Bill 233 be placed on the special calendar.
Is there discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted.
Mr.
Gentleman from the
Speaker, on
58th.
first reading, House calendar, I move committee substitute for Senate Bill 247 be placed on the special calendar.
Is there discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion adopted.
Mr. Speaker, on House calendar, first reading, I move committee substitute for Senate Bill 248 be placed on the special calendar.
Is there discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion adopted.
Mr. Speaker, on first reading, House calendar, I move committee substitute for Senate Bill 347 be placed on the special calendar.
Is there discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Any further motions relating to the calendar? Gentleman from the 58th.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, reorder of special calendar. I move committee substitute for House Bill 2776 on third reading be placed at the foot of the calendar. Yes, sir.
Good. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I
58.
move House Bill for 3108 be placed at the foot of the calendar of all bills.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Gentleman from the
Mr. Speaker,
58th.
I move committee substitute for House Bill 2933 be placed at the foot of the calendar.
Is there discussion? All in favor say aye. I'm sorry. Is there, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion adopted. Any further business to come before the committee?
Mr. Speaker, I move we adjourn.
Gentleman from the 58th moves we adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Meeting adjourned.
Audio from the House Rules Committee led by House Speaker Tim Armstead. The committee moved several Senate bills from their House calendar to their special calendar. They're mostly first reading bills, and that's good because they're Senate bills. They can't enact any House bills after crossover day unless they are supplemental appropriation or budget bills. So they are poised to take up these Senate bills starting tomorrow. They've put two bills at the foot of the calendar, just giving them a little more time before they actually debate them on the floor. House Bill 2933, relating to the consumer sales and service taxes and use taxes, goes to the foot of the calendar. And also House Bill 3108, relating to authorizing redirection of certain amounts to the General Revenue Fund. That, too, will be taking up after bills on first reading on the floor in the House today. And here's a look inside the State Senate, also going in at 9 o'clock today, called for 9 o'clock today. 54 bills up for passage on the Senate floor today, most notably Senate Bill 386, creating the West Virginia Medical Cannabis Act. Senate Bill 409, relating generally to the 2017 Tax Reform Act. Senate Bill 446, authorizing the governor to issue executive orders to furlough state employees. Senate Bill 549, allowing individuals at least 21 or older operate or ride a motorcycle without a helmet. Senate Bill 687, relating generally to coal mining safety and environmental protection. Those are among the 54 bills up for passage in the Senate today.
House be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests will please rise as we are led in prayer today by the gentleman from the 13th, Doggett Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you now for having the opportunity to meet here and help the people who we represent. We ask that we serve you in all that we do, and that we serve you and listen to what you have to say, and through your Holy Spirit that we will make the right decisions. We ask that you bless every single delegate here, the guests in the balcony, leadership, and all the staff. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Members and guests, please remain standing as we're led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman from the 13th, Doggett Higginbotham.
Members and guests in the balcony, please stand as we honor our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Tuesday, March 28, 2017.
Gentleman from 13.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
Gentleman from the 13th asks unanimous consent the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Journal is approved as having been read. The gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent to address the House. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rules Committee met briefly before the session and changed, just reordered the calendar for special calendar. There were several bills dropped to the foot of the calendar. They are committee substitute for House Bill 2776, committee substitute for House Bill 2933, and House Bill 3108 were all dropped to the foot of the calendar. Several bills were moved from House over to special, and they are Senate bills on second and first reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 113, Senate Bill 362, Senate Bill 419. On first reading, Senate Bill 164, Senate Bill 233, Senate Bill 247, Senate Bill 248, and Senate Bill 347 were all moved from the House calendar back onto the special calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests. Gentleman for the 45th, Doggett Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, visiting from Upshur County, we have Laura Meadows. We have a table out by the Rotunda on the Upshur County days and Barber County days, and I'd like you to welcome Miss Laura Meadows from Upshur County. Thank you.
John from the 10th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please join Delegate Anderson, Holland, Chris, Deem, and myself in welcoming my good friend in the South Gallery, Jeff Jones. If you'd stand, please make him feel welcome. Thank you.
John for the 47th, Delegate Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're having the first ever Barber County Day along with Upshur County today at the Capitol, and several people have made it down early this morning from Barber County. I'd like to introduce them. We have represented the Farmers Market, the PHILLIP CVB, Barber County Health Department, and already here this morning is Annette Fetty-Centilli, representing the Barber County Health Department, and Jody Carpenter with the Farmers Market. If they'd please stand, they're in the gallery to the left. The House, make them feel welcome.
John for the 16th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have a very special guest in the gallery, in the South Gallery. His name is Byron Holmes. Would you please stand? He is a good, close family friend. Has since moved away to Indianapolis, and on his visit back, wanted to see how the West Virginia Legislature worked. House, please make him feel welcome.
John for the 2nd, Delegate DISERIO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today with us in the South Gallery, we have a few of my local union brothers from the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers in Steubenville, Ohio. Jake Lilly, if you'd still planned, and Mark Fitzpatrick. We also have Ryan Omates that stepped out for a minute, but these are some highly trained, highly efficient electricians that we're proud to have with us today. Would the House help me in welcoming them?
Further introductions. Reports of standing committees. Reports of select committees. Messages from the executive.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Armstead presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising that on March 28, 2017, he approved committee substitute for Senate Bill 301.
Message will be received. Messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces the Senate has passed without amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2506 relating to the permit limit calculations and allowing overlapping mixing zones for calculating permit limits for drinking water criteria.
Message will be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 2774 defining special aircraft property.
Message will be received.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 60 relating to eligibility and fraud requirements for public assistance.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources and then to Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 74 allowing fire departments to charge fees for service calls.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 217 relating to disclaimers of warranties regarding used manufactured homes.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 376 relating generally to Sex Offender Registration Act.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 401 allowing County Board of Education-based employment decisions on individuals' qualifications.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 578 relating generally to copies of health care records furnished to patients.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 601 relating to requirements for making consumer loans.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 621 providing certain rules inapplicable after County Board of Education notifies State Board of possible closing or consolidations.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 630 establishing Accessibility and Equity in Public Education Enhancement Act.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 634 relating generally to certain agreements between DHHR and states' medical schools.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House just dealt with this exact bill, Mr. Speaker, so I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the committee reference. The bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that the committee reference be dispensed with. The bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk, please read the bill first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 634.
Bill be advanced.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 647 relating generally to additional county excise taxes on real property transfer.
Message will be received. The bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 686 exempting facilities governed by DHHR that provide direct patient care.
Message will be received. The bill be referred to the Committee on Finance. Resolutions, petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2129 relating to the powers and authority of state and local law enforcement to enforce underage drinking laws at private clubs.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill seeks to address a practical problem dealing with enforcement of the underage drinking laws here in the state. By virtue of a 1970 Attorney General's opinion, neither state nor local police may enter licensed private clubs without first obtaining a valid search warrant. And the ABC Commissioner is not authorized to permit such police officers to enter licensed clubs without a warrant. Currently, there are only about 18 ABC enforcement agents to be spread throughout the state. So what this bill seeks to do is to authorize state and local law enforcement to enter the public areas or adjacent public areas to any private club and take appropriate police action to enforce the underage drinking laws of the state. The bill accomplishes that purpose by adding a new subsection F in the powers and duties of the ABC Commissioner under Section 60-7-10, and that subsection basically reads, the grant of authority to the Commissioner and his or her agents under this section does not limit or restrict the authority of state or local law enforcement officers to enter any public area on or adjacent to any private club or undertaking other appropriate action or investigation to enforce the underage drinking laws set forth in Section 12A of this article. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the first, Delegate McGeehan.
Will the chair yield, please?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
So my understanding that you are striking warrants essentially in this section of code with respect to ABC agents or government agents basically going on to private property now without a warrant. Is that how I'm reading this?
In public areas of the club, yes, the local law enforcement will not need to go and get a warrant in order to enforce the underage drinking laws.
What do you mean by public areas in a private club? That's
for instance, restaurants like an Applebee's, areas where the public can go and mingle without having to go past any type of security checkpoint or anything. So if it's truly a private club where you have to actually go through some sort of gated area or something and the public's not allowed to be there, then that would not pertain to this situation. But if you have a situation where there are public areas either outside adjacent to the club or a part of the club is open to the public or a restaurant that's open to the public, then these local law enforcement agents could enforce the underage drinking laws.
You do understand that that's private property, right? The way you just explained it with public areas, that's private property. You do understand that, right?
Yeah. Here's the response to that. Let's suppose you have a police officer who's eating in an Applebee's or other public restaurant, and he sees the underage laws being violated. He's got the absolute right under this bill to take action to enforce those laws.
Okay. Thank you.
John from 63rd, Delegate Folk.
Gentlemen, continue to yield.
Chairman, continue to yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
I'm reading from the language. It says, to enter any area open to the general public in or adjacent to a facility with a private club license. Does an Applebee's have a private club license?
Yes, they do.
They do?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Through the ABC Club.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 77 ayes, 23 nays, no members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2129.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2195 relating to requiring comprehensive drug awareness and prevention program in all public schools.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 66th, Delegate Espinosa, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides for county boards to actively involve parents, staff, students, and community members in the development and implementation of comprehensive drug awareness and prevention programs in grades K through 12 by the 2018-2019 school year. The bill provides broad purposes for these programs to keep students from illegally using alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs, including instruction on the risks and dangers and reducing the risk factors through the development of school environments and alternative activities that are drug-free. In addition, the programs are to help students understand and appreciate the risks to and duties of and likely actions by law enforcement officers conducting an investigation and any problematic or dangerous actions when interacting with a law enforcement officer that could lead to arrest or detainment. County boards are to coordinate the delivery of instruction with educators, drug rehabilitation specialists, and law enforcement agencies to periodically provide age-appropriate instruction. Finally, the bill adds to the requirements for instruction in health education in any of the grades 6 through 12 as considered appropriate by county boards, at least 60 minutes of instruction on the dangers of opioid use, its addictive nature, and safer alternatives to treat pain. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? The gentleman from the 17th, Delegate Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief, but as sponsor of this bill, I'd really like to urge the members to realize what we're voting on here. As we've talked about substance abuse ravaging our state, this is one of the main prevention tools that we're going to use. I'd like to say that our kindergarten children don't need this type of education, but unfortunately, my friends, they do. They're seeing it. They're seeing it in their homes. So we can't continue to ignore the prevention arm of this. We talk about treatment. We talk about the judiciary angles that we've worked on in here. This is the prevention arm. So I would urge adoption of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 35th, Delegate Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the original sponsor on this bill, I also urge passage. Thank you.
Further members or sponsors wishing to speak to the bill? Gentlemen wish to close? If not, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 1 nay, no members absent not voting. A majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2195.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2363, requiring that a state employee with a commercial driver's license have a current medical evaluation certification.
Request for the House is a passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill basically is to require high standards for our public employees who have CDL licensure. The bill simply requires now that it started out solely limited to state employees, but as it worked its way through the committee process, it was expanded to state, county, city, and other local governmental employees. And those employees with a CDL license now have to have a valid and current medical evaluation certification, and if applicable, a valid medical waiver to cover any condition that would otherwise appear to be problematic in operating the vehicle. So basically all this bill does is increase the standards for those who we entrust to carry our students in school buses and elsewhere. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Other members desiring to speak to passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 25th, Delegate Painter.
Will the chair yield?
Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Yields.
I was just wondering if we ever got a fiscal note on this, what it was going to cost.
No, there's no physical note.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from the 29th, Delegate Morey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague asked the same question I was going to ask. There was a request for a note to accompany this bill after it left roads, and I don't see one in the system. I wonder if it ever happened. As I recall, Department of Highways said it cost them $200,000 or so. So I was just wondering if a note came with it.
Gentleman from the 2nd, Delegate DISERIO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Chairman yield. Chairman yields.
Yes.
There is an expense for this test, correct?
I assume there is, yes.
Do you have any idea what it is?
No, I can't. I
think it was discussed in committee that it was anywhere from $50 to $150 for the medical exam.
We did not receive any information regarding the cost of the test.
Okay, would you assume that there is a cost to a test?
I think that's a safe assumption, yes.
Thank you, sir. So, do we know how many employees that we have with the state road that have CDLs?
I don't know that answer. No.
I think it's well over 1,000.
To the gentleman, I'd have to take your word, but I don't know I don't have any information one way or the other.
Okay, so with the amendment made to the bill that this rolls back into counties and cities, who's responsible for that payment of the test? The agency?
If it's a condition of employment, I assume that it would be a cost of the agency that hires the person to perform the service. For instance, if it's a school bus, it would be, in my opinion, the local board would pay for the cost.
I agree. And if it was a municipality for a salt driver or a garbage truck driver, that would go back on the municipality.
If it's a condition of the employment, it would fall back on the employer.
Okay, I just wanted to make those points because I don't see, I see a fiscal note. I don't know if I understand a fiscal note all the way, but I see an expense here that's going to be rolled back to my small county and my small city for everybody that has a CDL, that they are going to have to pick up that tab.
And to the gentleman, I assume that they would place a high priority on the individuals who are being transported in a vehicle driven by someone with a CDL, and I assume they would consider that money well spent.
That means that the people that are driving our vehicles within the municipality have the same credibility as an interstate truck driver.
I think so. They probably carry in pretty precious cargo.
Okay, thank you, sir. My point was that I just do see a cost for being rolled back to my small county, my small city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 28, Doug Cooper.
Mr. Speaker, speak to the bill.
The gentleman may proceed.
As the sponsor of this bill, it came to me that the CDL requirement for truck drivers throughout this country was a safety issue. And it came to my attention that safety was a relative thing, and it should not be. A person suffering from untreated sleep apnea driving a Department of Highways dump truck is just as likely to fall asleep and kill an oncoming school bus full of children as a semi-truck operator out on Interstate 64 is. And so if we're going to expect truck drivers of all ilks in the private area to have this physical examination to become certified and remain certified truck drivers, then we have to require our own employees because they are no less or no more dangerous than anybody else. As to the school bus situation and the school bus driver situation, there is probably not a state in the country as more rigorous now than the physical examination required for truck drivers, and I have no clue how that's paid for. But I do know of an instance where a school bus driver couldn't pass the physical, could not pass the physical examination, so he resigned as a bus driver and went to work for the Department of Highways driving 26,000 pounds of truck around. That's why I initiated this bill, is because all of us should be healthy if we're out here on the road driving a truck. That's what the federal government has said, and that's what we as a state government should say also. I support the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage everyone else to do likewise. Thank you.
John for the 53rd, Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Chairman yields. Chairman yields.
Yes.
My question is, Delegate Cooper kind of ran over the sleep apnea thing. I have CDLs, and I know a lot of people that have to go through testing and stuff for sleep apnea that are in that guidelines to do that. Who's responsible for that extra cost?
Once again, if the employer requires this CDL license as a condition of employment and we impose this additional requirement that periodic medical exams, then I think the employer would be responsible for that.
Okay, thank you.
John from 63rd, Delegate Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman continue to yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. quick question. The way I read this, anybody that works for the government that has a CDL has to basically keep their medical up to date, correct?
If the CDL is a condition of employment, yes. I don't think it's required if you're not driving anything to keep your CDL license that you have to have the
Where
test.
does it say that it's a condition of employment on that phrase or that section that's added G at the bottom of the bill?
It doesn't explicitly state that, but I think it's implied in the way it fits in with the bill. If you're using a CDL license in your employment as a public official, then you have to have this test. If you're not using your CDL for that purpose, then you don't have to have the test.
But the plain language in this bill says, notwithstanding any provisions of this code to the contrary, all state, county, city, and other local government employees with commercial driver's licenses shall have valid and current medical evaluation certification statuses and, if applicable, medical waivers. So let's get a little background. A driver's license, when you go get a driver's license or renew your driver's license, it's good for how many years?
5 years, I believe.
That's right. You get your medical, you have to get that how often?
When you renew your license.
Is it good? So it's good for 5 years also?
Yes. Let me just say, I don't know for sure.
Okay, the medical is good for less time. I think it's 2 years. So say you're out working in the private sector as a commercial driver, and you go to work for the government at any level, but not as a driver. Under the plain language of this bill and this new code, you would be required, even though you're not driving commercially or driving a truck, you're just maybe working in the office or working at a sewer plant, under the plain language in this bill, you would be required to keep your medical current, correct?
And to the gentleman, we have a different interpretation. I believe if you're not using your CDL license in your public employment, as part of your public employment, this provision wouldn't apply. I understand your reading of the bill, but I think it's clear what the intent of the legislature would be if we pass this bill. It's to protect those who are having to deal with someone in the public in the course of their employment. They're operating a piece of heavy equipment or a bus or a truck or whatever. They need to have this medical exam.
And I understand what the intent of the bill is, but the plain language in the bill says otherwise. Thank you.
Gentleman for the 30th, Delegate Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Continue to yield. Sorry, sir.
Yes.
Just trying to say, does this apply to all future hires, or is it just will it be all existing employees would need to go through this process as well? So if I work for the state of West Virginia right now and I drive a truck and I have a CDL, if this bill makes it through the process and passes, do I now need to go out and get a medical evaluation? Or is it just if I now begin employment with the state?
There's no grandfather clause in the bill, so if you're using your CDL license in the course of your employment...
And we have no idea how many people that this would apply to at this point, across state, government, local, county?
No, normally the first committee that the bill goes to requests the fiscal note. We are a referring committee. We did not...
And would it be that, would it be your understanding that if I didn't have that, I couldn't operate that piece of equipment? So if I'm driving a salt truck for the DOH today, and this bill passes on July, I've got to go out and get my medical evaluation on July 2nd before I can drive the salt truck again. Is that?
Technically, there's a strict enforcement of this provision and the local agency doesn't give you any grace period to do that within, technically you'd be in violation of this section.
And we didn't imply it technically, then the municipality didn't have their employee go out and do that, and they were involved in some sort of accident, and they hadn't obtained that medical certification, could that potentially be a cause of action?
Well, I think if you have a medical, keep in mind you have to have approximate cause. So if you had a medical condition that impaired your ability to drive that truck, whether this provision is in force or not, and that medical condition caused an accident that hurt somebody, you or the company you were driving for, the employer you were driving for would be liable regardless of whether this goes into effect. There has to be a connection between the medical condition. I mean, the whole point of this is to make sure that we have healthy, safe drivers operating these big pieces of machinery or vehicles. And so if it's incidental, if somebody runs into, let's say somebody runs into a school bus and the bus driver doesn't have the medical test, but there's no connection, there's no causal relation between the wreck and the collision, then this wouldn't have any bearing on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the bill's well intended, but it's poorly conceived and thought through. We don't know what it's going to cost, and we don't know how it's going to be applied. So I suggest that we reject this at this particular point, come back and take another look at it, and find a better way to do what the chairman suggested, which I think is well intended to try and improve the safety of these operations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 62nd, Delegate Overton.
Thank you. Would the Judiciary Chair yield?
Gentleman yield. None of this. Gentleman yields.
Yes. This could easily lead to safer drivers so that insurance rates for local governments could go down as we make sure the drivers are safer.
It certainly could. I can't predict that it will, but certainly the experience, hopefully the experience of incorporating this provision and having medical tests, medical certification, and appropriate waivers would be considered by insurance companies or BRIM in our case in setting rates. So it would be likely, but I can't say for sure, that insurance rates would go down.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 23rd, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield
Gentleman yield.
one more question, please? Mr. Chairman, if an individual could not pass their medical background, could they conceivably be deemed disabled at that point?
That's certainly a possibility. It would depend on the extent of the medical condition. And then there's if they could be retrained, for instance, to something else. But, this bill does anticipate the use of a medical waiver. The medical waiver, for instance, if you're missing 3 fingers on your hand, but it wouldn't interfere with your ability to operate the vehicle, then you could get the waiver. But yes, to answer your question, and I'm sorry it took me so long to get to a yes, but yes, they could conceivably be disabled and qualify for benefits.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from the 16th, Delegate Miller.
Thank you. Will the chairman continue to yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, our state has been called the least healthiest state. Do you not think that this also might be a good reminder for all of us that when we have physicals, that we are in charge of our own health, and that this will also help with the healthiness of our state?
It could, yes, it could.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The lady from the 18th, Delegate Sabania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from Raleigh, the District 29, yield? Will the gentleman from Raleigh, District 29, yield?
Delegate Moy.
Thank
Gentleman
you.
yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Yes, I yield.
I see that you're a sponsor of this legislation, and my question is, as a former school bus driver, or maybe you're a current school bus driver, do the school bus drivers currently have to have medical evaluations in order to have their CDL license and transport our citizens in the state?
Yes, school bus operators are a little bit different by state, the state board policy. School bus operators have to have a physical yearly, and this will not affect school bus operators at all because we have to do it yearly. But with a CDL license, it's required every 2 years, with the possibility that if you have a medical condition, you could get just a 1-year certificate. And that's for anybody else, truck drivers or whoever. Most of those are under the 2-year, but depending if they have a medical condition, it could be for 1 year.
Okay.
But school bus operators, yearly regardless.
Okay, I appreciate that answer, but your sponsorship of the bill, I'm curious as to your sponsorship of the bill. Are you seeking to make the same application to other government employees that drive large trucks or vehicles for the safety of the public?
Well, I will tell you that this bill has changed since I agreed to be a sponsor of it. And that safety for all drivers, it is important, yes. I don't disagree with that at all, but once all government entities were added into it, there's a real question in my mind of what it's going to cost. That's not to say that it's not a good thing to do to move forward with it. It's just that we should know what it's going to cost us. Okay. But to have drivers that are safe to drive, that can pass a physical, yeah, I would have to say that's a good thing.
Okay, my final question, was there an attempt to amend the bill to get some of this out, the concerns? Was there an amendment? I can't remember.
I apologize. I can't hear you real good. Talk louder, please.
My last question is, was there an amendment? There's some concerns raised. Was there an amendment on amendment stage that sought to get some of these concerns addressed?
To take this out? No. As far as I know, there were no amendments offered to
Thank you for yielding. Thank you.
And this was a committee substitute came out, was the language we have.
Gentleman from 26, Doggett Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Gentleman yields.
Yes.
In the legislation, as I read it, there's no definition of the word truck. We have mentioned a lot of trucks. I mean, does this include a Ford F-150 truck? I mean, I would argue that I have many municipalities in my district that don't own any large trucks, but they certainly need the small ones that they would go around to the leaks, you know, in the water system or whatever. Can we define truck?
It's not in the bill, so it doesn't define. There's nowhere in the bill that I see the word truck. If you're operating a CDL, if your job requires a CDL license, okay, if your job requires a CDL license, then you have to have this medical exam. And to the gentleman, I'd say a major pickup truck could kill a child just as easily as a bus could. So, if you know. As far as I'm concerned, the bill speaks to CDL licenses that are necessary for your function as a state, county, or local employee.
I can understand if it were, as I say, a large salt truck or something like that, but these small municipalities are going to, I think, suffer for this if they are responsible for paying for the CDL, the physical, whatever they got to pay for. Just to use the small trucks. I know there's a lot of municipalities that have garbage pickup in a small truck where they've built a small wooden cage around the back of it and then, of course, transfer it to a bigger one. So I think this is going to place an undue hardship on many small cities. Speak to the bill, sir.
You are. The gentleman for the 56, Doggett Howe.
Can I speak to the bill?
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologize. Gentleman 26.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is an undue hardship, an unfunded mandate that will be placed upon smaller cities. That's the only thing that I'm concerned with is the fact that there will be, there's no definition to the word truck here. In my town, the street sweeper is bigger than most family cars. That thing could obviously cause harm and damage. I could understand having to have it for that, or again the salt truck. But when it comes to these small employees, I think what we will do is paralyze some small cities right away when this goes into effect. It's an unfunded mandate, and I urge rejection.
The gentleman from the 60th, Doug Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reading the bill, I believe it refers to CDLs. Would the chairman yield?
Gentleman yield.
I am sorry to bother you again. I know you have other things to think about.
That's all right.
Thanks, sir. In reading the bill, my understanding is it refers specifically to CDLs.
That's correct.
Okay. So for a truck like my colleague just described, would that require a CDL?
It does not.
So this doesn't apply to that sort of a truck at all?
If it's not necessary to operate the vehicle, it wouldn't. If a CDL is not necessary to operate that vehicle, it wouldn't apply.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I speak to the bill, sir?
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. It seems to me that if we're going to employ drivers, we're going to have them out on the streets, that we are responsible. We are employing them. we are responsible for their capability and for their behavior when they're on the streets. In that vein of thought, it seems to me that this is a common sense measure to ensure that we are ensuring that our employees are safe and safely operating their vehicles on the streets. Thank you for your time.
Gentleman from 56, Doug Howe. Okay. Gentleman from the 53rd, Doug Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to speak on the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Our state road guys, I know in our area they do a fantastic job. There's been minimal accidents. We get snow like you would not believe and stuff up there, and I think that this is bad for them because I'm also a licensed operator in the military. I didn't have to have a CDL physical every year to operate military trucks. They're up down the road all over the place. I just feel that with what it takes to keep a good truck driver and worker these days with pay wise and stuff like that, I think it's a bad idea to impose this on them. So I'm going to vote against the bill. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 25th, Doug Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a little bit of information on this. CDLs are only required for 26,000 or larger, or if you haul passengers. As far as the physical goes, mine is dead right now, but if it died March 15th, and you know where I've been, so when this is over, I can get it. But what happens on that is if it is dead over 30 days or 60 days, I'm not sure which, your license is downgraded. You're not allowed to drive a commercial vehicle anymore, but you can drive your personal vehicle. And the cost of those generally run from 75 to 150 bucks. And as far as the bill goes, I don't like the expense part. The bill's kind of vague, but as far as the safety goes, I love it. Overall, it's good. And I'm pretty well a solid yes here, so I would urge you to vote in favor of it.
Gentleman from the 2nd, Doug DISERIO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
I rise today in opposition to the bill. First of all, I'm all for safety. As a delegate from the 29th, Moy alluded that the school bus drivers would be exempt from this. Really made me stand to speak to it because I wouldn't want to take anything away from the safety of our school buses or the safety of the people that drive some of these pretty big roads or rigs on our interstate for our state. But I rise in opposition because I do believe in committee we were told that this is going to cost the West Virginia Division of Highways over $200,000. I think it's an unfunded mandate. That's why I rise in opposition to it. And I think that has now been brought down to our county and civil or city levels and unfunded mandate. And I wish that you would oppose the bill as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 23rd, Doug Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question of the chair.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, are members of the National Guard considered state employees?
I'm not certain. I believe they are, but I'm not certain.
If they are, would that make this section applicable to them as well?
If they have a CDL to operate a vehicle over 13 tons, it would. I think 26,000 pounds, that's 13 tons, I believe. Yeah, 13 tons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman from the 60th would please yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Do you have some information that you could shed some light on my question?
Yes, sir, I do. The first point I'd like to make is that when National Guardsmen are activated on state active duty, they are in actuality state employees. They are operating as state employees. They are under, rather than having the military insurance and all that sort of thing, they have workers' comp through the state. Now, the other thing I'd like to address is the fact that National Guardsmen are required every year to take a physical. So, and it's a pretty extensive physical. And I realize looking at me, you may think that's not true, but it's a fact. Every year I have to go through a very extensive physical, and based on my conversations with my colleague over here, everything that's on a CDL physical would be on there.
operators of large trucks that may be on our highways? from the
Every
Guard,
single National Guardsman has to go through a very extensive physical every year.
do they have CDL license?
They have licensing through the military, and it's a pretty extensive training program. I can't speak for CDL training. I've never done it, but I have driven a lot of really heavy equipment, including school buses, for the military, and I spent weeks training and had to go through a pretty extensive licensing procedure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Further members, gentleman from the 48, Doug Miley.
Would the chairman of Judiciary yield, please?
Gentleman yields. Gentleman yields.
Why not?
And I apologize, I'm not going to heap on. But in your career as a legal practitioner and perhaps as a mediator, have you come across cases involving large commercial vehicles to see the harm that can occur from these crashes?
Unfortunately, yes.
And can you explain a little bit about the costs associated with these crashes and the harm, the financial harm that's created, which would otherwise be borne by the state of West Virginia, just generally speaking?
Yes.
Or a range?
A range. I have probably handled between 5 and 10 cases involving heavy equipment striking either a passenger van, a passenger car, a pedestrian. Normally, the damage is incredible. If the person that's the victim of the crash survives, usually the cost of medical care, the loss of income, if they are able to go back to work, it's enormous. It's, 6, 7 figures sometimes if you measure it by money.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
I rise in support of the bill. I know there's been some talk about the cost of having everyone go through these medical evaluations, and of course, in a perfect world, we would have that fiscal note. But I can just tell you and echo the comments of the Judiciary Chairman, if even one of these large, heavy commercial vehicles is in an accident and caused by the medical condition of the driver, it's going to well exceed the $200,000 cost, if that is indeed the cost. And I just, quite frankly, in all my years, and most of you know what I do for a living, I just never accept the argument that you should put a cost on safety and the lives and health of other people. To me, there's no cost that's too much to protect other innocent injured victims on the roads of West Virginia. And I think the gentleman from the 28th said it best. I mean, it's a matter of safety. And I understand that it may or may not put some financial burden, and we don't know how large or small that might be, on municipalities or the state of West Virginia. But if the number is $200,000, I would submit that that's still a small price to pay to what might be able to be the avoidance of significant harm to people that may be the victims in these types of accidents. As you heard the chairman say, the injuries that can be caused from heavy vehicles like these that we're talking about, for the most part, can be death, serious injuries, brain injuries that require a lifetime of care. We're talking significant monetary costs here, and if it's a state vehicle, then the state's going to be paying for it anyway, and it'll well exceed $200,000. So I wish we had the fiscal note. That seems to be causing people some heartburn, but if the number is $200,000, as we've heard, I still think it's worth justifying this bill even at that expense. So I would encourage everyone to support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 27th wish to close debate. Gentleman from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just think a question that needs to be asked is what price can you put on the safety of your family or your friends? One area that wasn't mentioned is hazardous materials. It requires a CDL to haul hazardous materials. 2 years ago, we had an experience here in Charleston with hazardous materials that entered the water supply. I don't think anybody's forgotten that. It could have just as easily been a tanker truck that was driven by somebody with a medical condition that caused that person to black out, and that truck go off a bridge or off the highway and spill those hazardous chemicals in the water supply here in the canal or the Elk. I mean, what price can you put on preventing something like that? We set policy here, but we also set priorities. And I think all of us would put our own health and our family's health high on a priority list, and we ought to do the same for our citizens here in West Virginia. Whatever the cost, it's worth it to prevent any of those type of catastrophes, wiping out a family that's riding in a passenger van going to a football game, protecting the public from another water contamination. It's worth it, and we need to insist on safety at all levels of our government. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 88 ayes, 11 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2363.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein.
We're going to go ahead now and go to the Senate. They are taking up the Medical Cannabis Act.
The Senator from Ohio requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill 380, further consideration of Senate Bill 386 be deferred to the foot of bills on third reading.
Well, then they will deal with it a little later on. We'll come back to it. Back to the House.
This bill came to House Finance from the Prevention and Treatment and Substance Abuse Committee. The bill, as it came to Finance, introduced or required the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services to ensure that an additional 600 substance abuse treatment beds would be made available throughout the state. It also ensured that the Secretary could either build a new facility or enter into an agreement with a private entity. Thirdly, the original bill required 100 beds to be in Wood County. And lastly, it created a new substance abuse treatment fund. The House Finance Committee's committee substitute first eliminated the specific number of 600 beds and basically said that the Secretary will increase the beds for substance abuse treatment. Second, the House Finance Committee eliminated the requirement specifically of 100 beds in Wood County. Thirdly, we renamed the special revenue account the Ryan Brown Addiction Prevention and Recovery Fund. We've had a couple bills over the last 2 years relating to that particular fund, and this was an appropriate place to put that. And lastly, and everybody's well aware of, I guess, a drug settlement that was recently reached. This bill states that the proceeds from that settlement shall be transferred to this new account. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anyone who doesn't believe that West Virginia has a drug and alcohol problem is suffering from an addiction of the ostrich syndrome. They've had their head buried in the sand. This is a good bill. My area of the state has been severely stricken with drug and alcohol problems, and many of those individuals have not been able to get the treatment that they needed to have. We are willing to work with other members of the state and compete for those beds in our area, and for that reason, I did not have an objection to removing the 100 beds from Wood County. It's a good bill. It's a bill that's needed. It's a bill that was very well thought out, and I urge passage. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the Finance Chairman yield?
Gentleman
Mr.
yield.
Speaker, I apologize.
Gentleman yield.
Just to clarify, the bill doesn't require private facilities to participate in this program, does it?
No, it gives the Secretary the right to either proceed with a state facility or enter into an agreement with a private party.
And it would be voluntary on the private facility part.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 53rd, Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
This would be a perfect scenario for a place called Hope One Hospital, which has a drug rehab area in there right now. So, and I think there's some extra beds there. So I think that would be a perfect place for something like this. Thank you.
John for the 8th, Doggett Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the passage of this legislation, not only as a co-sponsor of it, but I would like to reflect on the recent election campaign back home. The League of Women Voters posed a question to the candidates in Wood County. What would you do to help address the overwhelming drug problem faced in this state? My response in 60 words or less to their questionnaire was a three-pronged effort. One, we need to educate the youth of our state about the dangers and their responsibilities to avoid drugs. A previous bill we have dealt with this morning addressed that. Other bills we have run this session, I said, is to the people who bring this pain and misery to our state, they need to be locked up, and locked up with severe sentences. We have passed several bills this session to do this. This is the third bill in what I consider my personal preference for a three-pronged approach of dealing with the problems of addiction in this state. Educate the youth, treat those people needing help, and for the people who bring this misery to our state, lock them up with severe sentences. And this basically completes my three-pronged attack as I elicited those I gave those comments to the League of Women Voters in Wood County. I rise in support of this bill and ask you to support it as well. Thank you.
John for 26, Doggett Evans.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. I want to thank my friend Delegate Kelly for sponsoring it and those that co-sponsored. In my area, drugs have become an absolute scourge. They are ruining families. They are just decimating our economy. They're putting our young people in jail, on and on and on. My passion for this is well known. I'll be able to go home in 10 days, 13 hours, 44 minutes, and 17 seconds, very happy when this bill passes. And I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you very much.
John from the 43rd, Doggett Eisner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, rise in support of this bill today. I don't think any of us need to belabor the point about how severe the drug problem is in our state. Shortly before our session began, I joined a group called Neighbors in Action. And we went out and knocked on doors in our community every Saturday for many, many Saturdays in a row, trying to pass out information about what treatment facilities and services were available for people who had family members afflicted by a drug abuse problem. And what we found is there are not nearly enough facilities in our state to send these folks to. We spent a lot of time this session passing bills that will punish the dealers, the people that are bringing the drugs into our state, and I've sponsored and voted, or co-sponsored and voted for several of those bills. But I am so encouraged that we are now trying to attack this problem from the other side, and that is to deal with the users that have got caught up in this. And every one of us probably has a friend or a family member that's been there. So I rise in support of this bill and encourage everyone to vote for it.
John from the 16th, Doggett Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, rise in support of this piece of legislation. It is an absolute must. It is a step in the right direction. I also believe that we have a four-pronged approach, that is law enforcement, prevention, treatment, and also a community piece that hopefully we will address at some point. But I also submit to this body that this piece of legislation is probably almost 40 years too late. Had we had facilities back in the 80s, a lot of these problems wouldn't exist today. So I hope that we learn from history and our past and keep forward. Thank you.
John from 34th, Doggett Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the legislation. You know, whether you're in a rural area, a larger municipality, or wherever, it's heartbreaking. And I don't think there's a day that goes by, whether it's somebody in person, via text or an email, some way, shape, or form, somebody's going to come back and they're going to say, why don't we have treatment facilities? Why don't we have treatment facilities? I talk to people in the regional jails, the administrators, the correctional officers. You know, we've got a revolving door. They go in, there's no effective treatment. They come out, they fall right back into the same crowd, and chances are it's just going to repeat itself over and over again. You know, we've talked a lot down here over the years about sins of the past and things that haven't been taken care of, like pensions and things like that were underfunded back in the 70s and the 80s. And, you know, we're paying the price for that now. We're having to tighten up the belt, and we're having to do what we need to do in order to make sure that we meet our obligations. We've got an obligation to the citizens that we all represent. And I know this is just a small first step, but it's a very, very meaningful first step. Our local newspaper back home, both of our local newspapers, Mr. Speaker, you probably still see those local newspapers from Braxton County. It's really tough to see every week on the front page mugshots from the regional jail because people have been incarcerated not once, not twice, but 3 or 4 times for drugs. They need treatment. They need treatment, and we don't have the facilities to do it, and this is an opportunity to at least start that ball rolling. So with that, I really encourage passage, and I hope we can add to this and do much, much more going down the road. Thank you.
John, for the 60th delegate, Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, would the Chairman of Finance yield for a moment?
Gentleman yields. Gentleman yields.
Thanks, sir. What is the funding stream for this program?
It speaks that as soon as the funds are available.
Thank you, sir. May I speak to the bill?
Gentleman may proceed.
Thanks, sir. One of the things I love about this bill is that on page 2, line 2, it says, the fund shall be administered by the Secretary of Health and Human Services and shall consist of all monies made available for the purpose of this article from any source, including but not limited to grants, bequests, or transfers. I love that for a couple of reasons. First of all, as far as I'm concerned, this is not a constitutionally mandated requirement of our government, but it's also not a constitutionally forbidden one. On the other hand, it is something that our people, our bosses, have been clamoring for. This is a way for us to build the framework that allows for this to happen, and at the same time allow for our people, our communities, to get involved and engage in this and support it themselves. This is fantastic, and I'm really looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to engaging in my community and raising funds for this program. Thank you very much.
John, for 36, Delegate Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak a moment about the gentleman this fund is named after, Ryan Brown. Ryan Brown was my best friend from 3 years old on up, and his name was selected from Delegate Stansberry last year when Delegate Stansberry introduced the Ryan Brown Addiction Recovery and Treatment Fund, and we moved on. We introduced that again this year. Ryan went to elementary school with me. His mother babysat me. His aunt babysat me. Went to middle school together, high school together, college together. Somewhere in the first couple years of college, Ryan caught on to a heroin addiction and moved back home and struggled the rest of his life. He came through, we had similar upbringings. We had similar parents, similar family structures. So he was just a good example of that this affects us all. It doesn't select certain people. And the reason why his name was selected to be put on this fund is because Ryan's mother, Cece, has become a staunch advocate for treatment, recovery, advocacy, teaching. She's everywhere, and that's where Delegate Stansberry met her, and the name came up. While we're going through and we're kind of in the congratulatory part of this, and we're saying how much we support this, I have to point out that this is the beginning, not the end. We're throwing some money at the problem, but that can't be it. We can't throw a couple $1 million out of a drug case that we're going to pick up and then say, hey, we did it, wash our hands, and congratulate ourselves. This is the beginning, not the end, and I'm happy to see everyone encouraged and supportive of this issue, but we are still pennies on the dollar of the money we spend incarcerating people to the money we spend on recovery and treatment. So I'm encouraged by the support, and we'll vote yes on this issue, obviously. Thank you.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill before I recognize the gentleman from the 35th to close debate? Gentleman from the 35th.
I think I've got it under control now. One chart that we were shown by the Secretary of Health in Finance was our trends in West Virginia opioid deaths. And I mean, this is a really sad chart that you don't want to see with this type of trend. What we have in front of us is another big step to us making sure that that trend goes the other way. You know, I'll get back to the initial funding of this. Is the lawsuit that I guess everybody's well aware of and has gone to 3 different agencies, and we hope that those funds will be the first funds transferred into this to get this facility up and running. This bill, Mr. Speaker, I believe will show the body's sincere desire and willingness to move forward in a serious manner to address our substance abuse issue. I urge passage of the bill.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2428.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, clerk will please report the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. For what purpose does gentleman from the 50th Delegate Caputo seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the gentleman from the 36th Delegate Robinson in regard to House Bill 2428 be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, remarks will be printed in the appendix of the journal. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2483, requiring the Division of Juvenile Services to transfer to a correctional facility or regional jail any juvenile in its custody that has been transferred to adult jurisdiction of the Circuit Court and who reaches his or her 18th birthday.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2483 relates to the Division of Juvenile Services. The bill requires individuals who have been transferred to adult status to be transferred to an adult correctional facility or some other disposition that a court considers appropriate for adult offenders when that individual turns 18. Currently, a hearing must be held within 10 days of a child turning 18 so the court can reconsider and perhaps modify the sentence before the individual is transferred. The bill before you requires the transfer at the age of 18, but it still provides for a hearing to be held if the court or the individual that is transferred requests a hearing. At that hearing, the court will decide whether the individual shall remain in an adult correctional facility or if another disposition or pretrial placement is appropriate. However, the court cannot remand that individual back to a juvenile facility. The amendments that I just discussed only apply to juveniles that have been transferred to adult status. The bill also addresses another section that deals with all juveniles. Specifically, if a resident of a juvenile facility commits a crime after he or she turns 18 and is subsequently sentenced to a regional jail or correctional facility for that offense, that individual may not be returned to the custody of DJS after he or she completes his or her adult sentence. It is our understanding that under the current law, DJS has had multiple instances of individuals that have turned 18 coming back to a DJS facility after he or she has served their adult sentence at an adult facility. In some of those instances and in other instances, they have had attacks and assaults by those individuals that are 18, sometimes 19 or even older, against 13 or 14-year-old children. This bill is intended to help prevent some of those problems that we have been told are occurring in these DJS facilities committed by those over 18. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
With other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill, gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield? Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this bill, if they turn 18, they can be in that facility up till 21, right?
They could be, yes.
If they play by the rules and not assault people.
That's true.
Thank you. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the third year we've passed this out of the House. This is a good bill for many, many, many reasons. The staff comes to me, say they've assaulted on a weekly basis. They bring the juvenile right back. Now, when we say juvenile, we think it's of people that's under 18 years of age. But they can be sentenced at the age of 15 to up to 21 in a juvenile facility. So as long as they play by the rules, they can stay in the juvenile detention centers and learn new behaviors and good behaviors to be working members of society. That's what the ultimate goal is. But when we leave them in juvenile centers, the 15-year-olds become getting bullied by the older juveniles. So light this up, turn it green for the kids, and I appreciate your vote.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. The gentleman wish to close debate. Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted?
You're voting, right?
Oh, I pushed it. No, not every member has voted. Okay. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 2483.
Are the amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the acts of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 2708 relating to a lawful method for a developmentally disabled person to purchase a base hunting license.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 45th, Delegate Hamilton, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The proposed bill, House Bill 2708, allows persons with developmental disabilities to obtain a modified certificate of training to receive a base hunting license. Such an applicant must attend an on-site hunter training course, and if that person's disability affects his or her ability to take a written test, the person must take all non-written aspects of the course to receive a modified certificate of training. An applicant must provide a written application signed by a licensed physician that states that the applicant, A, is unable to successfully complete a standard written test administered as part of the hunter training course. B, is capable at all times of understanding and following directions given by other persons. And C, is not a danger to themselves or others while hunting with a firearm. The proposed bill authorizes a person with developmental disabilities to lawfully hunt or trap, but only while accompanied and directly supervised by a licensed hunter or other person with lawful hunting privileges who is at least 18 years of age. Finally, the bill creates a misdemeanor for the violation of the provisions. I ask for your all's green vote. Thank you.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 56th, Delegate Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
Is there a provision in this if someone was barred from owning a firearm because of a mental issue that they would not be eligible for this program?
This bill doesn't deal with possession of firearms or?
Well, my understanding would be, and I may be wrong, but under federal law, if you can't purchase a firearm due to a mental issue, you're not supposed to have one at all. So how would that work?
What? Not necessarily. It's just limited to firearms.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lady from 16th, Doug Miller.
Thank you. I rise today in support of this bill. There are all kinds of disabilities. We know that there are people who like to hunt that may not know how to read or write. People have been hunting since the beginning of time. In today's paper, the Herald Dispatch, there's an article talking about the annual One for All Disability Expo set for April 1st, and they are showing a child in a wheelchair learning how to shoot a bow and arrow. I think this is a very good bill. Thank you.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman from the 11th, your vote is not registered. Delegate Atkinson, your vote is registered. Okay. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 100 ayes, 0 nays, no members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2708.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2759, creating statewide interoperable radio network.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 64th, delegate householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill would amend the provisions of the code to add a new article providing the statewide interoperable radio network called SIRN, S-I-R-N. The SIRN is defined in the bill as the interoperable communications network established for the purpose of implementing and maintaining an interoperable communications network for first responders to help assure the safety of all citizens in the event of disaster or emergency. The bill would continue in the code the SIRN, the Statewide Interoperability Coordinator, the Statewide Interoperability Executive Committee, and the Regional Interoperability Committees that are currently in existence per an executive order. The bill requires the governor to appoint the coordinator by July 1st, 2017. The bill creates the Executive Committee and lists its members. The bill continues the Regional Interoperability Committees within the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management Regions. The bill creates a new special revenue account called the Statewide Interoperable Radio Network account, and the bill exempts the Statewide Interoperable Radio Network from certain purchasing division and Office of Technology requirements. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 60th, Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill today. After Katrina down in Louisiana, I was one of the planners who rewrote the emergency operations plan for the state of Louisiana. One of the central issues that we located as to why we had so many problems in New Orleans during Katrina, or in the aftermath of Katrina, was that our emergency operators could not speak to each other. So if you can imagine a National Guardsman coming in using his tactical communications, and you've got a policeman on the street who's using his handheld walkie-talkie, and you've got a fireman in his truck trying to use his radio, and you've got someone back in the control center trying to use high-frequency communications, and none of these systems talk to each other. That's what we had. We fixed it using exactly what we're talking about here, a statewide interoperability executive committee and the standard operating procedures and the equipment that they purchased and the procedures that they established. This is critical. This is critical when you're doing emergency operations, and I support it as vehemently as I may. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Lady from 49th, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chairman of Finance yield?
Yes. Gentleman yields.
We have had a statewide interoperable radio system in West Virginia for a while.
That's correct.
Where we've dealt with all those situations and corrected what I'm not sure. I'm not following what's changing in the law now versus what we already have.
Currently, I believe it's under DHHR, and they believe it's not within their mission, so it's moving to the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management.
Okay, so it's just a structure already in place, a radio system already in place. We're just moving who's managing it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from the first, Doug McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Vice Chair yield, please?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Do you have any estimate on how much this has cost? This bill is going to cost?
Absolutely not. But I can tell you, in the bill, under the special revenue sections, give me 1 second.
I mean, in the bill, it establishes a new revenue account.
It does, you're correct.
Hires a director, I believe.
And it says that the special revenue account shall consist of appropriations made by the legislature or income derived from the lease of property, towers, or tower space owned and operated or controlled by the West Virginia Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management.
Do you know how much the director is going to receive in compensation?
No, I do not.
Have you read any of the analysis coming out of our Division of Homeland Security over the last couple of years at all?
I have not.
Okay. All right, thank you. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
I oppose this bill. We really got to start scrutinizing all of these little bills that come through here that add cost. If anybody's read any of the analysis from the Division of Homeland Security and some of their analysts in the last couple years, you might be a little bit astounded because, for lack of a better way of putting it, some of it's highly incompetent. So I oppose this. Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Gentlemen wish to close debate. Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 98 ayes, 2 nays, no members absent, not voting. A majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2759.
For what purpose, gentleman from the 20th signature?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to return to the second order of business.
Let us just take a moment to finish.
Okay.
Are there members to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman from the 46, your vote is not read. Gentleman from the 46, your vote is not registered. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 98 ayes, 2 nays, no members absent, not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Gentleman from the 20th ask unanimous consent to return to the second order of business for purposes of introduction. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From Tug Valley High School, I would like to welcome Taylor Vance, Shayla Yates, Andrew Hunley, and Nathan Brewer. They're escorted by Eric Starr, one of their teachers, and if they would stand and the House would make them welcome. Also, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of myself and Delegate Dean from Mate 1 Pre-K 8, we have Eli Jones, Isa Scales, Aiden Taylor, and they're honorary doorkeepers for us today, and if the House would make them welcome.
Gentleman from the 19th, Doug Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to continue with the second order of business.
Gentleman may proceed.
We have present today 4 pages from Wayne County, and on behalf of Robert Thompson and I would like for those pages to stand up when their names are announced. And these pages are from CK Middle School. They are Ellie Easton, Ella Edwards, Ryan Fraley, and Cade Cole, and they are chaperoned by Sharon and Chris Cole. Would you please make them welcome?
The lady from 31st, Doug Arbonne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, on behalf of the Raleigh County delegation, we have some pages from Fairdale Elementary. If they would stand and be recognized, Allison Griffith, Sierra Bostic, and Haley Brown. And if any chaperones are up in the gallery, if they would stand and be recognized as well, and the House give them a warm welcome.
Gentleman from 17th, Delegate Warbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Cabell County delegation, I'd like to have the House welcome two pages that we have with us today, and I'd like them to stand. First, we have Anthony Marshall from the Our Lady of Fatima School. If Anthony would stand, and he's accompanied by his mother, Heidi Marshall. Secondly, we have Caleb Morgan from Huntington High School, and he is accompanied by his father, Mark Morgan. If they'd all stand, and the House make them welcome. Thank you.
Gentleman for the 47th, Delegate Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For Barber County today, the County Commissioner from Barber County, Tim McDaniel, and his wife were in the West Gallery. If they're still there, I'd like for them to stand and everyone make them feel welcome. Thank you.
Gentleman from 24th, Delegate Rod Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the 24th District, we have two schools visiting today. We have Burtonville Grade School. We have a Lori Adkins, we have a Riley Atkins, a William Bryant, Cooper Evans, and a Holly Gerald. Then for Man Middle School, we have Gracie, I'm going to try it, Katunis, Christian Toller, Jessica Parker, Devin Smith, Elijah Browning, and Haley Lester. And they're here paging for us. Would the floor please make them welcome? Thank you.
Further introductions. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2851, updating fee structure provisions for broker-dealers.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill comes to us at the request of the auditor. So the committee substitute for House Bill 2851 will amend provisions of the code relating to the Securities Division in the auditor's office. Specifically, it increased various fees imposed upon those involved in the securities industry in West Virginia. These fee increases are very competitive with our other states, and the revenue in this is split. 20% goes to the auditor and 80% to the general revenue. This is an additional revenue for the general revenue budget this year of $4.4 million. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 39th, Delegate Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked for Rule 49. It's going to increase my fee.
Okay. To the gentleman, to the extent that it would have an impact on you, would be as a member of the class, and therefore you would be required to vote. Gentleman from the 16th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request the same Rule 49 as I'm a financial advisor.
To the gentleman, the same ruling as to the gentleman 39th. To the extent it would have an effect on you, would be as a member of the class. Therefore, you'd be directed to vote. Lady from the 49th, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rule 49, my daughter is in brokerage.
To the lady, it would be even probably a less direct impact to you, but to the extent that you would have an impact, it would be as a member of the class, you'd be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 12th, same,
Rule 49.
same request. Be direct, to the extent it would have an impact to you, be as a member of a class, you'd be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 60th, Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. This is an additional tax on our already overtaxed people. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from 35th, Delegate Capito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rule 49 for the same reasons.
The gentleman, to the extent it would have an impact on you, will be as a member of a class, and you'd be directed to vote. Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Does the gentleman from 35th wish to oppose debating? Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 84 ayes, 16 nays, no members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2851.
Are there amendments to the title? Not title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3062, the State Settlement and Recovered Funds Accountability Act.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th delegate shot to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under our state constitution, the legislature is the body vested with the power to appropriate all public monies, Specifically, Article 10, Section 3 states, "No money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in pursuance of an appropriation made by law." Despite this clear constitutional provision, over the years, we as a legislature have allowed the executive branch to bypass our power to appropriate. Oftentimes, this bypass is viewed merely as a way to achieve a quicker result than going through the legislature. And over the years, unfortunately, some members of the body have even been tempted to encourage the bypass as a way to obtain money on behalf of a cause they agree with. This practice has gone on for so long that it has generally become accepted that public monies recovered by a settlement belong to the executive branch, and that the executive branch and its officers may do with these settlement monies as they see fit. Such a result is clearly contrary to our Constitution and the powers given to this body. Thus, House Bill 3062 seeks to reverse this trend and restore this body's constitutional directives. Specifically, the committee substitute for the bill makes clear that whenever the Attorney General or any other officer or agency of the state brings a legal action and recovers monetary funds, those funds are to be deposited into the General Revenue Fund for appropriation by the legislature. However, the bill does provide exceptions to this straight deposit to the general revenue. In particular, the bill allows payment for attorney's fees and monies arising out of lawsuits involving the Consumer Protection Act not to be directly deposited into the general fund, but instead, those settlements and recovered funds arising out of a consumer protection matter are to be deposited in a newly created Consumer Protection Recovery Fund. The House Bill 3062 then creates a permanent funding mechanism for the Consumer Protection Office so that the office can properly investigate and bring actions and continue the good work it has been doing. As structured in the bill, the Attorney General's office retains $4 million for the operation of this office. The monies above $4 million are then transferred to the general revenue periodically on a quarterly basis. The reason behind this structure is to provide a permanent source for the operations of the office. It is also structured this way to mandate the transfer of the monies to the general revenue above that threshold. Under our current Attorney General, the office has voluntarily turned over a percentage of settlement funds to the legislature. While this has been the process for the current Attorney General, there is no guarantee that this will always be the case and may not be the practice in the future. Accordingly, this statute puts in a formal structure for the transfer of monies to the general revenue for appropriation by this body. In addition to the recovery, it sets up a restitution fund for monies to be paid to consumers and not to the state. These are not monies owed to the public, but instead are directed to be paid to the consumer. In addition, the bill requires certain reporting by the Attorney General to provide to the legislature for transparency of settlements and disposition of monies. The final point that I think needs to be made is while this law does have a focus on the Attorney General's office, it is broader in scope and applies to all of the executive branch. As I stated at the outset, the Constitution of our state makes clear the powers of this legislature. There has been a historical erosion of that power, and this bill merely reasserts and reinforces the constitutional powers of this legislative body. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
With other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill, gentleman from the 32nd delegate passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I just wanted to add hats off and kudos to our current Attorney General. He has done an outstanding and an excellent job recovering funds for the state of West Virginia. I know the Attorney General's office may not be extremely happy about this bill, but it is the duty of the legislature to appropriate funds for the agencies of this state. Primarily, though, I wanted to just give hats off to our Attorney General. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 95 ayes, 5 nays, no members absent not voting, a majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 3062.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Request before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 3080, requiring instruction in the Declaration of Independence and the United States Constitution.
Request before the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 66th, Delegate Espinosa, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires schools to recognize the week within which September 11th falls as Celebrate Freedom Week. During Celebrate Freedom Week, at least 3 hours of appropriate instruction in each social studies class must include an in-depth study of the intent, meaning, and importance of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States, with an emphasis on the Bill of Rights. It must also use the historical, political, and social environment surrounding each document at the time of its initial passage or ratification. And it should include historical documents to firmly establish the background leading to the establishment of the provisions of the Constitution and Bill of Rights by the Founding Fathers for the purposes of safeguarding our constitutional republic. An additional subsection applicable only to public schools requires administration to public school students of a test the same or substantially similar to the civics portion of the naturalization test used by the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services in any grades 9 through 12 beginning with the 2018-2019 school year. The results are to be reported in aggregate to the county board. Neither of these provisions create a standard or requirement subject to state accountability measures. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
If other members desire to speak to the passage of the bill, gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo.
Well, Chairman yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Be happy to. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out if this bill would provide more or less flexibility to our local school systems.
Well, this would require our schools to recognize the Celebrate Freedom Week. In speaking with the sponsors and proponents of this legislation, yeah, I think the concern is that despite our current efforts to ensure that our students understand these founding documents, the results have not been very good. For example, nationwide, according to the 2014 National Assessment of Educational Progress, the NAEP test, of 29,000 8th grade students, only 24% were found to be proficient in civics knowledge. A 2014 survey of nearly 1,500 adults conducted by the University of Pennsylvania revealed that only 36% could name all 3 branches of federal government. So while certainly this is a requirement, or would be a requirement if this body believes that it's important for our students to understand these documents, it certainly, I think, would address this gap that we're experiencing. If you look at naturalized citizens, those folks that come to our country voluntarily and choose to become a naturalized citizen, it's my understanding that they score approximately 92% on that naturalized exam, while our students are scoring in the teens and in the 20s. So it certainly is a requirement, but I think it's certainly an opportunity for us as legislators to very clearly indicate, do we believe knowledge of the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights, do we think those are important documents for our students to know or not? I suggest that if you believe those things are important, then a green vote would be appropriate. If you don't, then certainly red is an option.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. Was a great closing argument, but my flexibility question is what I'm trying to get to, because we've argued so many bills in this chamber to allow more flexibility. My question was really quite simply, does it provide more or less flexibility to our local school systems? That's all I wanted to know.
This would be a requirement to recognize, celebrate Freedom Week for our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Gentleman from the 20th, Delegate Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, rise against this bill. It's clear. I mean, we're here in Charleston trying to tell our teachers what to teach. We've been this whole session trying to give more flexibility to teachers, to let them control their classrooms, but yet now we have more bureaucracy in the classroom. And I've discussed this. I mean, a prime example is all the students that come up here, that we have some here today. They're here today learning about government. Our teachers are doing a great job, and I trust our teachers to teach. It's not up for us in this body to tell our teachers you have to do something when they're already doing it. The standards are clear that we already have. They have to teach this stuff. This is more bureaucracy from Charleston, more of the top-down policies that have failed, more of the failed policies of yesterday. So I'm going to speak against this, and I ask that the body reject this bill.
Gentleman for the 19th, Dr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Thank you. So this requires that a test be administered in every grade level in a social studies class, correct?
No, it would be any grade 6 through 8. It would be required to have every grade level.
Okay. What are these tests, these results used for?
I think the purpose of the exam, which again would be, or the results of the exam, which would be reported in aggregate to the county board, simply to, I think, give our county boards some indication as to whether they're closing this gap between, the abysmal results that we're currently seeing with our students and, the proficiency of some of those naturalized citizens that have come to our country.
Okay. So potentially, though, the Board of Education could choose not to use those for anything, correct? Could potentially, the teacher could give the test, give them to the board, and they could just throw them in the trash. Potentially. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but they could choose not to use those results for anything.
Certainly, it's within the purview of the county board to determine, what they use those results for. Okay. I think in my experience, if those things that aren't measured typically aren't really tracked very closely. So this would provide some information so that our county boards and others who certainly follow the activities of the board would be able to see how are our students doing in some of these critical civics areas.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
Speak
welcome.
to the bill, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, may proceed.
Thank you. As I've said on multiple occasions, I am a high school teacher. I teach social studies. I teach civics, and I teach U.S. history, contemporary studies. Every year, during the not necessarily the week of, maybe it's the week before, or depends on what day it falls on, I always have my students watch videos, read literature, and discuss what happened on September 11th. I have seen students, as a fairly young teacher, I've seen students come in and have no idea what the Twin Towers are. But I tell you one thing, when they leave my classroom, they know what the Twin Towers were, and they know what September 11th was. I don't need somebody here in Charleston telling me to do that. I'm not the only teacher that does that either. Now, I will say, since we seem to be intent on requiring this, I want to identify, and I've researched this. I'm more familiar with high school standards, but I went back and looked at middle school and elementary school standards as well. For example, 4th grade, there is a civics standard that says, I'm going to paraphrase these. 4th grade students must identify and explain American democratic values through established documents, including the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. Sounds very similar to what we're talking about here today. On 11th grade, 11th grade students must evaluate and defend the importance of fundamental democratic values and principles of a U.S. constitutional democracy. Very similar to what we're requiring with this bill. 8th grade, West Virginia history class. Students must demonstrate through participation in Pearl Harbor Day, Veterans Day, Constitution Day, and Patriots Day an understanding of constitutional rights. 6th grade, Students must examine various acts of patriotism in response to events including 9/11. So, I'm curious if we already have standards in every single grade level that require this instruction, and we already have teachers who are doing this in their classrooms, why we feel it necessary from here in our marble room to tell the teachers of this state, go ahead and do what you're already doing because we said we tell you to do it. Not only that, we're not going to rely on you to understand that your students know the material. You've got to take a test, report it to your Board of Education, and get it thrown in the trash because nobody's going to look at it. So I want us to rely on the teachers in this state who are already doing what they're supposed to be doing and who are already teaching the children of this state why it's important to be an American citizen and why it's important to be a West Virginian and what happened on September 11th. We don't need more bureaucracy coming from this Capitol to tell our teachers how to do a good job. Thank you.
Lady for the 49th, Doug Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this bill. We just passed House Bill 2195 requiring comprehensive drug awareness and prevention programs in all schools. I did not hear one person talk about us offering flexibility. I didn't hear any of us saying that we're now making the health teacher teach a class. I think we need to stand on board with the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution as well. Thank you.
John from 24th, Doug Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, our founding fathers wrote this. It's a shame we haven't sat here and debate this. It's pathetic. This is a good bill. Teach our kids the history of this great country. That's bad? Bull. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be voting green, so mote it be.
John for the 10th, Doug Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to have to vote for this bill, regrettably. I'm appalled that we would even have to consider legislation in this state that would require instruction of our students in the Declaration of Independence or in the United States Constitution. But in many cases, I've talked to several young folks, and they just can't answer questions about our government. They just don't know. But these are subjects that should be taught in the public school system. They should be taught in a private school system. And in many cases, they should be requirements before you graduate from high school. Regrettably, I'm going to vote for this bill only because I don't think the job's being done. Thank you.
John for the 48th, Doug Iaquinta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I speak to the bill?
Gentleman may proceed.
I would like anybody in this body that's ever had a history class that's never been introduced to the United States Constitution to raise their hand. Just like our gentleman has explained to us, I'm a former social studies teacher. There's quite a few history teachers here. And we know what the foundation is, and we do teach the foundation. But it strikes me kind of funny that we'll pick one or two things from the Constitution, try to make the citizens pick up on these one or two things that we're explaining about the Constitution. Not just in the 4th grade, it starts in the 1st grade. Yeah, we know what is involved in the Constitution. We're dealing with it every day. And most of the history teachers that I've been associated with, that's what they start the course off with. And it doesn't make any difference whether you're in 8th grade West Virginia history or any other of the history courses that we require, that our state government requires us to cover the Constitution, the amendments, the Bill of Rights. This is for us. This bill makes us feel good. Yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with what is actually being taught, because most of the teachers, not all of them, emphasize the Constitution and the laws. They cover it every day, or as many days as they humanly can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 8th, Elgin Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the passage of this legislation, and I would agree very much with the gentleman from Harrison that I am a retired educator, and much of my career was dedicated toward teaching what's commonly called American government, primarily to seniors. But I would add this. I agree with the gentleman from Harrison. Most of the teachers in this state very much favor and do address the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the other important documents in the history of our democratic government. But I somewhat disagree with the gentleman from the 19th that this is an exercise in bureaucracy from this Capitol. He pointed very eloquently to the standards that are in the Department of Education standards for instruction right now. But I would respectfully say that that same bureaucracy over in the State Board of Education can change those standards at any time. This legislation simply gives direction that we are going to ensure that those standards today, which by and large are in place, but in the future will also provide for instruction relative to the important documents that form the foundation of the democratic government in this state and in this nation. And I think it's a statement on behalf of this legislature that regardless of the standards you develop in the future, we expect instruction on these important documents, so I will vote in favor of this legislation. Thank you.
John for the first time again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chair yield for a question?
Gentleman yields.
Yes. Sir, I'm looking at page 3, line 61, where it says includes an in-depth study of the intent, meaning, and importance of the two documents there, Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Does the state school board have, under this piece of legislation, have the authority, or is it being delegated to the state school board essentially to develop the rules on the nature of how to implement this?
To my colleague, the school board, of course, already, the state school board already promulgates standards. This in no way changes those standards or adds any additional standards. So it would not provide for them to create any additional standards through this legislation.
Well, that's not what I'm getting at. Does the state school board, under this piece of legislation, charged with carrying out the nature? Because intent and meaning, especially of the Constitution, not really the Declaration of Independence, but intent and meaning of the U.S. Constitution, there is a wide variety of interpretations of that. So it's my understanding when I read this bill that we put those lines in there and then we hand it over to the state school board, and then all of a sudden this mandate turns into their interpretation of the nature of what's going to be taught during this Freedom Week, Celebrate Freedom Week. So is that the case, or how is that process going to be carried out?
I don't believe that it is. This legislation directs our local schools to implement a Celebrate Freedom Week and to, cover the material, that I described. And that does include an in-depth study of the intent, meaning, and importance of the Declaration of Independence, Constitution of the United States, with an emphasis on the Bill of Rights. But this is, again, calling upon our our local school districts to cover this material as part of Celebrate Education Week.
No, I understand the intent, and I like the intent behind it, but my question is just, how is it going to be carried out? What exactly is going to be taught? Because there's a bunch of different, you know what, that's all right. You don't have to answer any more questions. I think I got my answer, but one more question, and I'll leave you alone. Page 4, line 68. The requirements of this subsection are applicable to all public, private, parochial, and denominational schools located within the state. So this is a mandate ordering even private schools to carry this out. Is that correct? So private Catholic schools up in my district, they've got to comply with this government order?
Just a moment.
But it does apply to all those schools.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Speak to the bill.
John, may proceed.
2 issues. I regretfully have to oppose this. I don't want to. I love the intent, but I believe the state school board is going to carry this into effect, and it's very vague, the language that's written, and if you know the 2 kind of different views of the living and breathing Constitution versus original intent version, I really don't trust the state school board to implement the nature of what's going to be taught on that, from that perspective during Freedom Week. And also, just to be consistent, I can't go along with something that mandates private schools and parochial religious schools conform to some sort of centralized order here in Charleston. So for those reasons, I unfortunately have to oppose. Thank you.
Jonathan Tantalga, Dean.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an issue that I feel very strongly about. If you Democrats are wondering why you lost the election last year, it's because our president was preaching international trade and an international crowd. He wanted us to be Americans again and be proud to be Americans, which I am. I believe in nationalism. I believe in West Virginia. I believe in things that are close to me. I don't believe in making one world better. I believe in making us better at home. And that's, if you're looking for a reason why the Democrats lost, in my view, that is it. Obama taught and preached internationalism. Why do you think England left the UN and Brexit? And here we are paying UN debt at what Germany should be paying. We're paying for that. And it's time that we stand up, in my view, for American and be Americans and feel proud to be an American and preach nationalism, which a lot of people don't believe in.
John, for the 32nd, Doug Love.
Some time ago, and I can't remember how long, but a lot of you may have seen the same program. I was watching Fox News, and there's a gentleman that works for Fox News, and usually he's used by O'Reilly, and he usually works college towns to where he can question various students on various subjects. And this particular night, he was quizzing some of the college students about the Bill of Rights. When the Constitution was signed, who signed the Constitution? Who made the biggest mark on in signing the Constitution? And other questions relating to that. And I was appalled, I'll be honest with you, at some of the answers that those college kids gave on the answers that he had asked them. And the gentleman over there referred to immigrants coming to this country, taking a test and making an average of 92. I just wondered now if we had waters we could send out right now to some of our colleges and ask some of those questions that this gentleman asked that night to these college students, what kind of answers we would get from our own students right here in West Virginia. I don't see anything the matter with this bill. Somebody or some student will get some knowledge about our Constitution and our democracy and what makes it run just like this place. You know, we could probably take a test ourselves, and you'd be surprised what all of us would test out right here on some questions relating to what I just said. But Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this bill. Thank you, sir.
John from 36 Delegate Row.
This is a very interesting bill, and it certainly takes us to a point in American history where we should go, and we should go often. I'll point out that the bill requires that that you have to have a study of the historical, political, and social environments surrounding each document at the time of its initial passage or ratification. Now, please understand that this is an important section, and this is what I like about this bill. It directs us directly to the issue of slavery and how it is that in the Constitution that we develop an idea of freedom, liberty, respect for the individual, respect for law, and at the same time have slavery in America. And the fact that America pulls away from England as England starts to pull away from slavery. And how it is that slavery gets in the Constitution, how the 3/5 requirement in determining population for the House of Representatives, the folks in Virginia, the slave owners in Virginia, were able to get all of their African-American slaves counted as 3/5 of a white voter. And so it gave them a majority in the House of Representatives when they should not have had that. And also that same concept of voting is used in the Virginia Constitution to have Eastern Virginia subjugate Western Virginia to the politics of the East and to the slave owners. Now this is, as I understand it, is a requirement of the bill, that we've got to look at the issue of slavery and how it is that we did that. And I've read one account that points out that the general of the rebellious army was a slaveholder. The founders of the Constitution were slaveholders. And it's that complication that folks should study and be very much aware of. And also probably will lead to the Civil War and how it is that we have a slaveholders' rebellion in the sort of Civil War. So these issues will be presented, as I understand the bill, will be required to be presented as a part of this week of celebration. I will say that each year I go to the local middle school and I talk about the Constitution. We have Constitution Day, and every time we sing Happy Birthday to the Constitution. And the middle schoolers enjoy it. It's a good day, and it has a good purpose. The thing that concerns me about the bill is that, again, we're not letting teachers teach. We're imposing, we're reaching into the curriculum and saying, this is what you have to do. We're going to take this week away from you as history teachers, and we're going to require you to do this in this week. Now, it might not be in the pattern of what you're teaching. You may just have to put a break on where you are in the book and go into this area to celebrate Freedom Week. That's the problem with the bill. Is, again, we're reaching into the curriculum. Let teachers teach. I would like to support the bill because I think where it takes us is a good place. It's a very good place because there are a lot of issues we deal with today that are issues that were developed as a part of how we structured and set up this country. So I think the bill has some very good points. The spirit of it is good. It ought to be incorporated in the curriculum that we have, but it is wrong for us to reach into the curriculum, into the week of school, and require that these subjects be taught that particular week, and so I regret that I'm not able to vote for the bill.
The gentleman from the 3rd, Doug Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
I'm just trying to see how deep the government hands are reaching with this. So we're designating a week, but we're saying we're mandating at least 3 hours, right?
At least 3 hours appropriate instruction in each social studies class. That's correct.
Okay, how long is a social studies class on average?
How much does a...
How long, if I was going into social studies class, how long would I be in there? 50 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour?
I think something in that range, yeah.
Okay, so we're saying basically 3.5 days out of the week, out of this Freedom Week, a classroom teacher is mandated to teach on this subject matter, correct?
Yes, it would include an in-depth study of the intent, meaning, and importance of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States, with an emphasis of the Bill of Rights. The other items are, as our colleague from Kanawha has pointed out, use the historical, political, and social environment surrounding each document at the time of its initial passage or ratification, and then include historical documents to firmly establish the background leading to the establishment of the provisions of the Constitution and Bill of Rights by the Founding Fathers for the purposes of safeguarding our constitutional republic. So that would be the purpose of that instruction.
Yeah, which I agree that's great subject matter that we should teach. I'm just asking, this bill I feel like is written very narrowly tailored, and it could have been much broader and encompassed, say, a month and give teachers more freedom. But so we're taking 3.5 days out. And does this include homeschool children?
No, it does not. And I did want to just point out in the legislature, I know there was a question from our colleague from the 1st regarding whether it would apply to other schools. On page 1 of the legislation, down on line 10, this is existing code. It says it shall be the duty of the officials or boards having authority over the respective private, parochial, or denominational schools to prescribe courses of study for the schools under their control and supervision similar to those required for public schools. So the fact that we are extending it to those other schools, not to home schools, but to those other schools that are listed in current code, that's not a departure from current code.
Okay, but the question was, we're not including homeschooled children in this piece of legislation.
Not included in this legislation,
Okay.
You're correct.
And also the testing requirement. So we're mandating a test that doesn't currently exist, right?
The legislation requires a test similar to the naturalization test. So certainly educators could use that United States naturalization test as a template, but they can use something that's similar. They don't have to use that exact test. But that does provide a template that they certainly could use if they don't want to design one themselves.
But this test or similar test is not currently mandated, correct? They don't have to take the test. And if currently, the test you just described to me is not currently mandated, correct?
It is not, no.
And upon taking this test, we're not even requiring the test results to be reported, are we?
They're required to be reported in aggregate to the county board.
No. It says may, does it not?
I believe it is permissive. I believe you're correct. Just a moment. Yes, it is permissive. They may be reported in the aggregate. Yes.
Okay, so the test, we're mandating the test be offered and taken, but not that it be reported on.
That is permissive.
Okay, thank you. Speak the bill briefly, Mr.
Gentleman may proceed.
I was sitting in social studies class when the towers went down, and it was a horrific day. I'll never forget another teacher who was not my social studies teacher running in the classroom and telling us to turn on the television, and the horror on her face. It was a day I will never forget. And I think it's essential that we do teach this to our children and mandate it in a way that is much better than this. This bill is just poorly written. I mean, we're mandating the hours, the week, it's an extra measure on top of an already burdensome curriculum for many teachers. It's government overreach, and it's just too poorly crafted. I'd love to vote for this legislation, and if it was written in a manner that was acceptable, I definitely would. But in its current form, I cannot vote for it for those reasons. Thank you.
John from 16th, Doug Hornbuckle.
Hello. Would the chair yield, please?
Gentleman yields.
Yes. Thank you. How many local county boards asked for this piece of legislation?
How many local county boards? I don't know. I'm not a sponsor of this legislation, so I'm not sure how many boards may have requested other sponsors. I don't know.
Yes, sir. Also, who would be developing the curriculum for the teachers to implement this?
Local county boards were responsible for delivering this material, so it really would be up to the county boards to establish that curriculum.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Also, I'm seeing here on page 3.
Flexibility.
Flexibility. Oh. I like it. Page 3, lines 55 through 58.
I'm sorry, could you tell me what page number you want to get?
Page 3, starting at line 55. It says, the full week of classes during the week within which September 11th falls shall be recognized as Celebrate Freedom Week. The purpose of Celebrate Freedom Week is to educate students about the sacrifices made for freedom in the founding of this country and the values on which this country was founded. So would that specifically start at the Declaration, or would it go prior to that with the original inhabitants of this land being Native American?
I'm not sure I followed your question there. Could you
So
give me
the
that one more
original
time?
inhabitants of our great country are Native American. I'm trying to figure out if it goes back to then or if it specifically starts at the Declaration, because you said founding, and I'm confused on that.
This will be the founding of our nation, the founding of our country.
So again, the Native Americans were original, everybody else was immigrants and slaves. It goes back to then.
I'm reading on line 56 of line 3. The purpose of Celebrate Freedom Week is to educate students about the sacrifices made for freedom in the founding of this country and the values on which this country was founded.
Okay, yes, sir. Freedom. So I also see the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution. This doesn't include the Emancipation Proclamation?
It includes the 3 documents that were listed, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, with emphasis on the Bill of Rights.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Also, and it's one of our founding fathers. They'll be teaching about the founding fathers.
As I shared, that is included in the subject matter.
Okay. Thank you. May I speak to the bill at the appropriate time?
Gentleman may proceed.
For some of the reasons that the gentleman from 3rd, my good friend from the 1st, and also the delegate from Kanawha talked about, it's loosely written. I would love to vote for it, but I also think it leaves it open for a lot of alternative facts. With this piece of legislation, I don't know if we're going to talk about the truth of Thomas Jefferson, that he owned a Quran. I don't know if we want that. If that he embraced Hindus and Muslims. I'm not sure if we're ready for that. So again, this piece of legislation is very wide open. Also speaking to flexibility, my amendment on the drug awareness class yesterday addressed that. And also to address the gentleman from the 10th about the election, Democrats losing, that was also about treason. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 37th, Dr. Pushkin.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman of Education.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, sir. Are you familiar with, I believe it's Title 126 in the Code of State Regulations, it's Section 40, Series 44D, which I believe it's the part that the gentleman from Wayne referenced earlier about the 21st century social studies standards?
I'm not familiar with that specific standard. I don't have it in front of me here. Did you have a question regarding that?
Well, would you agree with what was stated before, that we're requiring something that's already required? Is that not true?
Well, this certainly does not change the standards in any way. I think what this does get at is, I think the point that our colleague from the 32nd made is that, when you see these man on the street type interviews of our citizens, and the results are abysmal. When NAEP is demonstrating that, our 8th graders and our high school students are scoring between, 18 and 20-some% on civics, material that I think we all here in this chamber, would hope that our students are learning, despite the best efforts of our educators that are in this room and throughout West Virginia. There is a tremendous gap. This legislation is simply intended to, help close that gap between the efforts that we certainly are providing on behalf of our students and the abysmal results that we're receiving.
I agree with you on that, and I hope we're able to address that so everybody has a better understanding of civics, including the folks that serve in this body. But what I was getting at with that, do you believe putting this in statute, would that be in conflict with what we already have in the education regulations as far as the 21st century standards, where they're already required to teach it? Would it be in conflict, or
I don't believe so. This legislation makes very clear it does not change the standards. It's really just a matter of emphasis, additional instruction to try to close this gap between what our students clearly are not picking up despite the best efforts of our educators, and what I think we would certainly hope our students would learn about our country.
Okay. Well, I agree with that part of it. And
sounds like I have a green vote then.
Thank you very much. We have permission to speak to the bill. Growing up, I always loved civics class. It's one of the things that really inspired me it sparked an interest in public service. I'm sure we all share that, or we wouldn't have gotten involved with public service in the first place. It's something that was taught. Unfortunately, it's not something that's always retained, and it's true when you see these man on the street interviews, and it's embarrassing sometimes how little knowledge many of our fellow citizens have in regards to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. But to me, it's just I have to state the conflicts that I see when we're talking about requiring students to teach the Bill of Rights, yet the first piece of legislation that we passed through this body today, I believe, was in direct conflict with the Fourth Amendment in the Bill of Rights. So, I'm just for letting the teachers teach, and hopefully we can all do a better job of remembering the Constitution and the Bill of Rights when we're deliberating laws that are sometimes in conflict with here in this body. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 14th, Doug Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
The standards, everyone or most in here know that I spend a lot of time looking at those. I used to have a pretty good way to find the standards online where I could actually see what individual standards, what they actually were, but the Department of Education has changed their websites around and I can't find it anymore. So if you can find the actual college and career ready standards, you're doing better than I am as far as finding them today. Now, going by memory, last year when I was looking at these standards, a lot of the history standards or social studies standards say that the United States is a democracy. To my recollection, the recollection is that we are a republic, not Republicans. We are a republic. That's right. We're a republic if we can keep it. That's right. There's also another section in the standards, I think it's 11th grade, that says that the Constitution is a living document. It doesn't say that it can be amended. It says that it's a living document. That is opinion. So I think the part in this bill that says we have to look at the original intent and the circumstances at the time is very important, and that's a little bit different than what's in the standards. So I think that if the students have the standards, which may be fine, I don't agree with all of them, but they may be fine. This gives them a context to apply those standards based on the original principles that this country was founded on. And to address a couple of the other arguments, we say that we shouldn't be mandating that teachers teach the founding documents. We mandate lots of other things like sex education. We mandate first aid. I think we passed that bill last year. We have mandates that we teach healthy eating. What do all those things have to do with education, really? And then as far as the reporting on the tests, and this I think is one of the big problems with top-down education, Common Core, or whatever you want to call it. There was a time when tests were used as a tool to teach students. The teachers actually knew what the questions were, and the teachers looked at the results, and they saw what the students in their class knew. That way they knew where they had to maybe help the students along to teach the curriculum. Today's tests are used as punishment for teachers. The teachers don't know what's on the test. The West Virginia teachers don't see what the results are. How is that helpful to our students? It's all for collecting data for who knows what purpose. I think this is a really good bill, and I urge passage.
John for the 42nd, Delegate Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have a real problem. I think the debate today has showed that. We have a real problem that we need to address. But let's be real about what this bill does about a real problem that we have. This bill hands out participation trophies. I come from the generation of participation trophies, and you know what? We don't want your participation trophies anymore. You take a state-mandated test, even at private schools, and what do you get? No matter if you do well, no matter if you do poorly, no matter if you pull a test off the internet or the teacher writes it themselves, you get a participation trophy. It makes us feel good, but it doesn't help move our country forward. My generation doesn't want your participation trophies anymore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 13th, Delegate Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to give a little history lesson for the members. 1787 was the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. Benjamin Franklin went out one day on a walk and was approached by a woman on the street, and she asked him, "Mr. Franklin, what type of government are you going to give us?" And he replied to her, "A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it." Someone mentioned this earlier. We are a republic, and our country, my generation is losing the battle, the fight for our republic. We are losing the ideals that we were founded upon. And I believe that if we teach this type of curriculum, if we teach history, our Constitution, the Bill of Rights in our schools, that hopefully we can keep that republic going for another generation. We have to do this. I encourage a yes vote on this bill. We have to teach history to the next generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 50th, Delegate Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to speak to the bill.
Lady, may proceed.
I think in the schools our teachers do a great job, and I think they do teach these particular issues in the Constitution and Declaration of Independence. I know myself, Delegate Caputo, and all of us, each year we've gone to the schools on Constitution Day, as some of the rest of you have. And they do get involved in it. They do discuss what it is, and they've asked us to talk about what we do here and what it means with the Constitution. So I really do believe they do a good job. I believe the education chairman said that they don't pass the test. Well, maybe we need to go back to the principals and the county boards of education and find out why they're not passing the test. Maybe there's something wrong, but it's not for us to decide on that. I think we need to put that back in the local hands. The other thought I have on this bill, because it sounds good, and I get it, and I get why we all should understand it. I will vote for this bill for one reason. I don't think it's not because I don't think the teachers are doing their job. It is because, as a veteran, and to my fellow veterans here in West Virginia, you fought for this country. You gave your blood for this country. Many of you did. And what we have here is a free country because they fought from the beginning to have a free country so that we can have a Constitution and a Declaration of Independence. And I will say my veteran friends, they feel very deeply about these issues and about the Constitution and Declaration of Independence. So for that reason, I will be voting for this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 63rd, Doggett Folk.
I'll begin with I share a lot of the same concerns that my gentleman from the 1st does because of the history of what goes on at the Board of Education. I want to share with you a change in the standards from the next gen to the college and career ready, and this is at the 10th grade level. At the 10th grade level, this is English language arts, it was analyze and defend seminal U.S. documents of historical and literary significance. Washington's farewell address, the Gettysburg Address, Roosevelt's Four Freedoms speech, King's letter from Birmingham jail, including how they address related themes and concepts. So four historical documents or speeches. The new standard after this review, analyze and defend influential U.S. documents in historical and literary significance. Roosevelt's Four Freedoms speech or King's letter from Birmingham jail, including how they address related themes and concepts. Do you see anything missing? Do you see anything missing? Somehow Washington's farewell address doesn't mean anything anymore, and it's not good enough to be in the standard. Somehow the Gettysburg Address. So two of the biggest speeches in our history, one from the 18th century and one from the 19th century, are just totally forgotten about. That's the concern I have about continuing to allow our Board of Education to determine what they're going to teach. Thank you.
John from 56, Doggett Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're debating here is freedom itself. 250 years ago, or 240 years ago, a little over, the Declaration of Independence was signed in Independence Hall. Shortly after that, my ancestor, who happens to be the ancestor of a few others in here too, John Moore, joined the Continental Army and fought all the way through to Gettysburg, or not Gettysburg, but Yorktown, sorry, another ancestor. Anyway, fought through to Yorktown, was there when the British surrendered. At the time of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, the colonists considered themselves British. But they found they were something better than the British. They had an experiment, a better idea. A country they were going to form of self-governance, something that had never happened in world history before. We're here some 240 years later, an experiment's still working. Went on and drafted the Articles of Confederation, which didn't work very well. So they changed, drafted the Constitution. They knew from the experiences of the Articles of Confederation that there had to be a way to amend the Constitution because times do change. That's why we have the Bill of Rights and the follow-on amendments. The amendments that ended slavery, suffrage. And when amendments went wrong, they gave us the ability to repeal them, like the Triad Prohibition. But if we don't teach those documents, teach why they put those things in there, then how can the next generation govern? You have to understand the foundations of why we are what we are. Obviously, I'm going to vote yes on this. I really don't understand the resistance of making sure people know where we came from so that we can know where we're going. Any trip that we take, we have a starting point. But this experiment called America has no ending point unless we let the past be forgotten. And that is how we will end it. And this makes sure that the past is remembered, the people that fought and died at Yorktown and Gettysburg, the Somme and Guadalcanal, that fought for our freedom, fought for the documents that we want to teach our kids. That's why we need to pass this. Those have to be remembered. During the debate earlier, and several people pointed it out, we're a republic. Someone said we're a constitutional democracy. I don't remember who it was. We're a republic. Someone also said that the South wanted the slaves recorded as 3/5 persons. That's not true. It was actually the North. The South wanted them as full persons. In this very room, we have different levels of knowledge on these documents. That's why it is so important for the freedom and the future that we pass this, that we all have a greater knowledge of what the Founding Fathers meant and why this is the greatest nation ever. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 28th, Delegate Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Those of you who've been around me the last 3 or 4 days know I've been all over the map on this bill. If you were in the Education Caucus the other night, you'll be probably surprised that I'm going to stand up here and urge you to vote green on this bill. And let me tell you why. For all the reasons the rest of you have spoken, that's why, and a couple more. Number one, the timing of this bill, September 11th. School's been in session a couple of weeks. An airplane hits a building. Somebody gets a call at the elementary school and says, hey, tell my husband to turn the TV on. Something's happening. So he turns the TV on and he sees the second building hit. And a little girl comes up to him and says, you know, my dad's in New York City this week. And I said, where? And she said, well, he was going to the Trade Center or the towers or something for a conference. So we sat there all day worrying about her dad. All day. Finally got a phone call up in the afternoon saying that he was in the tunnel and stuck all day with no cell phone service and couldn't call his wife to say he was okay. Thank God he was late for his meeting that day. Thank God. But let me get back to the timing of this bill, this legislation. Celebrate Freedom Week. September 11th, school's been in session a couple of weeks at the most. That's the best time in the world to set the stage for what you're going to do the rest of the year. And I agree with everyone who's spoken about these standards. They're in there. Everything that this bill is expected to cover and does cover is already in the standards. But if you start thinking about it, now what happens the second month of school? In October and November, you start getting Veterans Day, Election Day, and all other kinds of things, and you've already set the stage on the week of the 11th. You've set the stage. Now, finally, and I'm going to get to this, I had a lot more I wanted to say, but again, this is the best place in the school year to put this. What bothered me most about this bill was this test. What bothered me most. But I took some encouragement from knowing that the test results were not going to be punitive in any way. These test results, and if you've ever taught or been taught, sometimes a teacher has to give you a test to see whether they're doing a good job or not. This test results is not for anyone but the school education personnel to see how well they're doing and what else they might need to cover. That's what it's for. It's not to put any data out there saying Summers County, West Virginia has the worst social studies students in the state or the best. It's for the teachers to use to grade themselves. And that's what tests really ought to be. That should be the other purpose of every test, for the teacher to get a reading on themselves. And so this test is a good thing and a good bill. It couldn't be in a better place in the time of the year. I urge 100 votes if there's 100 people here today. We all disagree on a lot of things, but we've got to all agree that this is the best country that we could have ever been dropped in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 18th, Doug Saboya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard today on this debate that the bill's too broad, that we're not sure who's going to make these determinations, and what's in the bill and what's not in the bill. But the bill came before a Second Amendment stage, and I did not see any amendments proposed on this bill in the system. A question was posed by one of my colleagues that, asked the chair of the education, the chairman, to yield for a question, and the question was posed, did the boards of education request it? Well, I'll tell you who requested it. There's a gentleman who's in my district, and I'm his representative here in the legislature. He actually does live in my district, and his name's Herschel Woody Williams. Many of you know Hershey Woody Williams. He's a retired U.S. Marine. He received the Medal of Honor for his actions in the Battle of Iwo Jima during the World War II. He's the last surviving recipient of this Medal of Honor from that battle. Now, he's a member of the Rotary Club, as am I, in Cabell County, along with the gentle lady from District 16 in Cabell County. And during one of those Rotary Club meetings, he approached us and he said, I really have a burning desire to see that our students here in West Virginia learn about our history, the founding documents. I don't feel like they're learning the truth. And he said, a lot of the stories that we bring with our lives, they're going to be lost. And he really felt strongly that we should introduce legislation here. I may not be a sponsor, I may be, I'm not sure. I think I've sponsored some in the past. But this is important to him. He's one of our heroes. He requested this. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this legislation. Thank you.
John from the 67th, Delegate Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So I'm sure I'm like some of you all who've been listening to everyone speak on this bill, and some have been kind of teetering on the edge. Me personally, I do not like mandates being handed down to schools either, but after hearing the gentleman to my right here speak about this, I feel compelled to vote green on this, I have to tell you. And we look around this legislature 16 years ago. This year will be 9/11. There's some legislators in here that were barely in elementary school at that time. But regardless of that, we're still prosecuting conflicts around the globe. Afghanistan, we're in Iraq, we got stuff going on in Syria now. This is just as relevant now as it was 16 years ago. This time, 9/11, that we're talking about, bringing this educational standard forward. So I think it's something that this younger generation, because this is the world that they're living in, this is the world that they're going to have to adjust to in this world of globalized terrorism that we're going to be facing and they're going to be facing, and hopefully their children will not. But we need to be able to provide context to everything that's going on here, and I think sometimes that slips away a little bit. For me personally, I was in Washington, D.C. for 9/11. I was there. And I will tell you, I lost some people that I knew in the Pentagon. I was there working in D.C., and I think we need to make sure that that's fresh in the memories of every young person that's going through this educational system. Because if we think this is something that's going to go away in the near-term future, this threat and this vigilance that we need to be able to maintain our security, our freedom, our way of life, then we are mistaken. So I urge passage of the bill. Thank you.
Trump from 42nd, Delegate Amber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the bill.
As a former social studies teacher and 25 years in dealing with this, oftentimes in our county, every September 17th, and the birth date of our Constitution, there in Philadelphia, as was alluded, 230 years ago this September, there were a number of things, and there's been a couple of words mentioned like republic and democracy. Let me give you just a little example of when we talk about a republic. It's a government in which supreme power resides in the body of citizens enabled to vote and exercise by elected officials and representatives responsible to them and governing according to law. Now that is a republic. A democracy is a government in which the supreme power is vested in the people and exercised by them directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving what? Elections. Now those are the basic principles of what this country was founded upon, and we know that because we fought a Revolutionary War over it. We brought on through, we fought a Civil War in trying to establish those. I would ask you, when we sit back and look now, to what you remember about civics. And we're talking civics, are we not? These are civics. These are the things that you were taught from the day that you're old enough to stand up in some athletic event and we play the Star-Spangled Banner. What do? We set by example, do we not? We start teaching it early. We teach those in every grade level. When we get into the high school area, where I'm more familiar with, from middle school to the high school, each of those standards are in there, and we talk about what develops a democracy, our form of government. To take a week out in September, we were looking at 4 class periods, 4 45-minute class periods, or 2 90-minute block class periods, to talk about the founding principles of what we represent in the greatest country in the world. I offered to you this, that we talk about this citizenship test. Do you know what the citizenship test actually comprises of? There's 100 questions. 100 questions on that test. To get naturalization in this country, you get 10 of those questions. You only get 10 of the 100, but you get to study the test beforehand. You only have to get 6 of them right. I ask you now, as we sit here and listen today about this, how many of you remember what was the 13th Amendment to the Constitution? How about the 16th? You social studies teachers are going to throw your hands, I know, because you taught them the same as I have. What about the 21st? Anybody? And how about the 26th? Folks, we teach these things. To have this a week to emphasize American history in the mere fact that we're debating something like this is ridiculous. America is what it is. We are telling people that. We are telling you forever. This bill is a good piece of legislation. Why not emphasize it a little bit? I tell you, as I stand here and and listen back and think back, this piece of legislation is probably needed. And if I might, Speaker, just regress to a time in my classroom period. Someone mentioned jaywalking a little while ago. When I was in my classroom, my granddaughter had one of those little Hasbros or something, it has the microphone on it and you can sing in it. It's like a mic and some of you are grinning. I know some of you have already seen that and know that. Well, when she outgrew it, didn't want it anymore, I said, hey, can I have it? Brooke, can I have that? I'd like to take it to school and use it. So I put it on my desk. And I walked around my classroom as a starter. Or maybe as a wrap-up, or some reteach effort. And I walked around with that, and I'd walk it up. It had 2 microphones on it, one that I would hold and one I'd hand to someone indiscreetly in the classroom. And I called it boogie walking. We do need a little reteach every now and then, and there isn't a thing wrong with taking the week of September the 11th. It doesn't matter whether that score goes anywhere or not. The emphasis of this is simply one thing. Let's remember what our real roots are. where we're headed in this country. And I would encourage a 100-0 vote on this bill today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from 17th, Dr. Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to rise in support of this bill. I'm going to read the members very briefly. Section E. The full week of classes during the week within which September 11 falls shall be recognized. Celebrate Freedom Week. I had the occasion to discuss this bill with Woody Williams myself. And I'll tell you where it was. It's in Barboursville, West Virginia, at our local park. We were dedicating the Gold Star Family Memorial. Now, for the benefit of the youngsters in the gallery that may not know what a Gold Star family is, that's a family that lost a child in the service of this country to celebrate this very freedom in the title of this bill that I just read to you. Now, I'll tell you what, those families aren't going to forget what freedom's about in this country, and I don't think we should either. I urge this body to adopt this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 51st, Doug Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 47 years ago, we started debating this bill. I know there are people that feel strongly about it for several different reasons, but I think that we have important business estate that we need to address, and I think we should move on. I'm going to be voting in favor of this bill, and I urge our body to start thinking about the budget. Thank you.
John from 34th, Doggett Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I'll tell you why, and I won't belabor the point because there have been so many speeches here. I'm not a professional educator. My wife and I raised our kids, and they've been very successful, and we're very proud of them. But some of you that have been here a few years might recall a citation that was presented here on the floor of the House that involved the gentleman from the 4th and his family and me and my family. My uncle, I was named after my uncle, Lawrence Earl Boggs. He was killed during the invasion of Sicily during World War II. He went through basic training, and he started his military career in basic in Great Lakes with Joe Antal, who is the gentleman from the 4th's cousin, who's now deceased. But he wrote a letter back after my uncle was killed, because they went all through. They were on the same ship. They were on the same. Went all across North Africa together, and he was there and witnessed when my uncle was killed with a landing craft loaded with ammunition taking it ashore. He and 4 other sailors were lost. What does that have to do with this bill? Well, maybe nothing directly, but I can only imagine what your cousin and my uncle would think to vote against something like this. It's so fundamental to our respect for our nation, for teaching our kids and future generations. I have every confidence in the world and every trust in the world in our teachers and our education system. We're very blessed. But this certainly does no harm, and if it helps in the very least to teach someone about our country, our Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and about our country, and about respect for our veterans and our flag. Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly support this bill, and I proudly cast this vote on behalf of my uncle who perished during World War II, as well as the gentleman from the fourth's uncle who came back and spent time with my family and comforted them and showed them exactly what brotherly love and serving this country and patriotism is all about. I support the bill.
John for 32nd, Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of the previous speakers have put emphasis on parents, and as a parent myself, I've made it known to each of them what the Holocaust was. I wanted them to know. I wanted them to know about 9/11. I wanted them to know about the Civil War, how it started, why it started, what happened. I wanted them to know those things, and I think it's a responsibility of parents to do that. And the gentleman from the 13th, if every parent could tell their children that same story and let them know what the Bill of Rights is all about, what our Constitution is all about, I think the children would have more knowledge of everything. It reminds me of a little story I'll tell you, and I'll be very briefly, Mr. Speaker. It was a youngster who came out of the hollers of Fayette County, and his father got a job over in Wood County, so he had to move over into one of the hollers in Wood County. And it was the first day of school at the new school that he moved into, and the teacher thought, well, I'll sort of, brief the children, see what they know, if they, get a little bit of knowledge or get something out of them anyway. So she asked the children different questions, and little Johnny, who had moved to Wood County, she said, Johnny, who signed the Declaration of Independence? And he says, damn if I know, teacher. She says, Johnny, I'm going to ask you one more time, and you give me the right answer. Now, who signed the Declaration of Independence? He says, damn if I know, teacher. So she said, Johnny, I'm going to have to send you down to the principal. And she did take him to the principal, and she told the principal, she says, we have a little youngster here that I want you to ask him a question and listen to his answer. She said, ask him who signed the Declaration of Independence. Well, the principal said, Johnny, who signed the Declaration of Independence? He says, damn if I know, principal. He said, Johnny, I'm going to have to call your parent and bring him down here because we just can't have this in the school. So he called Mr. Jones in, and Mr. Jones came down, and he said, Mr. Jones, I want you to ask your son a particular question and listen to his answer. And he said, well, what do you want me to ask him? He says, just ask him who signed the Declaration of Independence. Well, Mr. Jones said, son, who signed the Declaration of Independence? Just tell these folks. He says, damn if I know, Dad. So he grabs him by the collar and he says, look, son, he said, if you signed that damn thing, you tell them right now. So it comes down to the parents. What the parents tell the children is what they know. And it's very hopeful for me that when they do distribute some of this literature to these youngsters under this new bill, they'll send some home to the parents with the children that they can read it and maybe get a little more knowledge about our country and our Constitution and our Bill of Rights and what democracy is all about. I'm for this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman for the third, Delegate Fluharty.
I just wanted to thank the gentlelady from the 18th and the gentleman from the 17th. If it's good enough for Woody Williams, it's definitely good enough for me, as he's a childhood hero of mine. So I'm supporting now. Thank you.
Guess I called on people in the wrong order, didn't I? Gentleman from 36, Dahlia Rowe.
Mr. Speaker, in the same spirit, I grew up in a Gold Star family. I am named for my uncle, who was killed on Christmas Eve in 1944 in the Battle of the Bulge. And we lived with my grandmother, and so when I was little and bouncing around waiting on Santa Claus, she was in the kitchen crying. And it has had a very strong impact on my life. I wear his high school ring. My father was shell-shocked in the war and came home, didn't know his name. So I'm very persuaded by the folks who are making a very sincere and genuine argument that we should carve out this special exception to what was my campaign promise that was unwavering in the campaign, and that was I was going to let teachers teach. Maybe this is important enough for us to step back from let's let teachers teach. But please understand that there's a lot of pain, I think, that goes with this when you think about not letting teachers teach. We as a body, institutionally, cannot pull our fingers away from the neck of teachers and county boards of education in so many ways. And we're doing it. This is important. We can do it this way. The schools can accommodate it. You know, it's a salute to the folks who have made this country great. So I have to go back on a campaign promise, and I apologize to the folks who voted for me on that basis, but I'll be voting for the bill.
Gentleman from 26, Doggett Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a teacher, you guys knew that, but I teach science. I don't teach social studies, but I sure remember the day that happened because I was teaching science, and science teacher from across the hallways, deceased now, come running in. We turned on the TV, and we watched it all. I've gone back and forth here with my good friend Delegate Zatezalo on the pros and cons of this, and what it comes down to for me before I cast my vote today is a little story that was presented to me by my wife's uncle in Braxton County, Babe. He actually stood on the deck of the USS Missouri when they signed the treaty with Japan, ending World War II effectively. And he'd hold up his little piece of the deck, and he said, "Son, that's what freedom means to me." So in that spirit, I will be voting for this bill. I think all of our veterans, I think all of the people that in any way, shape, or form perform a duty that keeps us safe every day. I have a nephew in the Air Force currently, a brother that was retired after 20-some years. And I certainly want to honor their service by voting for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 28, Doggett O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments everyone has made as we, I hope, are close to the end of discussing this bill. But I want to thank the Education Chair for a great presentation of this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for being lead sponsor of this bill and for this being for having the passion to try to bring forward a bill that would emphasize the values that made our country great. Mr. Speaker, there have been a lot of good comments made, a lot of good reasons given to support this bill, and I'm not going to repeat those. But I am going to mention one additional reason that I think it's worth supporting this bill. Most of us in this body are familiar with our beloved senator, former Senator Robert C. Byrd. We probably know the story of how the humble son of a butcher from Raleigh County rose to become a congressman and then a U.S. senator, the longest-serving senator in the history of our nation. We probably are familiar with the passion that he had for the United States Constitution. It's been reported a number of times that Senator Byrd would be in a meeting with a president, and I think he served with quite a few presidents, and he would reach into his pocket and pull out a copy of the United States Constitution whenever he thought a president was maybe neglecting some important principles that were being addressed related to the Constitution. You may or may not know that Senator Byrd, because of his lifelong passion for the United States Constitution, secured the passage of a law in 2004 mandating that any school in the United States that receives federal funds on September 17th of every year teach or have ceremonies or discussions about the United States Constitution. We call this day now, as a result of the law that was passed and signed by George W. Bush, September 17th every year is Constitution Day. And the law requires that during that week, any school receiving federal funds teach lessons related to that or have events related to that. I myself have spoken at a college in our area on their Constitution Day. Mr. Speaker, what what an awesome way for our legislature to follow in the legacy of Senator Byrd and to insist that our high school, that our middle school students also learn the important lessons that are taught in the Declaration and in the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to honor the legacy of Senator Byrd and to follow in his trail and to say that I think it's a good idea that our middle school students should know certain things, core values of our Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 66 to close debate.
Mr. Speaker, several of my colleagues from the 17th and 18th have noted Congressional Medal of Honor recipient Woody Williams' support for this legislation. I would just briefly close with a few words of his in support of civics education. Woody notes that these type of programs are designed to address a growing and disappointing deficiency in our educational system and in our domestic society: the lack of a fundamental knowledge about how our government works and who we are as a nation. Things every student and really every citizen in our country should know to engage as a responsible citizen. What better way to do that than to celebrate a Freedom Week during the week in which we also recognize Patriots Day, to help ensure that our students understand these key documents in the founding of our country. I certainly plan to stand with Woody on this, and I appreciate my colleagues here in the chamber to stand with Woody as well. Thank you.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 97 ayes, 3 nays, no members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3080.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. For what purpose does the lady from the 31st seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request that the debate on 3080 be put in the appendix of the journal, and God bless America.
Without objection, the remarks be printed in the appendix of the journal. The gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to briefly return to the second order business purpose of introduction.
Without objection, gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. On behalf of Delegate Kessinger and Love and myself, I would like to recognize the Fayette County Superintendent of Schools, who has been navigating the school system in Fayette County through very tumultuous times, and I'm sure he will have no difficulty implementing teaching of the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution in the program in Fayette County. Ladies and gentlemen, Terry George, and I would ask you make him feel welcome.
Further introductions, gentleman from the 15th, Delegate Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just announce also that my mother has joined us in the North Gallery and would ask that she stand and be recognized. Thank you.
John from the 50th, Delegate Caputo.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the remarks on 2483 by the gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Eldridge, be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, remarks be printed in the appendix of the journal. Further introductions. To the members, we're going to try, I know everyone's getting weary a bit here, but we're going to try and go ahead with the calendar because I don't think that, we'll kind of play it by ear. If there's a great deal of debate, we'll take a break, but we'd like to proceed a little further with the calendar with the idea that we'll take a break shortly because I know several have asked, but we'd like to at least get through the remaining first reading and possibly second reading. So Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3102 relating to selling Hopemont Hospital.
The question for the House is to passage the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3102 relates to the selling of Hopemont Hospital, very similar to what we addressed here earlier on the Jackie Withrow. But this bill would require the Secretary of the DHHR to sell the long-term care facility known as Hopemont Hospital. The bill requires the Secretary to ensure that the patients are transferred or would be transferred to an area facility. It requires the Secretary acting with the Division of Personnel to create a strategy to minimize any potential effects on employees. It also requires the Secretary, in consultation with the Division of Personnel and the CPRB, to prepare compensation packages if necessary for the employees of the hospital. The bill requires the Secretary to prepare a complete accounting to the Joint Committee of Finance, as well as the Legislative Oversight Committee, LACRA. And finally, the bill creates a special revenue account known as the Hopemont Long-Term Care Facility Development Fund, which any proceeds of any activity would go into. In the way of some background for the members, Hopemont is one of our 4 state-owned nursing facilities. It's located in Terra Alta. It's 104 years old. It's licensed for 98 beds. Current occupancy is at 58%. So roughly 60 of those beds are occupied. Total number of positions that the hospital is set up for are 183. Only 107 of those are filled right now. 42%. Net losses of this hospital, $4.5 million. And the Secretary indicated that if the facility was renovated right now, it would be in excess of $15 to $20 million. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill. And one thing before that, it was maybe quite timely that we had House Bill 2428 earlier as it related to allowing the Secretary to have additional leeway in having treatment facilities. And I think that this area would be an optimal area as a repurposing, if needed, for the Hopemont facility. But I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 53rd, Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
In your survey, was there a time frame placed that this action would take place? My question basically is a new facility going to be built so that the residents of the Hopemont Nursing Rehab Facility can move into it from there, or?
There was no deadline. The original bill, going back to even Jackie Withrow, had some specific dates. After debate in the committee, as well as hearing from the Secretary, allowing the Secretary leeway to do the right things in the right amount of time without a set deadline. So there is no deadline.
Do you think this could get lost in the system where it doesn't get accomplished, the building build, or?
From the testimony of the Secretary, no, we did not hear that at all. This is a high priority. My concerns of patients, I mean, you get used to an area, no matter what state you're in, you get used to an area, and I'm concerned about their being transferred and, their mental well-being, even though they have issues and stuff. But, that's hard on somebody like that. And if we can keep them together to move into facility, that's what's best for those, because those residents are residents of Preston County, and we need to take care of them. Absolutely, and we heard that from the Secretary, and I believe you won't have anybody disagreeing with that statement.
Okay. Now, is there a distance requirement? I mean, where they would place it, or if they build a new building, they could say, well, we're going to move it down to Charleston, West Virginia.
No, there was no restrictions on the facility, and there is language that just said that it would be within the area. And again, the Secretary did not limit
that it wouldn't be right on the same facility, because I think, as the gentlelady mentioned the other day, of 700 acres.
Is this hospital under the CON regulations and all to move or sell beds?
I think that in the bill, the CON in some purchasing guidelines would not, are waived in this particular case for
They're waived
handling.
so they could sell the beds anywhere, to move it or whatever.
I don't, the secretary didn't talk about it in those terms. Obviously, his first and primary concern is the care of those patients.
Okay. I'd like to speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman may proceed.
Folks, Hopemont Hospital is a hub of the community. It's been there since early 1900s. A lot of people's worked there. A lot of people spent their lives there. I know there's a downturn in people working there and stuff, but a lot of it is the way it's been portrayed as a mental health or a nursing home instead of mental health hospital. So you don't need as many people working for a nursing home as you do a mental health hospital. But those patients are Preston County residents, and we need to take care of our own and, take care of everybody in this transaction. My concern is, where this is going to be built and a time frame, because, we can say, promise the world, but that's not giving people hope that it's going to be done. And we really need to do this if we're going to commit to it. So basically, that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Lady from 52nd, Delegate Sapo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank the 43 delegates that voted for the amendment that would have guaranteed that we would have had the facility built on the Hopemont Hospital property. But that didn't happen. But still, a plan could come together. And I like it when a plan comes together. And that could still happen if you vote with us today. We could keep the residents, patients at the Hopemont facility, and we could keep the jobs in Preston County. And what is it that's in it for you? What's in it for West Virginia? We could keep that 700 acres that could be used as a site to build the substance abuse facility. And we would still have 700 acres to maybe use to do a ag rehabilitation development project. We've got 700 acres, and we got a ag commissioner that believes in those kind of projects. That's a no-brainer. And when you think, Hopemont, where is that? Location is everything. Well, Hopemont is just 18 miles from the interstate, and it's only about 3 miles from Alpine Lake. So when people would come to visit, there is a resort there to house them. So there's something in it for Preston County, of course. That's why we're so interested. But also, there's a benefit for West Virginia to hang on to that property. And so I think at this point in time that we should oppose the bill today, try to bring people to the table. We should just give it another year, see what happens. We still have the people, the residents there at their home, see about the other facility maybe being built there, and take our time on it, let it ride for another year. So let's see if we can't pull a plan together and oppose this bill today. So I ask you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
John for the 19th, Delegate Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman of the Finance Committee yield?
Gentleman yields.
As I understand your presentation, we're talking about a loss of $4.5 million on this facility annually?
Yes, that's what was reported to us in Finance Committee by the Secretary of DHHR.
Okay. Has there been any time span implemented in terms of dissolving the obligations for this hospital?
No.
Okay. And has there been any pursuit of where these people are going to go in the event that they have to leave in let's say, a short notice?
In here, and as the Secretary spoke, a plan will be forthcoming. And all this bill does is allow that process to begin with all the necessary stakeholders to put a plan together. And in no means did he say that this had to be rushed out, because I think, and he was very cautious about that, because any rush is the last thing that needs to be done when you're talking about patients such that are in that home right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
John for the 53rd, David Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
Were you aware that there's a drug rehab center in that hospital right now?
I was not.
It's called the Johnny B. Good Center, and that's the name of it. And I don't know how many patients they have. I didn't do any research on it, but on the second floor of that hospital is a drug rehab in there right now. And we just passed Bill 2428, wanting to enhance that, and we're like the rest of West Virginia. We have our drug issues too. So I again think that this is an ideal opportunity and area to make this work. Do you think that's a possibility that also with a nursing home, maybe drug rehab facility built at the same time or anything?
Oh, it's an awesome opportunity right now, and especially with your interest in getting together with the Secretary, and I would commit to work with you on that same subject.
Set the meeting up. I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
Lady from 52nd, Delegate Sapo.
Gentleman yield.
Gentleman yields.
In the bill, it says they will be transferred to an area facility. Checking, we don't find an area facility that will accommodate this type of patients.
Yeah, it doesn't define any area, and that area facility could be one right on site if there's a new facility constructed or a potential reconstruction. So it's very broad in that language.
So when it says a new facility could be in the area with area not defined, does also means that could be very broad, and area could mean anywhere in the state.
I guess it's all up to the Secretary's interpretation, but the way he described it to the committee, he was very concerned about the area. So
that's right. So when we're told that says the facility will be built in your area, at first sight, it looks like it's going to be built close, but being very broad when it's going to be in the area definitely means it could be built very broad, so it doesn't mean that it could be very close to our area. It definitely means it could be built.
it's just all in the definition.
Right. But it also talks that the patient is going to be transferred before the facility is going to be built.
One thing that's a little bit different about this facility that I think may be to the advantage of the area in keeping it close by. With Jackie Withrow and all these other facilities, you have a number of private facilities very close by. And so I think if there's any opportunity, having that acreage and all, and where it's located right now, would be an advantage of keeping everything right there. And I think it's incumbent upon many of us to work with the Secretary along those lines. Because at the end of the day, we have a 104-year-old facility that maintenance costs are going through the roof, and we are not, well, we're subjecting these patients to an unhealthy environment.
Okay, thank you.
Lady from the 16th, Doug Miller.
Thank you. Will the gentlelady from the 52nd
The lady yield.
yield?
Lady yield. Lady yields.
Sure.
Would you be willing to work with the Secretary of DHHR and the Chairman of the Finance Committee to come to understanding of what his plans are and what you and your other delegate from the area are concerned about and what you would like to see happen in your district?
Sure.
Would this help allay your fears that you are losing a very important part of your county?
Sure.
Then I would suggest that the chairman and you and the secretary of DHHR and the other delegate make sure that you all get together and help formulate a plan, and then you can talk to the people in your district to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Lady from the 50th, Doug Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I speak to the bill?
Lady may proceed.
I'm voting against this one for the same reasons I voted for the first one. The gentlelady from the 16th, I believe, said we can sit down and have a plan. Well, we should have had a plan before we put this bill on the table to sell it, because it's going to be sold. There's no guarantee it's going to be put in that area. We don't know if the patients are going to go from Preston County down to Raleigh County. We don't know, because there is no upfront plan. So I'll be voting against this because we have no clue. We're talking about loss of jobs. Everybody says they'll get a job. Well, how do we know they're going to get a job? We don't have a plan for them to get a job. So we're talking about employees, state employees, who will probably be laid off with a severance package. Now, they're all concerned about what's going to happen. The patients are concerned. The families are concerned. I've been through this a million times in our committees, and I'll keep going through this. But they're concerned as to there is no plan. Now, they're hanging out there saying, what are we going to do? That's not fair to them to say, what are they going to do? We should have had a plan to tell them exactly what was going to happen, where they were going to go, what you were going to do before this ever came down for a vote. So I'll be voting against this, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the rest of you do too.
The other members desiring to speak before I recognize the gentleman from the 35th. Gentleman from the 45th, Delegate Hamilton. Gentleman may proceed.
I rise in support of my gentlelady from the 52nd and the gentleman from the 53rd's position on this bill is to vote no. Now, some of you are probably thinking, well, Upshur County is probably 75 miles away from Preston County, maybe a little bit further. But I know what's coming down the road. I voted no on Withrow. I'll vote no on Hopemont. And when Sharps comes across, and Bateman, and then the Mansion Hospital in Fairmont, I'll be voting no on those also. Now, we had an opportunity a couple days ago to pass an amendment. And the gentleman from the 53rd and the lady from the 52nd asked for it to be passed by us, and it went down by 5 or 6 votes. And that amendment was just to keep Hopemont on that property. They had 780 acres there. The lady from Marion County from the 50th is correct. They did not do any discussion in advance of running this bill. I urge all here today to vote red. Thank you.
John from 13th, Dr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was not going to stand up and speak on the bill, but the gentleman from the 48th has forced my hand. I voted against Jackie Withrow I will support the gentlelady from the 52nd, the gentleman from the 53rd, because I too know what's coming down the road. And I do have Lakin Hospital in my district. I urge rejection.
John for the 50th, Elliot Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge rejection of this bill. You know, it's one of those not in my backyard scenarios, is exactly what it amounts to. You can gather up enough votes because not enough people's affected. Well, there's about 4 of these facilities, and it appears as though they're getting plucked off one at a time. Gentlelady from the 50th was so right when she said they're going to wind up getting a severance package. We don't even know what's in the severance package. They have unilateral authority to implement a severance package, good, bad, or indifferent. The employees don't have any say in that. They're going to lose their job. We all talk about jobs in our districts. I trust the gentlelady and the gentleman to protect the jobs in their district. They know what's best for their district in this situation. They care about those patients. We should respect that because it's coming to Marion County. It's moving around. It's going to be in Weston. We all need to think about that. It might not be in your backyard today, ladies and gentlemen, but it's going to be in your backyard sooner or later. So we should respect that. We should reject this bill. They have an absolute right to protect those jobs in their district and look out for the patients in their district. Where are they going to go? We should respect that. We should reject this bill. And I also agree, it's real nice to talk about a plan now, Mr. Chairman, and I respect that, and I know you're sincere about that. But, you know, the horse is already out of the barn here. You got to close the gate before the horse gets out of the barn. This plan needs discussed, and it needs perfected, and it needs to be in place before we start closing these facilities. Let's use a little common sense here. Vote no.
John for the 3rd, Doug Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand with the gentlelady from the 52nd in opposition to this bill. I can hear it in her voice how important it is to her district. And look, guys, we're all in this together. What may not impact my district directly may impact another district. And at the end of the day, the plan in place here, there isn't really one. We heard testimony in the Health Committee on many bills, much like this one, when it comes to the selling of hospitals, and it was basically, just trust us. Just trust us. Maybe we'll get this figured out later, but just trust us now. Hit the button, lose jobs, patient safety, put their future in bleak circumstances. So I stand with the gentlelady from the 52nd. If we're going to do something like this, it has to be done correctly. It should not be done prematurely without any real vision. So thank you. I'll be voting against it.
John for 35th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, all good comments and all, but let me step back. We have a 104-year-old facility. It's occupied only at 60% with patients right now. A very aged and dated facility that is not necessarily safe. That's one reason why it's only 60% occupied. We talk about jobs. If we had a fully occupied facility, there'd be 183 jobs there. There are only 100 right now. And the Secretary talked about the high rate of turnover that he has at this facility. A lot of that had to do with its age and the poor maintenance. You know, there is not the plan in front of us, but this particular bill puts it in front of our Secretary of DHHR to come forth with a plan, and he must report it to the Joint Committee of Government and Finance. He must report it to LACRA. He was selected by our new governor. And so I would think that this would be a team effort to do what's best for those patients first, then the employees of the area. And this is just a vehicle to help improve the area up there to better treat those that need the treatment. And again, Mr. Speaker, I'll end that the facility that was created in House Bill 2428, I think gives an extra tool to meet this whole need up in that area, and I urge passage of the bill.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 51 ayes, 49 nays, no members absent not voting, a majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3102.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 113, authorizing DEP promulgate legislative rules.
Are there amendments? Not to bill be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 362, authorizing redirection of certain amounts to General Revenue Fund.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Nelson moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Nelson 3-28, number 1.
Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, asked now consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 35th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had House Bill 3108, the same as 362. And what this amendment is doing is amending the provisions of House Bill 3108 into Senate Bill 362. In essence, what this bill does is providing a redirection of monies from the old workers' comp fund, $33 million, that are being redirected to general revenue this year. This is part of our balancing act with the 2018 budget. The purpose of both bills is to allow the governor for 1 year only to redirect up to 75% of the monies now dedicated to the workers' comp debt reduction fund into the state general revenue fund for the upcoming year. The Senate added language that permanently reduced the money flow into the workers' compensation debt reduction fund by reducing the total annual surcharge paid by employers who are self-insured for workers' compensation purposes. The amendment does not include the Senate's reduction of those payments towards our workers' compensation debt. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading. Further bills on second reading.
Yeah. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 419, creating special revenue fund sources for Division of Labor to meet statutory obligations.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Nelson moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Nelson 3-28, number 1.
John from the 35th, Delegate Nelson asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. John from the 35th.
Very similar to the last amendment. This is syncing up a House Bill 2776 and a Senate Bill 419. These bills were both introduced at the request of the governor. Both bills will amend provisions of the code dealing with the collection and use of various fees in the Division of Labor. The bill creates new and increases various fees charged by the Division of Labor relating to various areas that the Labor Department oversees. It will create a special revenue fund and direct civil penalties for weights and measures related to those violations to a special revenue fund. The main difference between the House and the Senate versions is that the Senate version allows the Commissioner of the Division of Labor to use any excess funds in each of the various special revenue funds for general operations. The House version retains in the Legislature the authority to determine where excess funds are distributed. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Will other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the vote will advance to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 437, discontinuing West Virginia Greyhound Breeding Development Fund.
John for the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
John 58th, ask unanimous consent that action be postponed one day. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Action is postponed one day. Bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 36, permitting school nurses to possess and administer opioid antagonists.
Bill be advanced.
Senate Bill 41, extending time person may be subject to probation.
Bill be advanced.
Senate Bill 164, relating to traffic regulations and special load limits.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 233, excluding from protection oral communications uttered in Child Care Center under Wiretapping and Electronic Surveillance Act.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 247, authorizing prosecuting attorney designate and deliver grand jury records for investigative purposes.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 248, clarifying composition and chairmanship of Commission on Special Investigations.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 338, relating to medical professional liability.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 347, relating to modernization of Physician Assistant Practice Act.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 442, relating generally to crimes against persons.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 455, relating generally to commitment of persons to custody of Commissioner of Corrections.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 473, permitting collection and sale of naturally shed deer antlers.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 497, relating to liability for healthcare providers who provide services at school athletic events.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 531, relating to renewal date for apiary certificates of registration.
Bill be advanced.
Senate Bill 684, relating generally to West Virginia State Police.
Bill be advanced.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the House of Delegates. We are standing by with a recording of the Senate's floor session from this morning, and we'll bring you that once the House session has concluded.
Recess. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2776.
Gentleman for the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be tabled.
John 58th moves the bill be tabled. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the bill tabled. Further bills on third reading.
House Bill 3108.
Gentleman for the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be tabled.
John 58th moves the bill be tabled. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the bill tabled. Gentleman for the 58th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subject to announcements, I move the House stand in recess until 3:30.
Other announcements. The lady from the 65th, Delegate Upson.
While the House does its announcements, we're going to go ahead and move over to the State Senate, the morning session, as they start their calendar.
Substitute for committee substitute for Senate Bill 38, creating 5-year tax credit for new businesses locating on post-mine sites. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 4th.
This is Senate Bill 38, creating a 5-year tax credit for new businesses locating on post-mine sites.
The senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to create a tax credit for businesses that are located on post-coal mine sites. The business would be eligible for these tax credits for the first 5 years after locating to that site. The bill defines what a post-coal mine site is, and what it means, what property has remained underdeveloped for business purposes subsequent to coal mining operations on the property within the bonded area of the last issued coal mine permit. So let me restate that because I confused that. This bill defines post-coal mine site, and what that means is it's property that has remained undeveloped for business purposes subsequent to coal mining operations on that property within the bonded area of that property of the last issued coal mine permit. For businesses to meet the eligibility requirements, they must be a corporation, a small business corporation, a limited liability company, a partnership or unincorporated business entity with a principal place of business located in the state and on a post-coal mine site. They must maintain a minimum of at least 10 full-time employees. Site that would have been built on a post-coal mine site throughout the state, this says we have done this before in the state, and this includes some sites that have been built on post-coal mine sites, such as a Pete Dye Golf Club in Harrison County, the FBI Center in Bridgeport, the Logan Airport, as well as a Mingo Central High School. These entities have proven this has worked before in the state. I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion, the senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. This is a big tool in the toolbox for areas that have had prior surface mining. This basically gives you a 50% tax credit, but it's on your capital investment. It's only for 5 years, and you can only get 50% of the income tax for that year. This basically will allow us to grow and diversify our economy, along with other infrastructure type projects. So we passed this last year unanimously, and this year we even tightened it up and made it even a better bill. So I urge passage. Thank you.
Further discussion, the senator from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this too. When we were doing the post-mine land use in Mingo County, and as a part of that team, we did not have this tool in the toolbox to be able to create it. We were looking at any kind of acreage we could do, and this is where where Mingo Central High School is built. Where Mingo Central High School was built, the company that was mining in that area actually was able to mine 250 feet down, be able to do the restoration of the land where the school is, where the facility is, the Buck Harless athletic fields and everything. Yet all along that road we allowed 5 acres, and this was really the brainchild of the Mingo Redevelopment Authority, and I was back in the 90s working with them on this. If we'd have had this tool in the toolbox, you would have had a lot of companies there and at the new airport there. So I rise in support of this. I think this is a very good tool. Actually, this is one of the first things we've done for job creation.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator from Tucker. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 40, requiring inclusion of protocols for response to after-school emergencies and school crisis response plans. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Monroe.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires that legislative rules allow for the establishment of an up-to-date school-specific crisis response plan to include protocols for sports-based injuries which would occur on school property after hours. This provision would be effective on the first day of August 2017. These sports-based injuries would include both events and practices. The bill also includes a limitation of liability for healthcare professionals and volunteers for their time. I'd be happy to answer questions, but I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective August 1, 2017, and request unanimous consent the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Ohio moves that the bill be made effective August 1, 2017, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from August 1, 2017. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 57, continuing personal income tax adjustment for certain retirees. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've seen this before. It's been suspended for a couple years. This has to do with the a retirement system up in, I believe it was Weirton Steel, where the pension payout was reduced due to the termination of a pension plan. But this bill would permit, I'm sorry, we'll just read this directly. Prior to the sunset date being reached, a retiree who had their pension plan reduced due to the termination of the pension plan was able to adjust their income tax by the amount of the difference between what should have been received and the maximum annual pension that was actually received. This basically has the just the net effect of giving these retirees money back, or basically, or supplemented, and because of what happened to them up there. This will re-effectuate the tax adjustment starting in taxable years beginning on January the 1st, 2017. I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 238, increasing tax credits allowed for rehabilitation of certified historic structures. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill's been there's a lot of interest in this bill. The bill modifies the current tax credit that's applicable to both personal income tax and corporate net income tax. The tax credit is for qualified rehabilitation expenditures for certain historic structures. The current credit is 10% of expenditures. The bill will change it to 25% for expenditures made after December 31st, 2017. And the actual effect on our general revenue budget that we're working on now is no effect, because this credit though you can apply for it beginning that date I stated, it actually will not begin to actually take effect until the next fiscal year, which there would be some revenue impact at that point. So that's what it does, and urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion, the senator from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this. This is a bill that's we met in October and November in Huntington. This particularly has great interest in Huntington. When we start looking at rehabilitating historic structures, we have a lot of historic structures in downtown Huntington. We've got a lot of companies that are interested in this, and we've got a contracting community that's really interested in entrepreneurs. So I appreciate the Senator from Putnam in allowing this to go through this year without having to affect our budget until the future. But these kind of deals take 2 years to do. And in order for them to go ahead and start, the companies and the individuals that are interested in this, in order for them to be able to do this, they need to start now in order to take effect in a couple years. So I appreciate the fact that this was a meeting down at the Keith Albee that was in October this past year that we met with the legislators and others met with the business community to talk about this. And I really think that this is a great opportunity for us to create economic development in downtowns.
Further discussion, the senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to echo what my senior senator has said, but this has much broader appeal. You can go to any small town in West Virginia and see that beautiful old brick building that has grown into disrepair or is boarded up. And this could be an economic development engine around our state. The incentive is in line with our adjoining states. And it was, in fact, brought to me by some contractors in the Huntington area that want to take some very large and grandiose old buildings and restore them to their former glory. But you can go to Raynell, you can go to any small town there is, or any larger mid-sized city like Wheeling, and you're going to see a tangible benefit from reinvestment into our community. So I would urge everyone to support the bill.
Further discussion, the senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also urge adoption of this piece of legislation. I live in an area where what we're doing already has been very successful, and this could be a great boost forward. We're going to be voting on a bill a little bit later dealing with sustainability in communities. This seems to go hand in hand with that, too. I don't think there's anything better from the Eastern Panhandle through the eastern part of the state, all over the state, and what we can do with increasing these credits and improving the work that we do. This is a great tool, so I urge adoption of this.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 281, increasing number of limited video lottery machines allowed at retail location.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 281 be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Senator from Ohio moves that Senate Bill 281 be referred to the Committee on Rules. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted.
Engrossed Senate Bill 282, directing Office of Administrative Hearings to amend current legislative rule relating to appeal procedures. Third reading of the bill.
Question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Bill 282 is a directive to the Office of Administrative Hearings to promulgate a rule striking some language from the existing rule. It would require them to strike subdivision 16.3.A relating to a $50 fee. So if this were to be adopted
and the new rule were to become effective, the Office of Administrative Hearings could no longer charge people $50 for asking for a hearing, on whether or not their driver's license is to be suspended or revoked. I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not the question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Ohio moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 286 relating to grandparents' visitation rights. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 286 effects amendments in Article 10 of Chapter 48 of the West Virginia Code, which is the article that governs grandparent visitation. And so this bill would amend one section of that code, Section 802, and add a new section of code, Section 803. The changes include if the bill is adopted and enacted, becomes law, it provides that in the court's discretion, an order that grants visitation privileges to grandparents may provide daytime visits, overnight visits, and electronic communications. And so for purposes of this section, it defines electronic communications. That includes telephone, email, Skype, FaceTime, text messaging, and instant messaging. And so those are not currently included within the law now in the grandparent visitation article. It preserves the language that says that the court can restrict the grandparents and prevent them from any attempt to influence any religious beliefs or practices of the children in a manner contrary to the preferences of the child's parents, that the grandparent may not engage in or permit or encourage activities or expose a grandchild to conditions or circumstances that are contrary to the preferences of the child's parents, and the grandparent may not otherwise act in any manner to contradict or interfere with the child-rearing decisions made by the child's parents. So that is essentially all current law. And really the new part of this bill relates to the electronic communications, Skype, FaceTime, emails, that sort, telephonic communication, that sort of thing. Be happy to try to answer questions, otherwise urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion, the senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Morgan yield?
Does the senator yield? The senator does yield.
Thank you. I was talking to the senator from Wyoming, and it's my understanding that this also includes great-grandparents. Does that?
There was a bill that addressed great-grandparents. That is not part of this legislation at all. So there are no provisions in current code that I'm aware of, and there's certainly none in this bill that relate to rights for great-grandparents.
And the definition of grandparents then does not include great-grandparents then?
The definition of grandparents is not in this bill. That would be in another section of code if it's defined, but I'm not aware that it includes great-grandparents under current law.
Thank you. Would the senator from Wyoming yield?
Does the senator yield?
Yes.
Senator does yield.
Oh.
Senator, we had a conversation, and I think it was your understanding that this actually included great-grandparents.
Well, I was under the understanding that it did. I sent your bill with that, and the definition of grandparents should have included the great-grandparents. I have no problem with that. If you want to amend it to do that, that's fine with me.
Probably a little too late right now, maybe over on the House side, perhaps.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President.
Further discussion? Further discussion. The senator from Morgan wish to close debate?
Yes, Mr. President, just 1 second.
Are there others desiring to speak to the bill prior to recognize the senator from Morgan? The senator from Nicholas.
Would the gentleman from Morgan yield?
Senator does yield.
And just, this popped into mind, and I'm just wondering, so if I, in this particular instance, and I just want to make sure that from a Christian perspective, if the grandchildren are in my possession from a situation like this, and I take them with me to church on Sunday morning, is that unduly influencing them? Would that be constituted as grounds that?
If it is over the objection or contrary to the wishes of the child's parents, yes. The law doesn't preclude grandparents from being involved with the spiritual life of a child. What the law precludes is the grandparent doing it in a way that is contrary to the wishes of the child's parents.
Okay, thank you.
That's current law, and it's preserved in the bill. It's a constitutional question. Our Supreme Court has said that the parents have constitutional rights to determine their children's schooling, spiritual life, religious beliefs, not to be interfered with by courts on behalf of grandparents. Answer to the question from the senator from Boone: grandparent is defined. It is defined in the law, but that section's not within our bill. It's defined in 48 Article 10, Section 201, and I'll read it to you. It says, for purposes of this article, the words or terms defined, it's Section 203. Grandparent means the biological grandparent, a person married or previously married to a biological grandparent, or a person who has been previously granted custody of the parent of a minor child with whom visitation is sought. So that, in my opinion, does not reach great-grandparents in any way.
For what purpose does Senator Boone seek recognition?
Mr. President, I would like to include great-grandparents in this bill. If, in that regard, then I would move that we refer this bill to the foot of bills on third reading, so that we'd be able to perhaps come up with an agreed-to amendment that would include great-grandparents.
The senator from Boone requests unanimous consent to move further consideration of Senate Bill 286 to the foot of bills on third reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The senator from Harrison seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd request unanimous consent to return to the second order of business.
Senator from Harrison seeks unanimous consent to return to the second order of business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. With my deepest apologies, I was in the back having a stirring debate. But we have two wonderful Harrison Countyans here, along with our page handed today. It's Heidi Oliverio and Carolyn Exline. Please give me a nice warm welcome for them, and stand up, please. Oh, they're in the back. In the back, I'm sorry.
Further introductions? Further introductions. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed Senate Bill 293, providing increase in annual salary of employees in Division of Corrections. Third reading of the bill.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 293 be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Senator from Ohio moves that Senate Bill 293 be referred to the Committee on Rules. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted.
Engrossed Senate Bill 294, relating to Community Sustainability Investment Pilot Program. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 15th.
Somebody short-corded me this morning. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill creates a community sustainability investment pilot program which develops a grant program to foster the development of creative communities in West Virginia. The bill makes legislative findings and declares its intent. The bill creates a community sustainability investment fund. Expenditures of which are from the special revenue account with appropriations from the legislature. The bill establishes the Community Sustainability Investment Board consisting of the Secretary of the Department of Commerce, the Commissioner of Agriculture, the Secretary of the Department of Education and the Arts, and the Executive Director of the Housing Development Fund. The bill provides the governor shall appoint 3 representatives with general expertise on certain topics, and the bill lays out what those topics are. The bill provides the official members may not receive compensation, but the 3 appointed representatives receive the same compensation and expense reimbursements as is paid to members of the legislature for their interim duties. The bill provides requirements for applications for the use of matching funds from the Community Sustainability Investment Fund. The bill provides for review of applications by the West Virginia Development Office. The bill establishes that the Community Sustainability Investment Board has the authority to approve matching grants from Community Sustainability Investment Fund. The bill provides for a review and audit of expenditures by the Development Office. Finally, the bill provides that on or before July the 2nd of 2020, the Joint Committee of Government and Finance shall conduct a performance review on this pilot program. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the senator from Greenbrier.
I agree with the senator from Berkeley. I think it's a good bill.
Further discussion? Not the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 294 relating to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 333 requiring all DHHR licensed facilities access West Virginia Controlled Substances Monitoring Program database. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 333 would make amendments and changes in the Controlled Substances Act in Article 9, which is the Controlled Substances Monitoring Article. And so the specific changes are amendments to 3 sections, sections 4, 5, and 5A, and the addition of a new section, which is designated as Section 9. So there are a couple important aspects of this, all related to controlled substances monitoring. The first substantive changes are in the first section I mentioned, that's Section 4, and it relates to the reporting of overdoses. And that's overdoses from illicit or prescribed medications. So it requires that now, and that is Board of Pharmacy. In Section 5, that's a section that addresses who can access the database. And so there's an amendment here, and we're allowing the dean of any medical school or his or her designee located in a state to access the prescribed level data to monitor for the prescribing practices of faculty members. So that's not down to the patient level, but it's to the practitioner level, and so deans of medical schools can review the prescribing practices of the faculty who are working for them. The bill also allows OFLAC access to the database, and there's in section, let's see, there's some additional requirements with respect to when physicians have to check the database. Here it is. And it says that physicians will be required to check the database when they're prescribing pain relieving controlled substances for chronic management of pain, non-malignant pain, but who are not suffering from a terminal disease. And then the new section allows the Board of Pharmacy to designate drugs of concern. So that would be additional medications or compounds that would have to go into the database when those are being prescribed. Be happy to try to answer questions, Mr. President. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise in support of the bill. It does a lot of important stuff here, as the chair so eloquently pointed out, but a lot of times these patients come back and when they've had an overdose, things like that, and we don't know it, it makes it tough to weed out the guys that are needing these medicines for the right reasons, and I strongly urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion, the senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of the bill, but I want to just put a word of caution out there that we may be getting on a slippery slope here, because the more people that access this pharmacy monitoring program, the more chance there is for nefarious things to happen, targeting people, etc. This is very closely protected information. At the same time, I think this tool in the toolbox that we did today is a good thing, but I just worry that there is a potential slippery slope where this gets into the examining room of the physician, and it can affect the doctor-patient relationship. Further, members of the body, we've passed an omnibus bill that deals with our prescribing habits, our education requirements. The number of opioids being prescribed in West Virginia is tremendously less than it was just 3 years ago. So we as prescribing physicians are indeed cutting back on what we prescribe, and we're getting rid of pill mills. At the same time, there are people out there that are hurting. One of the most common reasons people present to the physician's office is because of pain. There's really only about 2 or 3 kinds of pain medicine we have. One is Tylenol, not very effective. The other ones are the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs that are somewhat effective for musculoskeletal pains like the ibuprofens and the naproxens, etc. But they cannot be used frequently in our senior patients or anybody that has chronic disease, cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, diabetes. So the only other pills we have left, or only other class of medicines we have left, are the opioids or the opioid agonists. So, realize that all these efforts that we're doing them because of what appears to be all this great amount of drug overdoses and things. At the same time, we have cut down on the amount of opioids that we prescribe. The number of drug overdoses are going higher and higher. So you push in here and it might come out over here. So let's be careful not impact that doctor-patient relationship. Let us decide based on who is a good candidate for opioids. Let's not get too involved in the doctor-patient relationship. And I do worry about a slippery slope potential here, but I also urge passage of this bill.
Further discussion. Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 343 relating to transportation network companies. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill establishes a criminal offense for the transportation network company driver who solicits rides from potential customers or who occupies a designated cab stand. A transportation network company is a company such as Uber. Anyone in violation of either prohibition is guilty of a misdemeanor and upon a conviction shall be fined $25 for the first offense and fined $50 for the second or subsequent offense. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 369, permitting surface owners purchase mineral interests when interest becomes tax lien. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The engrossed Senate Bill 369 now, after the strike and insert amendment yesterday was adopted by the body, adds a new procedure in the process involved in the sale of lands for tax liens. The mechanics of the bill are it amends 5 different sections of the West Virginia Code, and it writes or would insert in the code 4 new sections, all of them in Chapter 11A, Article 3, which is the article which addresses the sale of tax liens and non-entered, escheated, and waste and unappropriated lands. And so the amended sections are sections 19, 21, 52, 54, and 56, and the new sections be designated 23A, 23B, 58A, and 58B. And if this bill becomes law, it enters into our law a new concept. And here's what it is. I'll walk you through a little bit of the process for sale of tax liens on lands where the taxes are delinquent. I think all the members know that every November, the sheriff of every county conducts an auction, a sale, after public notice of the tax liens on real estate, interest in real estate when the taxes haven't been paid. And under the normal process, there's the purchaser, the owner of the property, or various other people, lien holders, have a right to redeem it from a tax sale purchaser, and that right of redemption continues through the entire next year to basically April 1st of the year after that. What this bill will allow to happen is if the property is not redeemed by the owner or a person who otherwise has the right to redeem, if it's a sale of the tax lien on mineral interests, the surface owner has a right to step into the shoes of the tax sale purchaser and acquire the mineral interests that were sold. And it works in reverse. If it was an ownership interest in the surface that was sold for non-payment of taxes, then an owner of mineral interest has a right to step into the shoes of a tax sale purchaser and buy that which was sold. And in both cases, the owner of the severed estate would have, the bill requires what they have to pay to the tax sale purchaser. And it's essentially everything the tax sale purchaser paid, and then that number again, or $3,000, whichever's less. So the tax sale purchaser is protected and gets a guaranteed return on his or her investment if that happens to him or her. But this allows, in what I think is a rather ingenious way, opportunities for some of these mineral and surface estates that have been severed to become joined together again. So I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 375 relating to rate and measure of severance taxes on certain natural resources. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 4th.
Mr. President, can we push this down one bill for the attorney to arrive? I don't think they're here.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the Senate's floor session from this morning.
The senator from Wayne.
Consent to further consideration of Senate Bill 375 be put at the foot of the bills on third reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. All right, further bills on third reading?
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 386, creating West Virginia Medical Cannabis Act.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 386 be moved to the foot of bills on second reading.
The senator from Ohio requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill 380, further consideration of Senate Bill 386 be deferred to the foot of bills on third reading. To the foot of bills on second reading. Is there objection? The senator from Boone seeks recognition.
Yes, sir. Thank you. In effect, if this goes to the bills for the bills on second reading, the bill's dead. Is that right? Is it for the bills on third reading or second reading? Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Restate the motion, or the unanimous request from the senator from Ohio is that further consideration of Senate Bill 386 be deferred to the foot of bills on second reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The senator from Cabell.
I don't know. I'm trying to pay as close attention as closely as I can, and I don't know what you just said. Could you repeat it? Just want to make sure we're okay. Well, thank you.
The gentleman's point, just to let you know, the further consideration of this bill will occur today. Will occur today at the foot of bills on second reading.
Thank you.
Further bills on third reading?
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 399, prohibiting political subdivisions from enacting local ordinances regulating benefits employers provide to employees. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 399 makes amendments in the chapter regarding labor, and the article actually creates a new article in Chapter 21 of the Code, be Article 5I, and the article will be entitled Local Government Labor Regulatory Limitation Act. And the bill drafts and inserts in the code three new sections. The short title, which is the Local Government Labor Regulatory Limitation Act. Section 2 delineates prohibited areas of regulation. And what the bill would do is it would say that a local governmental entity, and that would be a municipality or county, is precluded from having ordinances or policies or regulations in specific areas. And those are regulating information an employer or a potential employer must request, require, or exclude on an application for employment from an employee or a potential employee. There's an exception there for background checks. B, requiring an employer to pay an employee a wage higher than the applicable state or federal minimum law requires. C, requiring an employer to pay an employee a wage or fringe benefit based on wage and fringe benefits prevailing generally in the locality. D, regulating work stoppages or strike activities. E, requiring an employer to provide to an employee paid or unpaid leave time. F, requiring an employer or its employees to participate in any educational apprenticeship or apprenticeship training program that is not required by state or federal law. And G, regulating hours and scheduling that an employer is required to provide to employees. There's an exception for that and does allow a municipality to regulate the hours businesses may operate. Now, Section 3 provides exceptions. So the first exception is for agreements that are voluntarily entered into prior to the effective date of this article. B, ordinances, regulations, policies adopted prior to the effective date of this article that would be prohibited under Section 2, those are void upon the effective date of the article. That makes that clear. Subsection C makes it clear that the provisions of this do not apply to a political subdivision's own employees. So the employees of a city or of a county, it's a prohibition on actions a local government can take with respect to private employers. And this final subsection says that nothing in the article is designed to prohibit a local political body, political subdivision from complying with the West Virginia Drug and Alcohol-Free Workplace Act or other similar drug and alcohol policies, and testing of a political subdivision's vendors in that arena. Be happy to try to answer questions, Mr. President. Otherwise, urge passage of this bill.
Further discussion? The senior senator from the 16th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Would the Senator from Morgan yield to a question?
Does the Senator yield?
Absolutely.
Senator does yield.
Senator, I just want to make sure I understand this. So are we taking local control of these things away? Because these are things that are already done at the local level. Are we now taking those away?
No, I wouldn't adopt that characterization of it. These are things that traditionally have never been regulated by local governments. I don't know, I believe I can say with some clarity and certainty that there is no local municipality in this state that has a minimum wage that's different from the state or federal minimum wage. These are regulatory issues that have always been handled by the state government or the federal government. So, same with prevailing wages. That was handled under state law until we repealed it. Now, after we repealed the state prevailing wage law, there was one county of which I'm aware that apparently put a policy in place that said it's going to keep a prevailing wage policy for contractors that do work for that particular county, and this does preempt that. Although, in my opinion, it had no legal effect anyway. It was just a sort of a showpiece done by the county commission of that county to make a statement, a political statement about the action of this legislature in repealing the state's prevailing wage. But the answer to your question is no, sir. We're not undoing any effective ordinances of which I'm aware. What we're saying, however, is in case someone else, some other local municipality or county would say, we're going to, for the first time ever, wade into this area or arena and start making regulations that heretofore have been unheard of at a local level, we're saying the field's preempted. You cannot do that.
Well, I'm no lawyer, but I can read, and the title itself says, Prohibiting Political Subdivisions, which would be our counties and municipalities, from enacting local ordinances regulating benefits of employers provide to employees. I mean,
That's
to me, the title itself says it's prohibiting our political subdivisions from enacting local ordinances.
It does prohibit it.
So,
and your question to me
so
was,
it sounds like
your question was, which I'd be happy to try to answer again, was, are we taking away something that they do or can do? And my answer is the same. No, we're not. That implies would imply that it's something that they've been doing legally heretofore, and that's not the case. And I will say again, I'm not aware of any city in this state that has adopted a minimum wage for private sector employees working within the city that is different from the state or federal minimum wage.
okay, so why are we doing the bill if it's not necessary?
Oh, I believe it is necessary because it's necessary for this reason. It is important, I think, in terms of making West Virginia attractive to employers as a place to do business, that we have uniform rules like that for employers who might do business in multiple places. Now, you know, on the West Coast, it's gone differently. In some cities on the West Coast, I think Seattle was mentioned during our committee debates, has set its own minimum wage that's different than the minimum wage of that state. But it was the judgment and determination of the Judiciary Committee and I guess the prior committee that considered and reported this bill, that in West Virginia, wage and hour rules should be uniform across the state. And employers should not have to be in a situation where they have one minimum wage in, you know, Hedgesville and a different minimum wage in Berkeley Springs and a prevailing wage rule in Jefferson County and a different one in Hampshire County. Uniformity is the objective here, and this state has laws that the legislature has enacted regarding minimum wage. We have a minimum wage law that applies to every private sector worker in West Virginia that's essentially not covered by federal minimum wage laws. And we took, as in this body, the bold step last year to repeal the prevailing wage rule that had been on the books for a long time that was costing the taxpayers of this state enormous sums of money. And we want those policies to have a full opportunity to have the beneficial effect that we expect for them to have for the future of West Virginia.
But Senator, you would agree with me that the cost of living isn't equal across the state. The cost of actually living or cost of sustaining yourself is different in different sections of the state. Would you not agree?
I would assume that. I would assume that it could be, different in different neighborhoods within a single county or around a single city.
Well, I don't think you would assume it. You should know it. I mean, part of your district is representing Berkeley County, and you can't say that it doesn't cost more to live in Berkeley County than it does in other parts of the state, or Jefferson County, or even Morgan County. So, as far as the equality of things, it costs more to live in our district than it does in others, but then we want to make sure that the wages are the same.
What this bill does is it prohibits counties, which I don't think they have any authority under the law now anyway for that, or municipalities from setting minimum wages or prevailing wage rules that are different from state law. That's correct. And I do believe that's good policy.
Well, and so you're admitting that we are prohibiting local control over these things in order for them to set policies to attract and retain talent and employees to their area. Because it costs more in some sections than some parts of the state than others.
To my good friend from Berkeley County, what I'd say to you is that is within the bailiwick and province of an employer. An employer can pay his or her employees whatever he chooses, or he or she chooses, or whatever he or she believes he needs to expend and offer as a wage to attract and retain the talent that business desires. What this says is simply that a municipal government or a county government cannot set that number for a private sector employer.
And you just said that you don't think they can do it anyhow.
I said that I don't think counties can do it anyhow. There may be some authority, and it hasn't been tested legally because I'm not aware of any municipality having done it. But to me, that's another reason to do this legislation right now, if no municipality has done it, to clarify before there's a whole bunch of litigation on this question, whether or not they can do it, to clarify that they cannot do it under home rule authority or some such.
But it appears that it looks like that, once again, Charleston is trying to dictate to our municipalities and our counties what they can and can't do. And this bill clearly says it's prohibiting our counties and our cities from enacting local ordinances.
That's true.
Why are we involved in the local ordinances? Why not let them enact their own ordinances and tend to our own business?
I know the senator doesn't like my answer, but it is my answer. I will give it again. I think it is good policy for the state of West Virginia to have uniformity across the entire state on these questions. Minimum wage, prevailing wage, that sort of thing. I don't think it's good policy for the city of Martinsburg to say every employer in the city has to pay a $20 an hour minimum wage. I don't think that would be good policy, and I'm perfectly comfortable with the complete preemption of municipal authority in that arena.
Well, and Senator, there's much more to that bill than what you just pointed out. So there's much more that you're prohibiting them to do than the example you used.
Well, yes, we're prohibiting cities or counties from adopting policies that waste taxpayer money with prevailing wage policies or ordinances. You know, we had strong debate on that last year, and this legislature made the correct decision to eliminate the prevailing wage law. So yes, there is more, but I contend that it's all good policy necessary to poise this state for future economic development, future growth that we so desperately need here. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm just going to say, and just very briefly, this is hypocritical. I mean, we keep saying we want to give more local control, and this is an example of a bill that takes away local control. And so, again, this is the hypocrisy that's in this body, and I just want to unveil it to show, because we're going to be talking about other bills where we're trying to say we're giving more local control, and this is a counter to that aspect. So, Mr. President, I just want to demonstrate that to you.
Further discussion? The senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I want everybody to think about how every county commission in the state feels right now. You know, this body is so schizophrenic. Sometimes we yell freedom and local control. This bill takes that away. I mean, it goes far beyond just wages, which I think they should be able to set whatever parameters they deem necessary. They're getting elected by their local people. But it also cuts out education and apprenticeships. You know, I know in Harrison County, we used education and apprenticeships to give young people and people who were looking for work an opportunity to get in a career and find new work. You know, many of our contractors up there have those programs as part of their daily policies and procedures. But we're going to cut that out. But most importantly, it prevents elected officials from carrying out their will. And they're the ones that are elected. If the local citizens don't like them putting a requirement of an apprenticeship on a particular contractor, then they can vote them out. They can't vote all of us out. But let's just figure out whether we're for local control or we're only for local control when it benefits us and our political agenda. Because if we're for local control, you have to vote against this bill. Every county commissioner in the state will be watching to see if we take some of their power and some of their authority away on this very bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 22 yeas, 12 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 402 relating to covenants not to compete between physicians and hospitals. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 402 reported from the Committee on the Judiciary creates a new article in the code. It would be designated as Article 11E and embedded within Chapter 47 of the code, containing 5 sections. The new article is called the Physicians Freedom of Practice Act. So the first section of that includes definitions of relevant terms, which are contract, covenant not to compete, employer, person, physician. Section 2 creates a limitation on contractual provisions in a physician's employment contract. And it says that a covenant not to compete contained within a physician's employment contract is limited to 1 year in duration, and 2, 30 road miles from the physician's primary place of residence, primary place of practice with the employer. And subsection B makes clear the covenant not to compete is going to be void and unenforceable upon the termination of the physician's employment. There are other provisions in here which make it clear that nothing in this article affects the enforceability of other provisions of a contract which might relate to repayment of a loan, signing bonuses, recruiting, training expenses, non-disclosure provisions, liquidated damages, etc. There are some exemptions to the prohibition which are set forth in Section 4, and hang on a second. Section 5 makes it clear that the provisions of this act would be applicable only to contracts entered into, modified, renewed, or extended on or after July 1st of this year. So there's no effort in this bill, not that we could, even if we wanted to, but the bill makes it clear that this doesn't affect the enforceability of the provisions of any existing contracts. Mr. President, be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge the bill's passage.
Further discussion, the junior senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I just rise in support of the bill. This was a hard-worked bill. It was a good compromise. Effectively, all we're trying to do is, it's so daggone difficult to get physicians in West Virginia, and more physicians in the number of 50% or so are now employed, and if for some reason they just can't tolerate having that employer, essentially all we were doing was pushing them out of the state. If you take, for example, WVU, if they pushed a non-compete, for example, many of these may say from any of our facilities, so basically the northern half of the state you couldn't work. This simplifies things. It makes it reasonable that if a physician that's ground here, they want to stay in West Virginia, continue to take care of our citizens. It's a compromise where they can travel, try to find some other employment for a 30-mile radius, but keep their home, their kids in school, continue to take care of patients in the community. So I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 31 yeas, 3 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 406 relating to generic drug products. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 406 amends a single section of the West Virginia Code. It's a section in Chapter 30, Article 5, and it's Section 12B. Article 5 of Chapter 30 relates to pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, pharmacy interns, and pharmacies. And this is a bill that the statute that relates to generic drug pricing that the Judiciary Committee considered. And what it says now in the form that we have it before us in the committee substitute is that if a pharmacist substitutes a drug pursuant to the provisions of this section, and the section deals generally with generic drugs, the patient shall receive the savings which shall be equal to the difference in acquisition cost of the product prescribed and the acquisition cost of the substituted product, provided that the subsection shall not apply if the patient is a covered individual, which is a defined term now in the bill, and that's somebody who is paying, basically we're talking about cash customers. So this bill will provide that cash customers retain the savings that arrive to and come as a result of the filling of a medication with a generic as opposed to a brand drug. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Ohio moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 409 relating generally to 2017 Tax Reform Act. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The Senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 409 is a significant changes in our tax code in order to create some pro-growth, and I'll go through some of those changes here. The bill repeals certain procedures to be followed when increased appraised values of property will result in increased tax revenues, and that relates to the way some of our counties have suffered as property taxes have increased over the years, and then with the economic downturn, they're not able to recover some of those tax increases due to some current language in the law, and this revises that. The bill reduces the 5% severance tax on coal production beginning on July 1, 2017 in 5 equal annual steps to 2.5% and leaves in place the 1% and 2% thin seam severance tax rates the same. On October 1, the rates of the consumer sales and service tax and of the use tax increased to 7%. On October 1, unprepared food becomes subject to the sales and use taxes at the rate of 3.5%. The current exemptions for consumer sales and service tax and use tax are eliminated for delivered newspapers, funeral embalming services, hair, skin, manicure services, non-medical personal care services, telecommunication services, solid waste disposal services, electronic data processing services, educational summer camp tuition, health and fitness club memberships, primary opinion research services, transportation of passengers and interstate commerce, music instruction and artistic performance admissions, and travel agency fees are repealed. And in addition, the half rate on sales of mobile homes is brought up to the full rate. On January 1, 2018, the bill provides for 3 tax brackets of the personal income tax, shrinking that down from 5. Those tax brackets will be 1.85% for income up to $20,000, 3.65% for income between $20,000 and $35,000, and 5.45% for income over $35,000. The brackets for married individuals are also adjusted accordingly so that it's 1.85% on $10,000, 3.65% for 10 to 17.5, and 5.45% on income over 17.5. The bill also provides that in any tax year following the end of any fiscal year for which $50 million in the combined collections of the consumer sales and service and use tax exceed $1.8 billion, the rates in each of the income tax brackets of the personal income tax shall be reduced by 0.1%, and that once all 3 rates are 0%, the personal income tax is repealed. And on January 1, 2017, the bill provides for a low-income senior citizen tax credit. The credit can be for up to $200 per year per senior. That amount will be reviewed annually by the legislature to determine if it should be increased. Those are the general provisions of the bill, and I'll be happy to answer questions. Urge adoption.
Further discussion, the Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I rise in opposition to this bill. The gentleman is correct, and it does make substantial changes to tax law in a time that this state is in budget deficit. I think it further muddies the waters. We had, I believe, extensive discussion in the Finance Committee, and I'm surprised that the Finance Chairman is not presenting this bill on the floor, although he did vote against it in the Finance Committee. You know, when we look at the crux of this particular bill, it was portrayed to us that in the next fiscal year there will be a gain, a windfall in this particular piece of legislation. But in the outbound years, it's certainly going to be negative, and we heard from, I believe it was Mike Carl, the the attorney that was hired by the Tax Reform Committee that says that he hopes the economy turns around in the outbound years and subsequently that gap would be filled in. But, you know, it's just like betting on a come. We can't, there was nothing guaranteed. And then we heard from economists from WVU who was asked several questions and said that he couldn't give the particular answers because it would take time to formulate. I think that this bill is just a hybrid of Senate Bill 335, which certainly died an agonizing death. And I think this bill here is just trying to put, you know, cosmetics on the same pig. I would suggest to the members of this body that we would further complicate the issue of formulating a budget if we went and voted for this, and I would ask the members of this body to reject this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. The senior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's obvious that this particular piece of legislation has had some notice on the part of people. They've watched it. I got a couple things to say. First of all, in speaking to the sponsor of the bill or communicating today, that he has agreed that since this is not the final destination of this piece of legislation, and in my 22 years here before, I've had to do this before, and that is to support something that wasn't quite in the language that I would have liked it, full well knowing that not necessarily trust, I don't know what the right word is to use, but, and I'll make a few comments about this in further explanation in a minute, but it would continue to stay alive for a couple of reasons. First of all, had the chairman not agreed that things like half rate on mobile homes and certain other exemptions is not something that he has a lot of passion for, nor apparently his committee, that those things would be removed in the process. We could stop, write amendments, and do that here. You know, it would be time consuming. But knowing my conversation with folks on the other side, there's not a lot of interest in those exemptions being removed, and they've just gone through struggles with trying to remove exemptions in their bill, which died on the floor yesterday, or died somewhere over there yesterday. So it's not in its final position. Secondly, our rule says that after today, the only bills that we can pass as an originating body would be the budget bill, bills relating to salaries, like the salary bill we have in our possession, and special appropriations. So after today, if we don't take action and move a bill to the House that's got the potential for revenue in dealing with our budget, which is what this does, and should it die here, there is one other bill on our calendar which was dealt with yesterday in the House and it failed, then we would be left, Mr. President, without the potential at all in this session, either House, for a revenue measure at all. So that's a procedural reason why I'm going to go ahead and support this. Obviously, there are things in here that I would like to rethink. I admit, in the committee process, I did feel like that, you know, we got this late in finance and it was a struggle to get information, and I would concede that point, and had a high level of discomfort in that. I don't like to do a committee that way, but so I'm in an awkward spot today, and that is to support this bill, to keep the process moving. It's not in perfect position. I've had agreements from the sponsor that certain things that I find extremely contentious and actually not good public policy would be removed in the process, would not vote for this bill if it came back with them. But given the nature of how we have to do things and by our rules, then I think my explanation is that I'm going to support continuing this bill in the process so that we'll have something to work on in the future relative to our budget particularly.
For what purpose, Senator? For Marion seek recognition.
Would the gentleman yield the chairman of finance?
Senator yield. Senator does yield.
Yes.
To my good friend, you know, I realize the predicament you're in. We need a vehicle, but, you know, we also have another bill on third reading committee substitute for 484, which is the governor's general taxation bill. Why can't we use that bill as the vehicle and then?
Well, first of all, that's a bill that actually takes money from highways and brings it to the general revenue. I'm uncertain, in the past, when I brought this bill to the floor, it's been contended against. And so I'm uncertain that the body will actually pass that bill. Secondly, as it was this same bill was on the House of Delegates floor yesterday and it was defeated. So I'm uncertain of its future over there, but I would concede the point that should it pass, it would be another vehicle. I'm just nervous about whether or not that bill has any future either in this body or that body.
Well, it certainly makes me nervous to, pass out here Senate Bill 409.
It does me too, sir, but I think I've explained myself. So.
Well, you very clearly have, and I certainly understand the predicament that you're in, but it would seem like the governor's bill would carry more weight if it's over to the House side, and they've had time to reconsider and, take a second look at it.
Can I answer your question with the question?
Certainly.
It will be an answer that you don't have to answer. Do you think a bill has a better chance with the governor's name on it or the senator from Upshire's name on it in the House?
Well, I would certainly put my money on the governor.
All right. Well, I'm uncertain about that. Thank you.
Further discussion? The senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to personally thank the Finance Chair for that explanation, because I was very torn on this. And personally, I'm very new to the political process, and I'm very surprised by the visceral attachment I get to some of these pieces of legislation, because I feel like if they move out of this chamber, that they start in an hour and they're mine and my name's on them, and so I'm very reluctant at times. But I think the Finance Chair explained that well. I mean, I believe in tax reform for this state, and I think that the senator from Upshire understands this concept quite well and has done a fine job, given the fact that we kind of rushed it through a couple committee hearings. And if in fact this starts the process of tax reform, even if it's not the final product, I think it could be a good thing. And thank you, Finance Chair, because I think you may have changed my mind.
Further discussion. The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise briefly in opposition to this bill. And I mean, I do acknowledge it is a vehicle to help with the budget, but I would say it's a broken down junk vehicle. And we should use a better vehicle to handle our budget situation. I mean, my concern with this bill every step of the way was that we were shifting tax burden from the upper income wealthy to the middle income and lower income people. And every time this bill came up in the committee, I asked our experts who were in committee to take that thought out of my mind, convince me that thought was incorrect, and they never did. They never did, because even though we've never got good numbers on what this would do to people in different income brackets, the experts that came before our committee, I think, believed that the net effect of this bill was going to be to shift tax burden from upper income people to middle and lower income people. And that's not the tax reform that I think is right for the people of this state. So I would encourage rejection of this bill.
Further discussion. The senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will quote the wise senator from Kanawha from the other day. It's good to be rich. And that's what this is. And this room is full of smart people and well-intentioned people. However, this is a regressive tax structure. It's the old trickle-down economics theory that's been rejected wholly around the country for decades. And, look at what we're doing to the people that can afford it the least. And I'm getting a look back from people like, there's Woelfel standing up with that tired old Democrat idea. But that's what it is. The food tax is regressive. Shifting the tax to a consumption tax is regressive. You don't have to graduate from the London School of Economics to know that. Everybody in here knows that. The first line of this bill, the first 2 or 3 paragraphs, cuts the tax on coal in half. Okay, I might support that. That may be a good long-term plan. But I think that tells us what we're doing here right off the bat. And you can dress it up and you can talk about it any way you'd like to, but it's regressive, it's unfair to the middle class, it undercuts the middle class, it undercuts more than anyone the working poor. Now, we can all beat up on those welfare moms. That's a good pastime. Let's go pick on them. That's fair. But the people that work at McDonald's, the people that work 2 jobs, the single mothers, really? Is that our plan? And I'll debate anybody, anytime, anywhere. If you want to tell me that this is not a regressive, undue burden on the people in our state that are working their best to jump up into the middle class. So I'll debate anybody on that. And you know it's true. Thank you.
Further discussion, the senator from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this. In 25 years of the legislature, of sitting on a committee all the way through this, I don't know that I've ever seen something move so much. From conceptual to this, and a lot of times we were asked to vote upon things without having real fiscal notes on amendments had just been made without something before us, and we allowed this process to move along. And I really don't know what reiteration of this bill it is, but let me just call it Carnage 7, because I think it is about to the 7th reiteration of a bill in the second bill. The first bill was so bad, we wouldn't even take it up. Now we've gone through a whole process, and if we're going to say this is the vehicle for us to be able to get what we should have already been doing, what we've already should have gone through our process in the Senate, and this is going to be our vehicle, then we've gone a long way south in the way that we used to run this place. Thank you.
Further discussion, the senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to rise in support of this piece of legislation, and I want to remind everyone listening in and the members of our body here, I think it's fair to say that more consideration has been made on this piece of legislation than any other piece of legislation that we have considered this year. The Select Committee on Tax Reform began 18 months prior to the start of this legislative session. We have heard from more experts on this topic than any other topic we've considered. We've heard from economists both in our state and around the country. We've heard numerous times from our own tax department. No further consideration could be given to a piece of legislation as this one. Now, I will agree that throughout this process, this piece of legislation has changed multiple times. I think that's appropriate. I think it should have changed multiple times as we receive feedback from the various entities and groups that will be affected by it. And I commend the chairman of the Tax Reform Committee for his tireless efforts on trying to perfect this piece of legislation. And I just want to remind everybody what we heard over the course of those 18 months, for anybody that wasn't on the Select Committee on Tax Reform, time and time again, was that reducing the income tax is the single greatest driver from a tax policy standpoint for economic growth. If you read national articles from around the country, the states who are succeeding are the ones that have taken this path from a tax policy standpoint. We are in constant competition with our neighbors, not just surrounding us, but all across the country. And I think this is a tremendous step in the right direction. And I will remind everybody also that this income tax reduction is an income tax reduction for all levels of income across the board. Everyone will experience income tax reduction for this. And to take that a step further, I'll remind everyone that yesterday we adopted an amendment that applied a tax credit for those on a fixed income. So in the last Finance Committee hearing we had on this bill, there was a lot of concern raised by my colleagues, and appropriately so, about how this will impact our seniors who are on a fixed income. Those concerns were heard yet again, as they have been throughout this entire process, and we adopted that fixed income tax credit. Taking bold steps is never easy, but doing it with evidence-based, an evidence-based approach is the right approach, I believe, and I think this is going to be one of the most significant impacts that we can make for the future of the state of West Virginia. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Before I recognize the senator from Upshur to close debate. Senator from Upshur, close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I've heard a few different things here, and I think that it brings to mind a few important points that I think maybe were completely missed or ignored, and so I want to touch on a couple of things first related to the revenue from this. When we started the Finance Committee hearing, and I was in the member of the audience at that time, and the first year's revenue showed positive 60 million roughly, the second year negative 86 million. That was addressed in that very same Finance Committee. The rates were adjusted on the income tax level by an amount that, according to WVU, economists raised an additional $170 million a year, which is more than enough to offset that deficit in the second year and the out years, but apparently that part was missed. You know, this plan has moved around quite a bit, as was noted by the senator from Wayne, I believe. I don't think it's moved around any more than the governor's plan has moved around, with one significant and I think very important difference is that every step of the way, those changes have been noted and recorded and published for public review in our system. So that contrasts with a moving around that no one's been able to follow because it's not written down anywhere. Now, just throwing those kind of things aside for a second, I'd like to talk a little bit about what the senator from Ohio just mentioned, and that is the approach of this from the very beginning has been an evidence-based approach. This is kind of a short list of some of the various peer-reviewed studies, articles, and so on that I've used as I have gone through this process, and I'd like to just touch on a few points out of a few of these. Out of the Journal of Accountancy, a quote here from Alan Greenspan, and some of you guys may remember Alan Greenspan. He's a long-serving member of in fact, chair of the Federal Reserve, appointed by Ronald Reagan, reappointed by Bill Clinton, reappointed by George W. Bush. And what he says here is, as you know, many economists believe that a consumption tax would be best from the perspective of promoting economic growth, particularly if one were designing a tax system from scratch, because a consumption tax is likely to encourage savings and capital formation. Now, the entire drive of 409 is to help West Virginia transition into a growth mode, moving more from an income tax-based approach to more of a consumption tax-based approach. What is probably considered by most people to be the best chairman of the Federal Reserve, maybe ever, backs that up. He says this seems to be the right approach. Another Federal Reserve economist, in this case, by the name of Alan Garner, says most economists believe that switching to a consumption tax would increase savings and real output per person over the long run, although studies differ on the size of the effects. And he also notes that switching to a consumption tax requires short-run economic adjustments. He's not saying it's going to be easy. He's saying it's going to be the right thing to do. Most economists, he says, say that's the right thing to do. And in fact, what he says is that most research suggests that switching from the current federal, in this case he's talking about federal, to a consumption tax would raise real GDP in the long run. And in the long run, the real change in output from switching to a broad-based consumption tax was 1.7% to 7.5% more growth. So this is a country that has 2% to 3% growth. He's saying it could add another 25 to 200 or 300% more growth over the long term. Consumption taxes and redistribution. A lot of times The question was raised about, well, consumption tax is not progressive, it's regressive. This is by Isabel Correa, and it's out of the American Economic Review, 2010. In this article, I show that the adoption of a flat consumption tax not only increases efficiency, but it also reduces inequality. So, not every economist agrees, in fact, many don't agree that a consumption tax is somehow regressive. A balanced budget rules in aggregate instability, the role of consumption taxes. The possibility, let's see, of endogenous aggregate instability caused by income tax is reduced if combined with a consumption tax rates that adjust for it. The death of the income tax, a progressive consumption tax and the path to fiscal reform by Daniel Goldberg out of Oxford. That's near the London School of Economics, I think. And where he says the problem is the income tax is broken in the first book that he wrote on the subject, and part 2 is the solution, a progressive consumption tax. I don't think he's coming at that from the approach of a right-winger. It just happens that economists all arrive at the same solution or the same conclusions. The Economic Journal here, this is the Royal Economic Society also, I believe. Lucas, 1990, provides a very clear exposition of the view that capital income should not be taxed, at least in the long run, because such taxation reduces investment and therefore growth. He illustrates this theoretical conclusion with a simulation for the U.S. that suggests that eliminating capital income taxation would increase long-run consumption by 7%. That's economic growth. An idea of the possible magnitude of these differences is given in the estimate of a GDP per capita shift of 1% of tax revenues from income tax to consumption tax would increase the long-term GDP by 0.25% to 1% in the long run. 1%, by the way, is roughly what we're talking about shifting in this particular bill. And there's a lot more in that particular piece that I could quote, but I'm not going to take all day on this. My point is that many of the economists that have studied this come from the left side of the aisle and the right side of the aisle. There's universal agreement, or almost universal agreement, that a consumption tax does not necessarily have to be regressive in the way it's structured, that it does cause growth if you move away from an income tax into a consumption tax. There's no question about that. You know, one of the concerns that people raise is the regressiveness in West Virginia, and what I would suggest to you is that if you're a poor person without a job, everything is regressive. If you're a poor person with a job, having to pay sales tax when you have a job that you've not had before because you couldn't get because the economy wouldn't produce jobs, I think everyone is better off when they have a job. I think everything is less regressive when more people are employed. And the idea that this is a disproven economic theory around the country, what I would say is, if that were the case, why are the states that are the most successful, the ones that are growing the fastest, the ones that have moved away from a consumption tax approach, or to a consumption tax approach away from an income tax approach? Again and again, you can look at Texas and Florida and Washington State and Alaska and Nevada that I've talked about on the floor here before. These are all states that have moved in this direction, and they all have booming economies where people who want a job can find a job. In fact, the reason why our population is shrinking is because our kids are leaving to go to the states that you say are regressive, but for some reason they want to be there because there's where the jobs are. So I would encourage the members to support Senate Bill 409. It doesn't mean that this is an easy transition for the state of West Virginia, but it's a transition that if we don't make this transition, we know our future because it looks just like our past. So, again, I urge adoption.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine, and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 22 yeas, 12 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Carnes moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. The senator from
That was the debate about the Tax Reform Act this morning on the Senate floor. We're going to fast forward through the Senate now and take you to the debate this afternoon about a perennial bill at the legislature. This is debate on Senate Bill 549, allowing individuals at least 21 or older to operate or ride a motor vehicle without a helmet. Back to the Senate from earlier this afternoon.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 549, allowing individuals at least 21 or older operate or ride motorcycle without helmet. Third reading of the bill.
question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 549, the engrossed bill now, in a one-sentence description would be to say that it allows people to ride motorcycles without helmets on the highways of the state of West Virginia. There's a few other aspects to it. It amends a single section of the code, that's West Virginia Code Chapter 17C, Article 15, Section 44. And it strikes the language that prohibits people from riding motorcycles without a helmet. It says that if a person is 21 years of age or older, then he is not required to wear a helmet if he or she, 1, has had a motorcycle license or endorsement for 5 years, 2, has medical payments coverage in the minimum amount of $15,000 or the maximum amount available from his insurance company, whichever is less, and 3, has health insurance. And the bill provides in subsection G that the commissioner will have rulemaking authority to develop for legislative approval rules regarding the implementation of subsection F, the requirements of that. There is a fine in subsection H for a person who violates the law, and first offense is a fine of not less than $100 no more than $500. For a second conviction, the fine is not less than $100 no more than $1,000, or imprisonment for not more than 15 days, or both fine and imprisonment. So, and my reading of that is that the imprisonment is available only on a second offense conviction, not a first offense. And this exempts auto cycles, which is how all this sort of got started. Be happy to try to answer questions, otherwise urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion. The senator from Cabell County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to address Senate Bill 549, which of course is otherwise known as the Organ Donor Act of 2017. We spent a lot of time discussing this in the Judiciary Committee, and I was inspired by the words of the senator from Wetzel. He hit the nail right on the head, excuse the pun, when it comes to the unfunded medical bills and expenses that come along with a head injury from somebody riding out there, they're in a horrible accident, and they sustain major head injuries. So freedom is not free. Freedom has a price, and that price will be borne out by the citizens, the taxpayers of our state, for all the medical bills and other related expenses, long-term care, lost wages, for those folks that are injured out here without a helmet. And I urge that this bill be defeated.
Further discussion. Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to this bill. States that have passed bills that allow people to ride without a motorcycle helmet. The very next year, they note a significant increase in the number of deaths. That alone should make us consider not voting for this. Even though there's not that many motorcycles compared to cars, the number of motorcycle accidents account for 20% of all motor vehicle accidents. In 2014, there were 4,586 motorcyclist fatalities. Deaths have subsequently topped 5,000. It is estimated that the number of lives saved by using a DOT-compliant motorcycle helmet, as well as a potential number of lives that could have been saved by 100% helmet use, that's been estimated. The study showed that 1,630 lives were saved because of motorcyclists wearing helmets. In addition, an additional 715 lives could have been saved if all motorcyclists had worn a helmet. So it's estimated that 41% of fatally injured motorcyclists in 2013 were not wearing a helmet. I want to talk to you just a little bit about the economic costs to further talk about what the senator from Cabell was saying. The NHTSA estimates the economic costs associated with motorcycle crashes, which represent tangible losses resulting from a crash and the value of resources that are used to restore the crash victim to their pre-crash physical and financial status. These costs include the medical care, lost productivity, legal and court costs, insurance administrative costs, workplace costs, travel delay, property damages. The comprehensive costs are made up of these economic costs plus the estimated cost associated with the loss of quality of life. A total of 4,381 motorcyclists died in 2013. After adjusting for inflation, that economic cost to society for each motorcyclist fatality was $1.48 million, and the comprehensive cost for each motorcycle fatality was $9.7 million. You know, we talk about rights, and it is fun to roll down the highway with the wind in your hair or on your scalp for us that don't have as much hair. But again, we feel like we have a right to that. But folks, again, this is the right to die, and I hope we defeat this bill.
Further discussion. The senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a mother of 5 and someone who does not ride a motorcycle, I have to tell you that this bill, really concerns me. It is something that I would never, ever consider myself doing. I have a father who rides a motorcycle and 2 brothers, and I certainly would hope they would always wear a helmet. But on the other hand, I have to say that we cannot prevent people from making dumb decisions. And one of the duties as a legislator and as citizens is to allow people to live their lives doing what they think is best, not necessarily prohibiting everything that could possibly hurt you. And I do believe that people do have that right. This bill is about adults making the decision to ride with or without a helmet. And if they choose to make that decision, I don't think it is in my position to deny them that. In addition, it is really a pro-tourism bill because I have gotten many letters from folks who have said that they won't come through West Virginia as much as they love this state because of our helmet law. So for that reason, I am in support of this bill.
Further discussion. The senator from Wetzel County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my Senate colleague from Cabell County for his kind remarks. I too rise in opposition to this bill. And we talked in the committee about having $15,000 worth of insurance and numbers like that. With her permission, I shall tell you, my wife had a stroke this summer, which is not a catastrophic head injury, and her hospital bill was $169,000. If it had been a catastrophic injury, I have no idea what that might have been. Also, what if somebody hits that motorcyclist? I don't care if they've been riding for 50 years or 10 years or 6 months. That experience won't save them when somebody runs into that motorcyclist. And what is that going to cost? These numbers are far above the minimum insurance company, the insurance amounts that we have in the state of West Virginia. And as far as it being a personal freedom, I think that's great. But then let's treat all of those the same way. You have to wear a hard hat on the job. Let's do away with that. Coal miners have to wear a hard hat in the mine. Let's do away with that. And above all, West Virginia has a seatbelt law. Let's do away with that. I oppose this bill strongly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion, the senator from Marion County.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this morning we heard the majority leader talk to us about a particular bill, and he said that in his decision, obviously, he used best evidence. Well, a lot of times when I make a decision, you know, I go to the experts and I do the research and also look at best evidence. And I think the evidence that's out there right now is very clear. You know, when you go down the list of things that motorcycle helmets do to protect people from riders, and believe me, you know, one time I can remember in high school, I went to my dad and I said, I'd like to have a motorcycle. He said, sure, you want one? Go out and get a job and get one. Well, that's what I did. I went out and got a job and got one. To his surprise, I bought one of these things. He cringed from the day I bought that thing. I mean, I can't tell you, back then, you know, we couldn't afford the Harley Davidsons and the crotch rockets that you have now. We used to have those Yamaha rice burners and Hondas, and, you know, if you can go back that far and remember that. Well, anyway, you know, we didn't think much about wearing a helmet, but, you know, he was insistent. He said, you want to ride that death machine, you're going to have to wear a helmet. So I felt that obviously it was a hindrance to me. I had hair then, and I enjoyed the hair running through my scalp, but he was insistent and I wore the helmet. But when you look down the statistics and you look at the best evidence, it's very clear, ladies and gentlemen. More than 80,000 injuries in the U.S. from motorcycle crashes each year, with nearly 5,000 deaths. I'm going to tell you, and you know, how many near misses have you personally experienced? I mean, you can look at it, stop in an intersection, look left, look right, you look left, and obviously the support for the windshield and everything, a motorcycle gets lost. I've seen time again, cars pull out, motorcycle broadsides, and they say, I never saw it coming. You know, obviously they have to have their lights on now, and that may help. But when you look at the situation, older riders are more apt to have serious injuries, and half of the death are aged 40 and over. So maybe your reflexes aren't as good. You know, when you're younger, you're infallible and indestructible, and, you know, that could have some credence there. But when I look further down the data, helmets reduce risk of death by 37%. You know, when you hit an object with a motorcycle, you're like a spear going out there. Your head, you lead with your head. The first thing that you're going to crack is your skull. Riders without helmets have tripled the risk of traumatic brain injury in a crash. There's no question about that. And the thing that I've seen is states with helmet law see 90% compliance. You know, if you're required to have a helmet, you'll probably wear it. 90% is pretty good. States that don't have helmet laws, riders go without helmet. I'd say about, you know, more than 50%. The next, there was a study conducted, Mr. President, at WVU by Dr. Jeff Coburn. It was a 33-state study concerning helmets, and the conclusions, you know, were very clear. People with wearing helmets have fewer deaths after accidents, fewer traumatic brain injuries, decreased use of long-term facilities. That's the burden on the state. Usually, folks that get hurt in a motorcycle accident, you know, maybe they don't have adequate insurance, and who's going to end up taking care of it? The taxpayer of this state. So based upon my best evidence, Mr. President, I would hope that we would reject this bill.
Further discussion, the senator from Ohio County.
Senator from Marion, yield.
The senator from Marion yield. Senator does yield.
To my good friend, based on your newfound appreciation of evidence, would you like to reconsider your vote on the tax reform bill that we had earlier today?
I think, you know, I've looked at the evidence. Obviously, my evidence differs a little bit from you. Maybe you and I can get together. That'd be a first to sit down.
I'd love to see what you have.
Okay, and we'll compare our notes.
Discussion is on passage of Senate Bill 549. The senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I think this bill came out of judiciary looking like somebody forgot to put a helmet on it because it got pretty mangled in there. But I'm going to support this bill, not because I think it's in good shape in the form that it's in, but because when we do, we're going to send it over to the House. And I think there's a higher level of commitment over there to the personal freedom that this bill represents. And so I'm going to support this bill and hope they fix it up and send it back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion, the senator from Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in opposition of this bill in borderline massive opposition. Mostly because of hypocrisy. It bothers me. Hypocrisy bothers me in general. But we have personal freedoms, and we have personal freedoms. All right. Well, you know, a woman's right to choose. Some would consider a personal freedom, but I don't, because I care about the fetus. All right. Mandatory vaccination policy, some would consider a personal freedom, but I don't, because I believe in herd immunity after speaking to many experts. We have just the sheer hypocrisy of our having a seatbelt law and not a motorcycle helmet law, to me speaks that we care more about money than personal freedom. There's people that'll vote no to drink a glass of wine on Sunday at a distillery, but say you should have your motorcycle helmet on. And but to take it a step further, even with the healthcare dollars will go up. There's the state of Michigan has the best data. They got rid of their law 4 or 5 years ago, and they've just been studying it ever since. But even getting past the healthcare dollar part of this law, it's because they will. Then there'll be less money in that healthcare pool, okay, in general. But there's an unenforceable component of mandatory insurance. People lose their job every day, and their health insurance goes right with it. There's no dates on your insurance cards. It's in there to make it sound like we're thinking about it, and we are thinking about it. The problem is we just can't do anything about it because when someone wrecks on Friday after they lost their insurance on Monday and they go to the hospital, we take care of them. We will definitely take care of them, and then that's a drain on the healthcare system. But there's personal freedom. Like, is it really personal freedom if other people were affected? Like, I'm not an insurance guy. I've talked to a couple. The way they pool insurance and area, I do believe like mine, if I don't have a motorcycle, my car insurance may go up because of the choices of this body. Senator from Wetzel touched on the liability component. Like most people have accidents when they're younger. You can have an accident 20 miles an hour. If you hit your head wrong, you die. I have 3 kids who'll be driving in 5 years. God forbid they have to, kill somebody that may have had a broken wrist, which would have been the alternative. So these are real choices. I do believe that driving or riding a motorcycle is not a right. It's a privilege, and privileges come with restrictions. It's a, you know, my mother would be alive today if she had a helmet when she was riding her bike. And that's not why I'm speaking about this. She was 61. She was beautiful. She rode about 15 miles a day. And she didn't wear a helmet, and she didn't want to wear a helmet. And I told her to wear a helmet. That was her choice, and I respect it. But you know, she got hit by a truck, and she had not one mark on her body, but she died. Being the medical power of attorney, I told him to unplug that night, about 12 hours after the accident. And but that's okay. That was her choice. Okay, that didn't, other than the health care dollars, that didn't really affect anybody. That was riding a motorcycle. But this choice affects others. I do believe it's our responsibility to look out for everybody.
Thank you. Further discussion? The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to this bill. It's just a very bad idea in my opinion. You know, you talk about facts. The biggest elephant in the room is the budget, and we all come to the Capitol talking about everything should be focused on the budget and jobs. Well, I don't think anybody in the room agrees or disagrees that this is horrible in terms of the economic impact. You've heard several facts. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration estimated in 2002 that if all riders would just wear helmets, there would be a saving of $2.1 billion nationwide. So we have cut the budget, yet our expenditures are higher, and that's all because of medical inflation. So we're trying to do everything we can to correct our financial woes, yet we're turning around right here and doing something that we all know is going to significantly impact the economy, our state's economy. You look at whenever we consider some new law, everything we do, we'll look at our neighbors. What's our neighbors? What kind of experience have they had? Well, let's look at the experiences. In Arkansas, they had the bright idea to do this in 1997, and when they changed their law to allow the personal freedoms of somebody to take off a simple little helmet, their mortality increased by 166%. And then Florida came along a few years later in 2000. They said, hey, guys, it's bright, sunny Florida. Let's let you take your helmet off and see how you fare. Their mortality rose to 81%. Pennsylvania followed in 2003, and by 2005 also saw an increase of 65%. And then in more recent times, Michigan, which we've talked about several times, repealed their helmet law, and within 4 years saw a 460% increase in deaths. Now, I know we passed this law. You may have buddies that ride. You go down, you're over at Quaker State or something having dinner. You see some guys that are going to pat you on the back. Hey, thanks, Senator. Thanks for passing that. That's been a great thing for our state. But what I'm more concerned about, and I think most of us have family members. We all have, most of us have children. You go tuck them in, you kiss them goodnight. You go down, you flip on the news, and you see a big motorcycle crash with another guy dead. And what I think about is the little girls and boys that are laying there in their beds, and they don't have a mom and dad anymore because they decided, because of this helmet law, because we have encouraged, you certainly you can make changes in the law that certainly can discourage bad decisions. Keeping our helmet law would, I think, encourage a good decision. But you think about those little girls and boys that are laying there, wishing they had a mom or dad to tuck them in. And when you're sitting there after putting your kids in bed and you're laying there watching the TV and you're watching the news and another fellow West Virginian just died, see how good it feels to pat yourself on the back when you think, you know, maybe, just maybe, had I not pushed that button to allow that law, that guy would have kept his helmet on. That little girl boy still have his mom or dad here. So just think about that when you go to cast this vote, and I encourage rejection of this bill, please.
Further discussion. The senior senator from the 6th. Senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the senator from Cabell and Wetzel, your concerns about the increased health care coverage or cost, that's why I added health care coverage be provided by the rider. To the senators from Boone, Marshall, and the junior senator from the 17th, I'm not sure what's in the Hippocratic Oath, but I would hope that if it's not a part of it, that you would stand up against something that is a danger to your health, like alcohol or skydiving or anything else, that a person could get injured with. I realize that. It's not like the seatbelt law. If you're driving a car and you don't have your seatbelt on and you lose control, you can get thrown away from the controls and go across and hit a car head on. So it's not a freedom like that. I'm an advocate of helmets. I've been riding dirt bikes since I was 10 years old, and I'm a firm believer in, they can protect you from injury. This bill is much different than the amendment that was considered earlier in the session, and it's loaded down with restrictions fully vetted in the Judiciary Committee with amendments proposed and passed by Senators of Cabell, Monongalia, and Harrison County. Also, it went by yesterday on second reading with no amendments that could restrict it to any direction that you wanted it to for those that's speaking against it today. I guess this is part of the reason why we're rated as the #1 most regulated state in the nation. And I feel it's our right to decide if you jump through all the hoops to qualify in this bill to ride without a helmet. We are thinking individuals, so let the rider decide. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion, the senator from Logan.
Mr. President, I'm going to be honest here, and I'm going to say that I actually was in support of this bill. One of the things I like about this room here is there's a lot of common sense in here. And yesterday, when we were in the committee and the senator from Wetzel spoke, I did think about that quite a lot. Now, I will tell you that I jumped out of airplanes for 20 years. And every time I exit that aircraft, I had my ballistic helmet on. But I can remember one time when I was a young paratrooper, I exit the aircraft, and my risers popped up and ripped the helmet off of my head. And in the time that I got, as I was floating down, the biggest fear that I had that I was going to severely hurt myself, because I will tell you, and I'm sure some of you people may know, sometimes I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. But I will tell you that for the most part, when you land after jumping out of an airplane, I know it's supposed to be balls of feet, calf, thigh, buttocks, push-up muscle, but it usually ends feet, buttocks, head. Without a helmet, I know that I probably would have been killed on a few occasions. Now, I also have sustained 2 traumatic brain injuries while in Iraq, one from an IED and another one from a vehicular-borne IED, which is VBIED. Without a helmet, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't be here. But I would like to stand here and state that literally 25 minutes ago, I was going to vote yes, because I say, let's be free. Let them be free. But when I start to think about the fact that a lot of times when a person gets injured, it's not always immediate. A head injury sometimes places people in a vegetative state for weeks, months, years, decades. Like the very intelligent senator from Wetzel, $15,000 will not cover that. That's practically an overnighter in a hospital. When you start talking about decades, you're talking millions upon millions of dollars. And guess who's going to flip that bill? Who's going to fund that? The taxpayers of the state of West Virginia. And as leaders of the state of West Virginia, as much as I love to take a helmet off and drive down the 4-lane with the wind blowing through what little hair I have, I think it's time to be honest and say, I got enough intelligence left in my head from over 125 feet buttocks head landings and 2 traumatic brain injuries to say I'm changing my vote and I will be voting no on this bill.
Further discussion. The senior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I haven't been here a long time. I was in the House of Delegates the last time we voted on this. And I'll never forget it. It's one of the experiences that's hard to forget because we didn't have roll call votes back then in the House, and I was hoping this bill wasn't going to be roll call, but it was. I had promised someone that I would vote yes on it, and I didn't have a chance to go tell him I was going to switch my vote because I went to a health meeting the night before. So I voted yes, and it came over here, and there was Senator Oliverio. Some of you remember him. I think he single-handedly defeated that bill over here. But my first experience having left the session that year, I went to a Republican Club meeting in Putnam County. It's a pretty conservative county, you know. And I will never forget on the Q&A, the first thing that came up, this woman with an angry look in her face said, "Whatever possessed you to vote to take helmets off of those folks?" And she climbed my case, but you know, right in the middle of that meeting was a guy that some of you may have met years ago named Elmer Fike. Do you remember Elmer? Elmer Fike ran Fike Chemical. There was no more conservative Republican than Elmer Fike. I mean, he was so conservative that as he ran his chemical company, he got a little trouble with the EPA one time. He didn't like government. And they brought moon suits over there into his place. I'll never forget it. But let me tell you, Elmer Fike's son had a motorcycle accident. When he had that motorcycle accident, he had his helmet on, and he survived. And Elmer knew to a certainty, had he not had his helmet on, his boy would have died. That very conservative, freedom-loving, right-wing, anti-tax Republican supports the idea of helmets. So I'm voting for Elmer Fike. I remember Elmer. And I can tell you, this thing was divided. This isn't a party vote. This is just, you know, and I'm sure that my nephew who rides motorcycles in Florida, probably without his helmet, he's going to fuss at me for this vote. But I'm going to remember Elmer. I'm voting with Elmer. He's no longer with us. So I'm no on this. And I just like to tell one more story. Donnie Atkins was with me. Donnie and I were out west, and we were going to the Boulder Dam, and I'll never forget this. Now, I was thinking about this today. We were pulling down in where you turn left, if you've ever been there, in the parking garage, and I started to turn left. And Donnie grabbed me and said, "Stop." I did not see the motorcycle rider that was coming my way. And I've not hit anybody. I've rear-ended a couple people in my life, but nothing bad. But I can tell you, I still wake up thinking about the fact that if Donnie hadn't stopped me, that guy would have hit me. I would have hit him, and I would have been responsible for whatever happened to him. And I don't know, I can't remember whether he had a helmet on or not, but I just know that accidents do happen that are unintended. So anyway, that's my reason for voting no, and I'm sure if I go back to GOP Club, somebody will get on me for that vote, but so be it. I'm going to vote, I think, for the statistics that we've heard here today.
Further discussion. The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak about this bill today. I ride, and there's been a lot of talk about the wind blowing through your hair here today. I don't have that problem. But there are a few things that haven't been mentioned here so far. And first thing is every time I climb onto the bike to go for a ride, I know what the risk is. It's not like I'm climbing in or getting into an automobile and going for a Sunday afternoon ride. I know that the risk on that bike is much greater, that somebody driving a little blue Prius might not be paying attention and could possibly run out and hit me. It is my responsibility at that point in time to know that can happen. Every time we climb onto a bike, we know that that's the risk. If the real concern is this, then let's have the vote on eliminating motorcycles. This bill does not require you not to wear a helmet. That's the clarity of what we're missing here. It's telling you you may choose not to wear a helmet if you're 21 years or older. That's the difference in this. I would never get on the interstate and go down the highway going 70 miles an hour if this law or if this bill became law without a helmet. In fact, I prefer not riding on interstates at all with a motorcycle. I'm not a cruiser. I like going onto the back roads, putting around 35 miles an hour. And if I had hair, I would absolutely enjoy the fact of having wind blowing through my hair. But it would be my choice at that point in time. There's protective clothing, and you notice that a lot of the bike riders out here, you don't see many nowadays anymore that go out and well, I'm one of them. I normally have shorts and a sneakers on because I'm going 35 miles an hour and riding around the back and everything. But there's a lot of other protective gear that is worn by the bikers, even when you see in the other states and they're not wearing a helmet. I frankly don't care how anybody votes in here, but you have to understand that it is the choice of the rider. This law doesn't dictate that you can't ride without a helmet. It's giving you the choice of not riding without one. And if somebody did hit you, it's nobody else's fault but your own. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. The senator from Braxton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment for a number of reasons. And I've tried to listen here to a lot of compelling reasons why we shouldn't. And one of them seems to be health insurance costs. Well, that's probably a good one. And my friends in the medical profession who know a lot more about these things than I do have given nice, compelling arguments. But let me throw some arguments back. We talked about the amount of money that's caused by these accidents. It's pennies on the dollars that cost this country for drug addiction caused by overprescription medicine. It's pennies on the dollar, the deaths in hospitals caused by doctors making mistakes. We talk about trying to keep costs down and all, but yet I noticed that my friends in the medical business all supported Sunday liquor sales. There's no comparison in the amount of deaths caused by alcohol than accidents on motorcycles. So my point that I'm trying to make is, it's easy to find a reason to be against something that you don't do yourself. I haven't seen too many of the motorcycle riders in this body stand up and talk against it. The point is, if you want to wear a helmet, wear it. But this isn't the big issue here, folks. The big issue is taking of rights, personal rights. We have people overseas right now dying to give us our rights. And the problem with these kind of decisions is who gets to make them. Who gets to decide what's right and wrong? And we always come up with cool reasons, and it seems to always revert back to medical costs on 90% of this stuff. But like I said, I don't see the medical people trying to increase laws to take bad doctors' license. I don't see the medical people wanting to increase penalties for drug companies. So if we're going to get in and we're going to really be fair about this, let's look at the whole spectrum. Let's not talk about things that doesn't affect us personally and try to put our beliefs on the backs of people so that they do not have the choice to make the decisions that they want. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? The senator from Nicholas.
I wasn't going to weigh in, Mr. President, but I am. You know, I work in the emergency service community. The decisions that we make impact us every day, impact the emergency service community in a variety of ways. This is going to be one of those situations where I don't vote my conscience, but because of the number of people that have contacted me regarding this particular bill, I'm going to vote the way they have asked me to vote. My personal belief is if we get on a motorcycle, we need to have a helmet on. But that's my choice, just as we've heard many times here today. But we talk about in West Virginia, we want to be able to see our state improve and grow. One of the things that I've heard as I travel throughout the 11th senatorial district, and trust me, there's a big part of that out there, 20% of the state. When you get to looking at all the highways and all the byways, and you talk to the various people around the way, and I've talked to several, motorcycle enthusiasts love the 11th senatorial district. Why? Because there's a lot of open road. There's not a lot of traffic. It's crooked road, and motorcyclists love some crooked highway. But it's beautiful highway, especially when you get on the, you can get on various corridors like the scenic highway that goes across from Kennison Mountain over to Slady Fork. People love to ride that. They love to ride it with the hair going through their, or the wind going through their hair. But more importantly, the businesses along that route truly want the opportunity to see these motorcycle enthusiasts come. Why? Because they bring dollars from out of state. People have a tendency to ride across, for instance, from Ohio, riding US 33, and they love the route that goes over through a big portion of my district. I've got firefighters. And what I find really interesting is that these are the guys that respond to these emergency incidents out here on the highways. And I would expect them normally to say, you know, this is one of those things where everybody needs to wear a helmet. And they said, you need to get rid of the helmet laws. I hear the same thing about getting rid of smoking restriction in the fire station, too. That being said, it's one of those things that I want to see West Virginia grow. If it's a way that we can open the doors to allow tourism to improve within the state, to allow us to capitalize on those dollars, to allow people free choice to do the things that they want to do. Yes, I recognize that there potentially is a corresponding medical cost associated with that, but we see that with a variety of things, including the opioid addiction problems that we have within the state. In this particular instance, I'm going to vote the conscience of my constituents and support this particular piece of legislation. Thank you.
Further discussion. The senior senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. One thing I wanted to throw into this that hasn't been discussed, and we've discussed a lot of aspects about the medical cost and of course, individual rights and so forth. Oliver Wendell Holmes is known to say, your right to swing your arms ends just where the other person's nose begins. And I don't see this necessarily as giving of rights or taking of rights. This debate is actually a debate of individual rights and the communal aspect of the social contract of coming together as a community and how we function as a community. You know, the Constitution preamble talks about we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, have to establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. You know, we talked about, the senator from Upshur talked about the Federalist Papers and the discussion going back and forth of why we should have a Constitution. There are a lot of discussions on that, and that's why the Bill of Rights came. Because people said, hey, if you establish this Constitution, you're taking away our individual rights. You're inhibiting us. But the idea is that when we come together as a community, we have to come collectively looking at where our individual rights and as a community of other people's rights will be in conflict. Now, this debate of a helmet, you know, yes, there's wearing a helmet or not wearing a helmet on a motorcycle. You know, if you're just riding your motorcycle in your backyard or, on property of yourself, you can do whatever you want. But when you go down off of your driveway and you get on the public roads, now I understand that it's not a right, it's a privilege that you get a driver's license. It's a privilege for you to drive on the roads. The taxpayers pay for those roads. But it's a privilege, it's not a right. And when you're out in public, then you have to follow certain laws or rules. I mean, so why should we even have speed limits? Isn't it my right to get on the road and drive as fast as I can? Why? Why would you inhibit my right not to speed as fast as I want to? Why? Because I'm putting other people at risk for my conduct. Listen, this whole concept, we can talk about trying to protect the person, and I understand someone wanted to put a helmet on, and they want to drive. If they don't want a helmet on and they die on the road and so forth, that's fine. But I'll tell you what, there's many motorists that don't want to see that, and they don't have to want to deal with that. So when you're in the public, it's just like here, Mr. President. I mean, we have rules where we have to wear suits. Why can't we wear shorts and flip-flops down here in the body? Is it my right to come here and dress any way I want? No. Mr. President, we have rules, we have laws in order to protect each other's rights, in order to conduct ourselves in a manner of a community, not to take individuals' rights away. If people don't want to wear helmets on a motorcycle, as long as they're not driving in a public place where other people also have to drive, then that's fine. But when you step out into the public, into the highways, then you have to follow certain laws, at least that's what we have determined, in order to protect the rights of all that are using those highways. So, Mr. President, with that, one of the things that seatbelts have shown statistically and research-wise and evidence-based of saving lives, not only in the person that's driving the vehicle, but also maintaining the vehicle. Helmets have proved to save lives, not only the person riding the motorcycle, but also maintaining that motorcycle so it doesn't create another accident if there's a distraction of some sort on it. So I would ask that we look at this balance and not just call it a vote for individual rights or no rights. This is a debate on how do we conduct ourselves as a community, and what is it that we need to do in order to function in the public sphere so that we preserve everyone's rights, not just our own rights.
Further discussion. The senator from Wayne.
The previous question.
Previous question has been moved. All those in favor of moving the previous question will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 15 yeas, 19 nays, 0 absent and not voting, less than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill rejected. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
And that bill fails the Senate. We're going to go live to the Senate now. That was a recording from earlier this afternoon. We're going to go live to the Senate floor now. They are taking up Senate Bill 576, providing exception to waste for certain oil and gas development. That's Senate Bill 576. Away we go to the Senate live.
In every contract, the right to pool, the right for unionization. Don't you agree?
I do agree with that.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I did. You said so much in that. I'm not sure if we've got it all taken care of, but thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'm not done yet. Still live.
The House is in recess until 3:30 this afternoon. This is the Senate floor. Taking up Senate Bill 576, providing exception to waste
Further discussion.
for certain oil and gas development. The
Senator
bill
from,
had the right to
Harrison,
amend.
wish to close debate?
So they're discussing amendments to this bill right now.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, my good friend from Morgan is an excellent lawyer. He's great about confusing the situation a little bit. Remember, he said he didn't know what multiple contiguous leases meant. When the first sentence of joint development of minerals, surface damage, and I quote, where an operator or operators have the right to develop multiple contiguous oil and gas leases. That's the words right in there. We know what it means. It means the leases they're going to pull. So that's kind of irrelevant for this argument. Let me also say that circuit judges rule in multiple ways, multiple times. But let me read the Constitution to you. No state shall pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligations of contract, or grant any title of nobility. That's our Constitution. It's what everybody says we're here to uphold and to honor and to read specifically and to not overinterpret. But that's exactly what we're doing here. We're going to pretend as if implying the right to pull is in those contracts that were 100 years ago, even though nobody could have known about pulling because they didn't do it. Nobody was horizontal drilling 100 years ago when you were getting 12%. They were vertical drilling. Nobody was going across property lines with laterals for 2 miles because they couldn't do it. How could it be implied in that lease? That's nonsensical. Now, there is a common law adage. You know, most of our law comes from England, but there's a common law doctrine, irrefutable doctrine, that a contract is construed against the maker. And what that means is contracts are construed against the author. And why is that important? Because the author of a contract is always a sophisticated party. The author of the contract knows what's going on. The guy on the other side is just signing it to confirm his agreement. Oil and gas companies knew what was going on when they wrote those oil and gas leases. It's got to be construed against them. You cannot construe it against the poor farmer who was down on his farm and got $4 an acre to sign a piece of paper. You can't construe it against him, but that's exactly what the state is doing here. We're construing it against the poor farmer. Now, you will hear, you know, the contract didn't forbid it. Well, how could it forbid it if we didn't know about it? How could we forbid it if it wasn't even invented yet? We stand the rule of construction of contracts on its head. Folks are pulled against their will. They don't have the ability to negotiate with the oil and gas company, who last time negotiated with one of their ancestors 100 years before. We owe them something. The highest royalty paid to all the leases that are pulled into that unit, that's nothing. Come on, they're paying these royalties to everybody at 21%, and putting a minimum on it, putting a minimum of 15%, just 2.5% more than the royalty rate they gave 100 years ago is nothing. It's a modicum of compensation to people whose right to contract and whose right to live by their contract is being taken away by us. I urge passage of the amendment.
Question for Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the senator from Harrison. The yeas and nays have been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. All those in favor of the senator from Harrison's amendment to Senate Bill 576 will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 14 yeas, 19 nays, 1 absent and not voting, less than a majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Romano moved to amend the bill on page 5, section 4.
The senator from Harrison.
Mr. President, you'll never outwork me, but I would ask unanimous consent to explain my amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? And that Senator from Harrison requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read, and that all amendments be considered as one. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is very simple. It puts due process into co-tenancy. Let's go back to co-tenancy. Co-tenancy is where once they reach 75% of the mineral ownership, they can force the other 25. It may be you and your 3 brothers, quarter each. But if they can get the 3 brothers, now by sneaking them a payment under a different name to agree to lease the minerals, they can force the 4th brother. What the bill presently says is they only get one thing. They get the highest royalty that the other brothers negotiated. It's better than nothing. But under the law of this country, you're supposed to receive due process. And what does due process mean? Due process means that you can appeal to a higher authority the decision that you disagree with between the oil and gas company and yourself, and let another decision, somebody else look it over and render a decision. In this case, and with this amendment, we have used the almost exact same structure that was in the last year's bill that this body passed out. It allows for a submission to an oil and gas commission who will look and render a decision much like the fiduciary commissioners do in a condemnation. If your property, if the state comes in and wants your property for a road, they're going to offer you a price, and you're either going to accept it and agree, and they take your property, or you're going to appeal it, in which case it goes to a board called a fiduciary commission. And they're going to do the same thing that this oil and gas commission is going to do. They're going to look at it and see if it's fair, and they're going to render a decision. And then if either side disagrees, they can appeal it to circuit court in front of a jury of their peers. That is what condemnation's about. That is what the state has to do. At the very least, that's what these oil and gas companies should do before we use the power of the state to take away their property, their mineral interest, for the profits of big out-of-state oil and gas companies. I urge support of the amendment.
Further discussion? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of the gentleman's amendment. West Virginia is already an outlier on this question of mineral co-tenancy. You know, our law, which goes all the way back to a 1928 case called Heck, is that one co-tenant, one fractional interest of any size, no matter how small, can stop everyone else. And it's not fair. It is absolutely not fair. In that case, it was held that the owner of a 1/768th interest could enjoin the development by all the rest, 768th interest. So our law is unfair now and way out of step with what exists in virtually every other mineral producing state. Now, and I think the bill we have before us addresses it in a fair way. You know, part of the negotiation and back and forth in the committee and even before that was, what is the right level? There was a bill introduced earlier in this session that began with simple majority. And it said that if a majority of the interest, the people who owned a majority, 50% plus any fraction of the mineral interest, could make the decision for everyone else. We didn't adopt that. The committee, this bill started with, I think, a 2/3 threshold. And that was negotiated up, and the committee reported a bill settled upon 75%. So it's a pretty significant supermajority. Now, the senator's amendment, if adopted, will inject an unnecessary, bureaucratic, expensive governmental process into this whole thing, when the bill that we have before us addresses it fairly, clearly, and inexpensively. Now, let me say this. If this bill were doing what the bill did 2 years ago that we considered here and voted for, I would agree that a commission is necessary. Under that bill, I think it was House Bill 2688, might have that number wrong, but it's sticking in my mind, a couple years ago. Under that bill, someone who owned 100% of his mineral rights could be forced in. And, you know, a lot of us, myself included, had heartburn with that. And if something like that is going to happen, then I would agree with the gentleman from Harrison. You should have a commission or a jury. You know, some mechanism by which somebody who owns 100% of his surface, 100% of his minerals, and you're going to force him in? Absolutely not. Not without some due process. I agree with that. But that's not what the bill we have before us does. This bill does not do that to anybody. You know, this bill, all this bill does is says that when you get to 3/4 of the owners of the minerals, they get to decide. Not the government, not an oil company, not anybody but them. You know, if you think of it as an apartment building, you know? If it's an apartment building and 4 brothers own it, 3 of them are ready to rent it to me, a good paying tenant, and the other one says no. Don't like him, not renting to him. This is not a governmental taking in any way or shape for which you need due process protections that were required and are necessary in the kind of structure that existed in the bill 2 years ago. This is supermajority of 75% rules. And you don't need a governmental entity. And the way this bill is constructed, now it is extra fair to a non-consenting co-tenant. We make sure, as we pointed out earlier, the non-consenting co-tenant gets the same bonus the others got. And under this bill, he's going to get the highest. That's right, we settled on highest, right? The highest royalty percentage paid to his or her consenting co-tenants, free of any post-production deductions. So that is strong protection. The lease bonuses are protected. Let me make another point. People in committee raised the question, well, you know, what if he has 3 really stupid siblings and they make a really bad deal and he's stuck with the deal made by his 3 siblings? This bill, as we have it before us, gives the non-consenting co-tenant another option and allows him to take the other side of the bargain. So a non-consenting co-tenant has the right to take the royalty at the highest level of any of the other royalties that the co-tenants got, plus all the lease bonuses, whatever they got, or if they made a terrible, terrible deal, he can take the other side of the deal and take the working interest. Now, what could be more fair than that? And I think that is a reasonable protection for, you know, you like to think that siblings would communicate with each other and make good deals, but maybe they don't. But that is a protection for a non-consenting co-tenant against, you know, the possibility that his co-tenants could make a very bad deal. He can take the other side of the deal and become a working interest. In either event, it is absolutely unnecessary, in my judgment, to drag into this a big bureaucratic governmental process with the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, or however it's done here, because we're not forcing anybody who owns 100% of his minerals. All we're saying is that when they're co-tenants, you get to 3/4 of them, they get to decide. We're not going to let a 10% or a 5% or a 25% person dictate to everybody else what's going to happen with their minerals, because that's simply not fair. I urge rejection of the amendment.
Further discussion? Further discussion. The Senator from Harrison wish to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me give this one more shot. You know, we're talking about property, and maybe it's hard to envision mineral rights, and in this case, surface rights too, to some degree, as property. But that's exactly what it is. Imagine we're not talking about mineral interests, but we're talking about your dad's farm. And the three brothers want to put a garbage dump on your dad's farm that they're going to rent the land to a garbage dump to fill it up with garbage, and you disagree. You can stop that. You can get partitioned and take your quarter of the farm and leave, but you can stop it. You can't stop them from draining your minerals. Now, imagine that the 75% is owned by the oil and gas company, who went around and bought up all the other interests from your brothers and sisters at tax sales. And now they're going to force you, the 25% mineral owner, to do their bidding. You know, it amazes me that my good friend from Morgan doesn't understand the constitutional implications of this.
Does Senator from Morgan seek to question the Senator from Harrison?
Mr. President, I have a question.
Does the Senator yield?
In the middle of my closing, yes, I do. You know, that's illegal in a courtroom, Mr. President. You're not allowed to do that. They will overrule you every time. Go ahead, Mr.
Senator may proceed.
I just have a simple question. You mentioned the remedy of partition, and I don't believe there is, but I'll ask you if you think there's anything in this bill that precludes the remedy of partition for co-tenants.
You know, I hadn't thought about that, but yes, I do believe once they get to 75%, that this bill would take effect. How would you stop it?
Do you not believe a co-tenant could still utilize Chapter 37, Article 4, and seek partition?
I think that's going to be a legal question. Clearly, the intent is that if you get to 75%, the other 25% is out of luck. No more negotiating. I don't think you could partition in any case. But certainly that's available now to them. But maybe you have a better answer, sir. I can't agree.
I don't see anything in the bill that strips that as an available remedy to them, but maybe you do.
Yeah, I'm just not sure.
Senator may proceed with his close.
And I was just getting to a very good part, but my point was that I'm really shocked that my friend from Morgan doesn't see this as a violation of the Constitution, and I have to start with that. Under the 14th Amendment, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. And let me tell you what we're doing here very simply. We're creating a law that takes property from people. You can decide whether the highest royalty is fair or not fair, but it takes property from people, and they have a right to due process. We're making it easier for corporations to take property from our citizens than it is for the government. Now, put that in context, folks. We're making it easier for big out-of-state corporations to take our people's property than it is for the government. Let me go through that and give you some examples. The government, in order to take your property, has to prove it's for a public good. Corporation just has to make a profit. You can disagree with the government. You can't disagree with the corporation if you're in the 25%. If the government's trying to take your property and you don't agree with the price they're going to give you, you have to go to a fiduciary board. With the corporation, they're going to give you what's in our bill, and you're not going to get anything else, and you can't ask for anything else. With the government, if you don't agree with the fiduciary board, or if the corporation doesn't agree, you get to go in front of a jury of your peers with the right to appeal to the Supreme Court. You know what you get with the corporation? You get no rights to appeals. I mean, just ask yourself, what are we doing? We're moving backwards. Our country fought a revolution to protect our property rights. And here, with the stroke of a pen, we're about to abridge the Constitution in the interest of more jobs and greater profits. I'm not willing to do that. Our motto is mountaineers will always be free. With this bill, we give lip service to that motto. Mountaineers are free, but we're also for sale to the highest bidder. I urge strong support for this amendment. Send a message that we're not for sale. Send a message that we believe in the rights of our citizens, in their life, liberty, and their property. Thank you.
Question for the Senator.
Yes.
Excuse me. Question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the senator from Harrison. The yeas and nays have been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor of the senator from Harrison's amendment to Senate Bill 576 will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 10 yeas, 23 nays, 1 absent and not voting, less than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Ferns moved to amend the bill on page 1.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Senator from Ohio requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think most of the members have seen this language at this point, but I'll just read through it real quickly in case anybody hasn't. This amendment is proposing a sliding scale on the severance tax for the extraction of natural gas, and the rates are as follows. The rate for when gas prices are at $2.50, under $2.50, the rate of severance tax will be 4%. When the price of natural gas is at least $2.50 but less than $4, the severance rate will be 5%. At least $4 but less than $6, the rate will be 6%. At least $6 but less than $8, the rate will be 7%. At least $8 but less than $10, the rate will be 8%. And at least $10 and over, the severance tax rate will be 9%. And this is modeled a little bit after what the governor had proposed earlier this year. It's been kicked around by a number of people, and I think is a reasonable concession from the industry to help encourage additional revenues for the state of West Virginia going forward as natural gas prices improve. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Clements moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the
senator
enacting
from
clause.
Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Senator from Wetzel requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator
Thank
may
you, Mr.
proceed.
President. The basis of my amendment is to strike section 5 and 6 from this bill, which is the joint development section of the bill. Since I came and began to see this bill, it has morphed so many times that you don't know what you're looking at from day to day. But when I did find through talking with a lot of people, even though I was not involved in those negotiations, the co-tenancy was pretty much a supermajority agreement between all people affected by this bill. It was the joint development where the agreement slowly, or quickly I should say, began to fall apart, and this bill began to morph over and over. My bill at this point will do several things. Number one, it will add severance taxes in with those considered to be post-production expenses. It strikes Section 5 and Section 6, which involves the joint development of the properties, and the rest of these would be technical amendments in the bill because of that taking out those two sections. I urge support of this amendment.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the senator from Wetzel. Is there discussion? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by my good friend and the distinguished senator from Wetzel County for this reason. And I don't think there are any issues with the co-tenancy language that he would leave in the bill. It's similar to what's in there now. But it defeats, if it's adopted, it'll defeat an important purpose of this bill in the first place. What we have learned in the last few months as we worked on this legislation is that Pennsylvania has jumped out way ahead of West Virginia in terms of the development of the natural gas in the Marcellus fields. It is my belief, and I think the belief of many members of this body, that the Marcellus Shale, and maybe the Utica Shale too eventually, those formations and strata, hold for West Virginia a promise of jobs and prosperity for which we could only have dreamed 10 or 15 years ago. You know, 10 or 15 years ago, no one really knew what promise lies within the strata of this earth in those formations. And the efficient development of those minerals through lease integration. And if you think about it, it is the simplest concept in the world. You know, since we're not going to do forced pooling now or force people into contracts when they own their minerals and they choose not to participate, we don't. But a company that has by lease or ownership has the right to drill for the minerals under this desk, and also by contract or otherwise, lease has the right to drill for the minerals under this desk. The lease integration part of this bill says simply that they can drill on this one and extract the minerals from both. And that efficiency, driven by technology, clearly that's what we're talking about, a technological advancement that 20 years ago was absolutely unthinkable in the way minerals could be extracted, has created a promise, a prospect for West Virginia for which we've all prayed. We've all prayed. What will come? What will be next for West Virginia? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the answer is here. And if we, with all due respect to my dear friend from Wetzel, whom I love, if we adopt his amendment, we are saying no. We will be saying no to a big chunk of the potential jobs, development, and prosperity that lie ahead if this state can resolve these questions, resolve them for everybody. We got to resolve them for everybody. Mineral owners, surface owners, producers. What we don't need is the uncertainty that will breed decades of litigation over these questions in West Virginia. Let's take a bold step. Let's lead this state to a promising future. I urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment.
Further discussion. The senator from Braxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support strongly of this amendment. We heard from the senator from Morgan that this defeats the purpose of what the bill does. It's exactly right. What this amendment does is says to the big corporations, don't come in here and take from us and give nothing back. You've heard the senator from Morgan talk so elegantly about stopping production. What we do here today is not going to stop production. The pipe is already laying on the ground in the state of West Virginia. Billions of dollars of expenses that these companies are going to have to do to pay for this. The right-of-ways is bought, the pipeline's here, it's coming. And they're not going to let something that's this small to them stop this from happening. Don't buy into fear-mongering, because that's what we're hearing right now. But on the other side of the coin, this amendment does give us back an opportunity to protect the mineral owners and the farmers. Folks, what good is this industry to come in here and move billions of cubic feet of gas out of our state if the citizens, the farmers, the people who are being affected by this do not benefit more from it? That's our job. Our job is to represent the citizens of this state, the landowners, the taxpayers, the farmers. What we're doing in this bill as it is right now is we're allowing the gas companies to come in and change their lease and take something that they do not have and not pay for it. And to simplify this, It would be like if my grandfather and the senator from Morgan's grandfather 50 years ago entered into a contract, and it was a right-of-way to get to a hayfield. 50 years ago, a hay wagon is all you would have needed, and a 10-foot right-of-way would have worked. Today, we've got big round balers and trucks and stuff that we move our hay with. A 10-foot right-of-way just won't work. Under their plan and what they're trying to do here now, we're saying that our grandfathers entered into a right-of-way and the 10-foot won't work. We need 20, and we're not going to pay you a penny for that extra. Now, if you think that's fair, vote for this. That's the simplified version of exactly what it is. But at the end of the day, we have an opportunity here to put money in the citizens, the farmers, and the people that we're here representing's pocket. How can that be bad? And we're not going to slow this down one bit. This is a market-driven industry. And when the gas prices go up, which they will, the drilling will start. Think back. All these laws that's holding everything up, where was it holding it up 2 or 3 years ago? Remember that? 120 rigs running in this state. These rules wasn't holding it up then. The reason that gas isn't being drilled now is called $2 gas. That's what's holding it up. When this comes back, the gas business will flourish. And we want those jobs. And we want these companies to be profitable. It's good for them to be profitable. But how about our citizens? Are they not deserving of something as well? I commend the senator for his amendment and strongly ask for your support.
Further discussion? The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I'm going to come at it from a different angle. I know my friend from Wetzel has the best of intentions with his amendment, as I've talked to him numerous times about it, but I think we're overlooking, and the amendment is overlooking, one very important group of people who we've attempted to protect throughout this process, and that's the royalty owners of the state of West Virginia. If we adopt this amendment, there is language within the amendment, within the bill currently, that would be struck out related to a concession made by the industry for post-production deductions. Now, this only applies to leases integrated under joint development. And so if we adopt this amendment, taking that privilege or that concession away from the royalty owners could very well land them in a much worse position than they are currently with the language in the bill. The negative impact could be felt all over the state to royalty owners in particular, because there are flat rate leases, I would guess in Wetzel County, as there are in many counties all over the state, that without the concession of the post-production deductions, those folks could experience a negative royalty. And so for that reason, I oppose the gentleman's amendment.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not? Senator from Wetzel wish to close debate? Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know it looks like I'm trying to kill this bill. I'm not. I'm trying to save it. Because I feel that when this bill leaves this chamber with all of this in there, it's going to go across the building and run into a firestorm. I've talked to several people over there. If that is that important and willing to put it, let them put it back in here and send it back, and I will support that bill 100%. But I think if we send a bill over there with all of this in it, it's not going to come back. Or if it does come back, it'll come back in the same form that I'm offering this amendment to do. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment is offered by the senator from Wetzel. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. I declare the amendment rejected. Further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be engrossed. Clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 576, providing exception to waste for certain oil and gas development. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I probably don't need to spend as much time on this given the amendments that we considered and voted upon, but I will anyway. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 576 amends a single section of the code, 33772, which defines waste, and then it creates a new chapter in the code, and it's Chapter 37B, and that chapter in Article 1 has 10 new sections, and now we've added a severance tax piece to the bill. But we've had a lot of talk about this. I want to go through it, and I'm going to take a little bit of time and talk about what it does and what it does not do. We begin in Chapter 37, Article 7, Section 2, which is a statute that exists in current law, and it addresses waste by co-tenants. And the current law makes, it says if a joint partner or tenant common commits waste, he's liable to his co-tenants. So our change in that section says, except as provided for oil and gas development in Chapter 37B of the code. And that brings in the new chapter that's written. Section 1 of the new chapter is the short title. Simply creates this title as the Co-Tenancy Mineral Development Act. Section 2 is a declaration of public policy, and the public policy declaration is important. It talks about that it's the policy of the state to promote the exploration, development, production, utilization, and conservation of oil and gas resources, to prohibit waste of those resources, to encourage maximum recovery of oil and gas, to safeguard, protect, and enforce correlative rights of operators and royalty owners, to safeguard, protect, and enforce the rights of surface owners, and to protect and enforce the clear provisions of contracts that are lawfully made. And so I believe this bill does all of those things. The Section 3 contains definitions of terms used in the agreement in the bill, and there are a couple pages of those. We've talked about some of those. The Section 4 is where the substantive parts start. And Section 4 addresses the co-tenancy part. And it says in subsection A, if, after reasonable effort to negotiate by an operator with all royalty owners in an oil and gas mineral property. So that imposes, in my opinion, a duty up front on a company to negotiate with everybody. But once a company's done that, what this says is, if the tenants representing 3/4 of the interest in the property consent to a lawful use of the mineral property, then that use will be permissible and not waste. And in that case, the non-consenting co-tenants, the tenants are not liable for damages to the non-consenting co-tenants if they, in accordance with the following subsections, they reserve the amount specified in subsection 2, and that's in the case of a co-tenant who's unknown or unlocatable, and that happens. We haven't talked about that yet, but this bill addresses that and provides protections for people who own interests in mineral properties who are unlocatable, and that happens sometimes. Section 4 says the non-consenting co-tenant is entitled to receive free of post-production expenses, deductions. Now, we've talked about that some, but this is a big win for non-consenting co-tenants because there are cases being litigated right now that this will, in my opinion, terminate and render unnecessary. It codifies the Tawney decision, and in my opinion, it codifies the decision made in Liggett last year, which apparently the Supreme Court has granted a rehearing in. I don't think it's been reheard, but I think that's, it's up in the air. And this codifies all that in favor of the royalty owners and against the producers, precluding post-production expenses. And a royalty, and this is a choice, we talked about this earlier, a royalty equal to the highest percentage paid to any of the consenting co-tenants. So a non-consenting co-tenant is going to have the highest royalty that any of his consenting co-tenants paid, and a lease bonus payment equal to the average paid to the other consenting co-tenants. Or, we talked about this a little bit, the non-consenting co-tenant has the working interest option. And so I think that provides a non-consenting co-tenant some protections. If his siblings or his co-tenants made a really bad deal, the non-consenting co-tenant has the option of taking the other side of the deal. Then we get to Section 5, joint development. This says that where the operators have the right to develop multiple contiguous oil and gas leases, the operator may develop these leases jointly by horizontal drilling unless the development is expressly prohibited by terms of an agreement. So this adopts Judge Hummel's decision, his finding basically that there's an implied right of unitization because of the implied duty of cooperation that exists in contract. But this preserves contract language, so if a contract says there can't be pooling or unitization, that's got to be honored. We're not overriding any contract. And I think it's important that we do not. In that circumstance, with surface damage, it says in addition to surface damages payable under Section 3, Article 6B, Chapter 22 of the Code, and surface damages owed under common law, the operator has to pay the surface owner whose tract is disturbed a well pad fee, $100,000 per well pad. So we think and believed, and I think this body does as well, that the rights of surface owners are important and need to be protected and safeguarded. The royalty for jointly developed minerals is in Section 6. We honor contracts where their contracts speak to what the minerals are going to, what the royalty is going to be. It takes post-production expenses off unless the agreements specifically call for those. There's a limitation in here now that a unit can't exceed 640 acres with a 10% variance or tolerance. That was an amendment suggested and offered in our committee by the senator from Harrison. And I should note, as I talk about this, that we have heated debate on the floor sometimes, provisions that members want to see in these bills or out of these bills. But it's important to remember, and I will acknowledge here publicly, that what we have here on the floor is in great part a piece of craftsmanship that was worked on by the entire Judiciary Committee, and it is better than it was when it started because of the work of that committee, including members of both political parties, for which I am very grateful. And I know that this may not be perfect in the eyes of some, but I think it is a much better bill than it started out to be as a result of the hard work that the members of the Senate and the Judiciary Committee and here on the floor just now put in crafting it. Section 7 contains a section about information reporting, and I think that's an important piece. We haven't talked about it really, but it requires the reporting of a good bit of information, and it's all listed there. I'm not going to read it all. When we get to Section 8 is a limitation on the liability of a non-consenting co-tenant. So we're saying that a non-consenting co-tenant It does not have liability for bodily injury or property damage or environmental claims or anything else really relating to the mineral extraction to which he didn't consent. Section 9 of the Act deals with surface use, and it says that this is a really important piece, and we amended it here on the floor. It was the amendment offered by the senator from Harrison that was adopted. Where minerals are owned in part by a co-tenant who doesn't consent, and the development occurs anyway under this bill, this provision says that the surface above those minerals cannot be touched. It can't be used for a well pad or for any other disturbance. And so that's an important protection to surface owners that we leave within that bill. Unless the surface owner has an agreement for that to happen. And we recognize that where there are agreements in place, terms of which are clear, we ought not and cannot legally or constitutionally address them or change them. I think, Mr. President, I've covered all the main portions of this, and I'd be happy. There's a Section 10 has a severability clause section. I'd be happy to try to answer questions from members, but I urge passage of this bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good try. You almost got me.
Yes, the senator is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you. I want to speak in opposition to this bill. And I just want to remind you, when you put your head on your pillow tonight and you think about what you've done today, don't kid yourself and think you did West Virginians a favor today. The bill we're about to pass violates the 14th Amendment of our Constitution. It violates the contract clause of our Constitution. And we just really don't seem to let it bother us at all in taking property from unwilling West Virginia property owners. We're rewriting contracts for people that signed them 100 years ago, contracts which are supposed to be construed against the maker. We're construing them against the signer. You've made billions of dollars for oil and gas companies today. Nothing for our citizens, nothing for our states. When you put your head on your pillow, think of this. The only difference between the deal we just made and the deal our forefathers made with the coal barons 100 years ago is that we won't be able to wave to the trains as they leave West Virginia. Vote against this bill. It's a bad bill. If we need to fix other laws like partition laws, let's fix those. Don't think that you're saving anybody with this bill.
Further discussion. The senator from Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first preface this by, I know very little about the oil and gas industry, but I do know that we have a budget problem and a jobs problem, and they kind of go hand in hand. And about 6 months ago, I was approached by a friend of mine who, during the downturn in the coal industry, bought him a sand truck, and he went up to Cannonsburg and started working for a contractor who had a contract with Halliburton. And it was going great, real good, and then he called me up and another friend of mine said, hey, I got a meeting with Halliburton. I want to start my own company. Are you guys willing to come up here and invest in my company? And we were like, well, we'll think about it, but we want to attend the meeting with Halliburton. So we went up and we had the meeting with Halliburton. It went great. He got his contract. I didn't invest in the company. My other friend did. They bought 20 more sand trucks out of Texas, used ones. They're booming right now. They can't keep up with it. They want to buy more sand trucks. When we were in that meeting with Halliburton, they were talking about the billions of dollars they were going to invest in PA. And you know, that kind of hit home for me here, because why aren't they investing billions of dollars here in West Virginia? And the other thing is, you know, there's so many ancillary operations that support the oil and gas industry, such as the sand trucks, the water trucks. And then he just called me last week. There's another opportunity to get into another business that's going to create 50 jobs. I'm not going to do that, but my other friend is. So at the end of the day, you know, for me, it's all about creating jobs and opportunities for our citizens. So that's the reason I'm voting for this bill and support it.
Further discussion. Further discussion. The senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like the senator from Raleigh, I don't know a lot about this industry. But let me tell you what I do know. I know that jobs are important. I know that people want to work. I listened to a comment made by the senator from Oregon in talking about one of the amendments that we had, and it was dealing with royalties, I believe, and he said, what could be more fair than that? Well, let me tell you, when your property is your property, it's your property. That's what's fair. I know about property. I know about owning farmland. I know about owning what's mine, protecting what's mine. We are today allowing a company who is paid for the best lobbyists, the best attorneys, a company with great clout, deep pockets, to say to each West Virginian, we want what you have, and we're willing to take it away or to give you something for it that's small, but it's what we want, we're willing to take it. You know, I know that people want jobs. Times are tough. But are times so tough that we're willing to give away or to allow others to take a promise, or take what is ours with a promise to provide some money, what is ours? I tell you, folks, in my district, these are folks who value their property. Now, it may be different than what some of your property we're talking about here, but they value that property. And when you come in and tell them, I want what you have, I'm willing to give you a little bit for it, and I'm going to take it, they're going to say, it's mine. You can't steal it from me. I say no. The people from where I live value what they have. They value their possessions. They value what is theirs. And today, if we vote for this piece of legislation, we're giving away what is ours. I know that we can fix this problem. I know that we can promote this industry in another way, but we cannot do this by saying, you don't count because you're just a West Virginian. You don't count because what you have, I want. I encourage you today, I've been very quiet in this whole discussion and listen to this, but property is essential. Your rights in that property are essential. I tell you today to vote no on this piece of legislation.
Further discussion. Further discussion, the senator from Braxton.
I know that what I say is not going to make any difference to anybody, and I guess I'm just wanting to make sure that I have a clear conscience when I go to bed tonight. But there's one thing I want to leave you folks with. The poorest states in the United States are energy producing. Think about that. The poorest states in the United States are energy producing. Now, if that means that these industries have done such a great job of taking care of these people and doing all that, why are we the poorest? You heard our friend from Raleigh, talk about Halliburton. Halliburton doesn't own wells. Halliburton's a service company. Last Friday, they called 3,000 people back to work. Folks, this gas business is going to take off. The pipe's laying all over central West Virginia. There's piles of it. It's going to come. Don't believe that about the jobs and things. And I say, look at the coal industry. If coal was $50, $70, $100 a ton more now, you think they'd be mining more of it? The reason they're not mining coal is because of the price of the coal. The reason we're not selling any gas or drilling is because of the cost of the gas, what it sells for today. We have an opportunity to make things better for our citizens. The big corporations will take care of themselves. They'll figure out how to make what they need to make. Let's do something for the citizens. Let's reject this bill.
Further discussion. Further discussion. The senator from Morgan wishes to close debate. Senator from Morgan to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will briefly close debate. I want to respond to a couple of things that have been said. First of all, this bill does not affect a taking of any kind. I am absolutely convinced that this bill is constitutionally sound in all respects. The bill addresses co-tenancy. There's no governmental taking in this bill. There's no taking, people talk about taking by the gas company. This bill gives co-tenants the right at a 75% level to decide what happens with their own property. So to my colleagues who are offended with that, I say to you, is it fair that a person who owns one-tenth interest gets to drive the bus for the other 9/10? Is it fair that a person who owns just 1/100th interest in real estate gets to tell the other 99 100th interest owners what to do? Or, as the Heck case said, I'll give you the cite. Law versus Heck Oil Company in 1920, let's see the year there, but it's from the 20s, where the non-consenting co-tenant, an owner of a fractional 1/768th undivided interest, was permitted to enjoin development by the lessee of the co-tenants who owned the other 768th interest. Now think about that. Whose property is taken there? So we have to have a rule. States have rules. Let's make the rule. This bill says the rule's 75%, that we're not going to let the 25% tell the 75% what happens with their property. We're not going to let the person who owns 1/768th interest tell the other 768th interest what to do with their property. So I get the value of political rhetoric, and to say it's a taking, it's unfair. But I'll tell you what, we heard from a lot of West Virginians who are royalty owners who came to our committee and said, please pass this bill. Pass this bill. Cause this development to occur. We want the development to occur. We own the royalties. We have the leases. We've leased our lands and interests to these companies that can't produce what they could produce because this technology has not been addressed by our law. They're doing it in Pennsylvania. I submit to you there are plenty of West Virginians from whom we heard in great numbers in the Judiciary Committee who want us to pass this bill and who are going to be very disappointed if we do not, because this bill will allow the development to occur. I urge passage of this bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 19 yeas, 14 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Ferns moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Further bills on third reading?
Engrossed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 588, relating to reproduction, distribution, and sale of tax maps. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan. The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to create a funding source for each county assessor to maintain and update paper and digital tax maps and promote the sale and distribution of paper and digital tax maps for the benefit of the public. The paper and electronic tax maps shall be made available for sale by the assessor and the map sales unit of the Property Tax Division of the Department of Tax and Revenue. The fees are charged for the sale of paper and electronic tax maps by the assessor or the map sales unit of the Tax Division of the Department of Revenue, and shall be limited to those reasonably calculated to reimburse it for its actual costs in making reproductions of the records. Tax maps are prepared for the taxation purposes only, and the assessor and the map sales unit may have no liability to any third party for errors or omissions associated with or in connection with the use of the tax maps. The bill provides that when a writing is admitted to record for a deed of conveyance, the fee increases from $15 to $25. The bill provides what funds the fees that are collected and shall be deposited into. I urge passage.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 30 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 606, relating to minimum wage and maximum hours for employees. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Bill 606 amends, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 606 amends a single section of the code. It's in Chapter 21, Article 5C, addressing, it's Section 1, addressing minimum wage and maximum hours standards for employees. There are a list of, in current law, up to 19 categories of people that are not subject to our wage and hour rules. This adds to the list a 20th, and it says that's any person who's employed as a seasonal employee of an enterprise principally devoted to amusement rides and amusement attractions, and a person employed by a traveling enterprise principally devoted to amusement rides or amusement attractions, and or a traveling carnival, and including food concessions or any person employed by a minor or major league baseball organization which does not operate for more than 7 months in any calendar year, and during the preceding calendar year had average receipts for any 6 months of the year which were not more than 33 1/3% of the average receipts for the other 6 months of the year, provided that the exemptions in this subdivision are for the purposes of exempting employees for coverage under the provisions of Section 3 of this article relating to maximum hours and overtime. And so that's a limitation on that, which the committee adopted. The idea is basically it's amusement workers, carnival workers, and people that work for the baseball park here in town during the season are not going to be covered by the overtime rules. I'll be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion. The senator from Greenbrier.
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I would ask to be excused from voting under Rule 43 in the rules of the Senate. This does apply directly to me and my business.
The senator's request is properly stated, and it's my understanding that your business, you're a member of a class, and you will be required to vote. Thank you. Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 28 yeas, 5 nays, 1 absent and not voting, and more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
In Groves Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 609, creating additional flexibility for school systems and use of school aid funds. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Monroe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 609, creating additional flexibility for our school systems and use of the school aid funding does just that. This thing, we have a couple things here I'll run through. Bases local share on the maximum levy rates for the county boards of education. It sets the school board's regular levy rates at the maximum statutory rates, but gives county boards the options to decrease the levy rates to the level of no lower than the current statewide rates. Removes the language that limits total property tax revenues to 102% of the previous year's projected statewide aggregate property tax revenues. Bases the allowance to improve instructional programs and instructional technology on the portion of the increase in local share that is due to the increase in assessed values only. Bases the allowance for current expenses on the county's state average cost per square footage per student for operation and maintenance rather than on the allowances for the professional educators, professional student support personnel, and service personnel. It includes numerous provisions that increases flexibility in how county boards can use their funds, and a few examples are giving the county boards credit under the allowance for professional educators and for service personnel without their having to actually employ the personnel, allowing up to $200,000 of the allowance for transportation costs to be used for certain other purposes in a request by the county superintendent, and it is approved by the state superintendent, and allowing a county board to use up to 25% of the allocation for improvement of instructional programs and up to 50% of the allocation for improving instructional technology for certain other purposes. This is a flexibility bill that would add to with the ways of trying to get to our balanced budget here. I'll be happy to try to answer your questions, but otherwise I would urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion. The senator from Wayne.
Would the senator from Monroe yield?
Does the senator yield? The senator does yield.
Senator, this bill is taking 2 or 3 different twists, probably 2 and as the bill stands right now and the provisions in here, what from Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4 properties, tell me the amount of increase that we're voting on here versus what is presently given to the counties.
What the cost to the counties would be if they didn't, or no, actually it's reducing state aid by 79.3. Unless counties would lower their levy rates. Unless they lower their rate? Right, right. Okay. But this would put that back. Yes, this sets the statewide levy rate at 79.3, so we're giving them 79.3 less.
Senator, this would set the state levy rate at 79.3 unless the county board, unless the county board would approve to not need that, and then of course they would absorb that.
But my question is for my calculations here, we're voting an 18% increase on taxes. If you go on Class 1 from 19.4 cents per hundred to 22.95 cents per hundred, and if you look at the rest of it, if you go on Class 2 property at 38.8 cents to 45.9 cents, and you go from Class 3 and 4 from 77.6 to 91.8, that is roughly an 18% tax increase that we are voting on here as a legislative body that the counties will absorb, and that's on property. And as I've looked at it, and if you look at a homeowner that was assessed for $75,000, that would see an increase on Class 2 property of $31.95 on their property taxes.
A year, yes.
So I just want to make sure that we understand we are voting on a tax increase in this bill.
I look at it as, you know, of course, you know me, I don't want to be in this situation with a budget crisis, but we are, and we're just trying to make responsible steps, but yet give flexibility back. The flexibility part being that, you know, they don't have to do this, although I realize that most counties, including my own, would not be able to make it without that flexibility. And you know, I look at it as an investment in our children and an option to help maintain our educational funding in a time of a budget crisis.
But wouldn't you agree, as a former board member, and as my dad is a former board member, God rest his soul, but if he was on that board, what he would say to me is, Bob, what you're doing up here is voting on an increase that we either have to accept at the high rate or we roll it back in the case of Class 1 to 19.4 cents per hundred. And he says, why are you making all those decisions, or why are you only giving me one option?
Right. And like I said, with this cut, we're just unfortunately with the majority of the budget going, taken with education, it's hard to get that out of the spotlight. I feel you on that.
If all of your members are voting for this, I have great comfort in voting for this as well, to be quite honest with you, because I think when you look at it and when you compare us with other states, our property taxes are low. Now, no one wants to pay more, but if you all are supporting this, with your caucus and saying this is the route we're going to go, and we're going to vote for an increase, and this increase is going to be done on the local level, this is the majority will be on Class 2 properties. I'm all right with that.
Well, and you know, with the vehicle that we're using from the senator from Upsher's 409 bill, you know, I'm looking down the road a little bit, and the good thing about it is with the tax reform that's going on and staying the course, you know, people are going to see you know, some savings in their pocket over time. So, you know, on that $75,000 home and you know, an extra $31 a year, really and truly, they're still going to have more money in their pocket. And, you know, and I look at that as not an increase, but as, you know, helping maintain and as an investment in our children.
If we pass the bill that the legislature have done in the past, now this is got the notwithstanding clause, which says that the counties can do these taxes. And as the bill came out of Education to Finance, it was making the counties vote to implement that tax.
Right.
What this does now says that it's at the higher rate.
Right.
And if you want to take it down to the lower rate, we probably only have 1 or 2 counties that would look at that. I think the example that always has been given is Doddridge.
Right.
And that's because the local share and because of the things that have been happening in that county.
Exactly.
But, you know, in Wayne County, we're in a $750,000 deficit. In Boone County, they just experienced $2 million this last year that they were down. And we as a legislative body came in and picked up some of that as a loan or a gift or whatever we're going to call them. But this puts this in a really tough situation in some of these counties that are going through all these rifts and going through deficits, and with the coal being down. And in Wayne County, we had one major coal mine that shut down, and that's one of the reasons why we're in the situation. Right. But what we're doing here, and wouldn't you agree, just yes or no, we're implementing a tax increase.
It's an investment.
I take that as a yes. I take that as a yes.
But they do have the option to not have their increase. That's, I mean, and I know a lot can't afford that. I know there's 13 counties on the watch list right now. And we're going to be monitoring things as well. The good thing, we took it off the county boards. We're setting the rates. The only thing the county board has to do is decide whether they need that or not. And they, you know, I've lived through it, and I know your dad probably did as well with the $1.7 million deficit we had in Monroe County. I'd pray to the Lord up above that somebody give us flexibility to have it at that time, but we couldn't do anything.
I'm
but
not
cut
arguing
back.
with the flexibility measures that are in
Right.
this bill. I think the flexibility measures in this bill are very good. I think the options you're giving the county, but let's be truthful about this. This is a tax increase that we're voting for in this body today to the counties over what has been done in the past. And that is a yes. Correct?
Like I said, I'm just trying to maintain the funding that they're used to so we can...
Mr. President, I'm having trouble here. All I've asked for is a yes or a no. And I think I know the answer what it is. It's just having trouble getting it out.
Senator, please respond to the senator's questions.
Let me ask you this way then. When I go into a house in Wayne County that's worth $100,000, and I go in and talk to them and I say, did you get a tax increase next year when I go into their house? Did you get a tax increase this year by our action in the legislature and the action by the board? Would the answer be yes?
Only if the board, I mean, did the board vote to do this or not?
What board will not vote to do that?
I'm hoping
they don't have to do anything unless they vote in the negative to roll it back, it's implemented.
Right. I think they're going to
Thank
be...
you.
Thank you. Further discussion? The senior senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the education chair continue to yield?
Does the senator continue to yield? The senator does yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I want to understand the process and how it impacts the boards of education, okay, the local boards of education. So my understanding of this bill, as you described it, is that we are going to be voting for an 18% increase on property taxes all across the state of West Virginia. So all property owners will have an 18% increase on their property tax with the passage of this bill. But then there's a provision in there that allows for the boards of education, or it might, or maybe not, to be able to decide on if they want to roll that back. Is that correct?
Correct.
So at the local board of education, and you've served on the board of education in Monroe County, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Has that been done before? I mean, and I don't know the answer on this, but has boards of education made decisions to set the tax rates on property all themselves?
Yeah, the code has been interpreted where it's already set in code already.
It's already set in code, but now we're empowering the local boards of education to make that determination, right?
Correct.
So from your perspective on how the boards of education will actually deal with this, will we have a situation where we could potentially have a whole debate instead of about the quality of education? You could have candidates that could actually be running for the Board of Education with their sole platform is, I'm going to lower your taxes.
That would be up to their individual campaign.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said that would be up to that individual's campaign.
No, I know, but I mean, now that we're empowering the boards of education to set tax policy, so now we're moving in a whole new direction,
right,
where the boards of education never dealt with this, but now they're going to be dealing with this because with this piece of legislation, we are now empowering them to now be able to set tax policy,
right,
for the county.
Right. For the funding, if they choose that, if they don't want to if they want to roll back that funding, if they don't need that funding, they can have that option to roll back. And I mean, I see your point on that. You know, previously, I mean, we're coming in. We're anteing up is what we're doing. The thing that we've done for so long, and you know, I never point fingers at how we got here. I just admit we have a problem. My thing of it is, we can't keep spending money like it's rolling down the Kanawha River. And I'm a businessman, and the only thing is that I remember, you know, that you have to remember each and every day, expenses cannot exceed revenue. And that's where it's gotten, and with our coal industry out the window for the time being, you know, we've got options. These are tough decisions. These are very tough decisions for me. You all know education's my baby, and I hate being here at this, but at the same time, I've got to watch out, and it's better to make that these cuts and put some flexibility in there so they can stabilize while we're trying to build new industry and create new things I don't think we're going to stay in this situation by any means. I'm just trying to maintain and keep the boat afloat, because, I mean, if we keep going on the path we're going, I mean, are we going to have to sell back to Virginia? I'm really concerned about it. And I'm being serious. I think we're just trying to be responsible. Nobody wants to pay more money or anything else. But I think for the students' sake and these funding flexibility techniques that are given here, this is things that have to happen to keep us maintained and the ship afloat while we're waiting for prosperity to come, and I know it's coming.
But Mr. Chairman, you would agree with me that $79.3 million, because of the 18% increase on all property tax owners across the state of West Virginia, will not be going to the school system. Would you agree with that? That increase that we're taking, actually that's going to come to the state to plug the hole of the deficit that we have here. It will not go to the counties and the county schools. Would you agree to that?
The $79.2 million that we're going to set in place, they'll never miss a dollar unless they roll it back. Unless the county board opts not to do this, their funding will stay completely the same.
Absolutely. So that additional money is not going to go into our school systems, local school systems. Instead, it's going to come right down here to Charleston for us to plug a hole in the budget. Meanwhile, we're letting the local boards of education receive the heat because they're not going to make the decision to roll back because, Mr. Chairman, you were on the school board in Monroe County, and I ask you because you've been on there recently, let's see, Monroe looks as if they're going to additional, let's see, if I'm reading this correct, it's additional $848,601 or $848,601 will be taken from Monroe County, brought down here. My question is, do you think Monroe County can roll back that amount of money? Can they cut enough in their budget to be able to survive in order so that the people in Monroe County doesn't have a tax increase on their property? I mean, you served on the Board of Education,
right? So
you know the runnings of that. I'm just wondering, in your experience, do you think they can cut around $800,000 from their budget and be able to survive?
At this point, I mean, they could cut that. I mean, I cut $1.7 million out of a budget, and we stayed afloat. And now there's $6 million in the black. Do we want to? No. I think as a board member, if I was a county board member at this time, I think your heat's going to come if they don't have the funding. I think, and it's just like I've watched it too many times. You run an access levy, just for whatever books or what have you. I've seen those levies fail. That's not a problem. And then when parents had to start buying books and have to pay for this and have to pay for that, guess what? They ran it again and passed it the next time. I mean, so you pick and choose, and I've seen it time after time. In this situation, if I was on the county board, you know, I think people across the state realize and know that we're in a budget crunch here. I truly in my heart don't believe we're going to stay in this crunch by any means, but if I was on that board and in Monroe County, I would be up front to the people down there, and I'd say, listen, just help us out for a little bit here, and because if they didn't and we rolled it back and said you don't have to do it, they're going to see even bigger pain if that close to $1 million is out. And I mean, same thing with Kanawha County. I mean, you're looking at $9 million out of their budget. They're going to feel those effects. I think the heat's greater without that funding, and the understanding's better. You know, I get letters all the time, emails, everything, people saying, you know, we don't mind helping out a little bit. We don't have, you know, a little bit. Well, you know, really and truly, I know $75,000 home, $30. I know that's $30, and we don't want to be in this situation, but this is my, for the time being, I mean, I'm always at the table to see, you know, what the House will do if this passes, but this is my SOS, my Save the School plans, because it was, you know, this, when we started out with negotiation, it was 10% cut, and now it's at 5%, you know, so, and then add on the flexibility. I mean, it could have been a 5% cut and no flexibility.
How is this saving our schools when it's not giving anything to
I'm
our
saying
schools?
the local control, the local power, the local people, if, you know, they can put their money back into this with at the levy rate set at this side and keep the funding where it's at currently.
Well, they already have the option to do special levies and stuff. All we're doing is we're raising all the property taxes across this state, and we're taking the money. And then we're heaping this on the boards of education. Says if you don't like your property taxes being so high that this legislative body actually passed to do to you, then go to your local boards of education and tell them to roll it back. And then all of a sudden you're going to have the enormous amount of pressure coming on the local boards of education. And meanwhile, guess what? We're out of town. We're out of session. We're disappearing.
That's true.
We're not returning our calls.
You know, I feel for them, but I've sat in the hot seat of a board of education, making numerous cuts and employees and everything. I get that. You know, tough times, man. You know this. The tough time. It just calls for desperate times. Call for desperate measures, and I'm just trying to maintain a ship while we have it. That's all we're doing. I mean, what do you suggest?
Well. No, let me, Mr. President designee, with leave of the committee, I'd like for...
You can refer to me as Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President, would the senator from Ohio yield for a question? I'm done with you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would the senator from Ohio yield?
Sure.
Senator, would you designate this as a tax increase on the citizens of West Virginia on the property tax, this bill here? Or would it raise the taxes of citizens in West Virginia?
I think it does to the extent that that the Board of Education doesn't opt to lower that rate down.
Yeah, so the answer is yes, it will raise property taxes throughout West Virginia. My question is, you know, you've gone on record and the president's gone on record that we're going to live within our means and we weren't going to do tax increases. Where does that stand with this bill? Because it seems like a tax increase.
Well, that was your answer was yes. What I said was that to the extent that they don't opt to lower it down, I think that there's a possibility with the increased flexibility that the chairman already mentioned that some counties may realize savings or may not need that increase, and so they would opt to lower it. I can't predict what each and every county will do.
No, but the act we're doing right now is to raise everybody's property tax. If nothing else is done, we are raising all property taxes throughout the state of West Virginia.
But
is that correct?
You're neglecting the second part of that, which is they have the option to lower that rate.
Well, I understand, but we are voting on a tax increase without knowing what the boards of education are going to do. So when we take the vote, we assume our own responsibility. We can't be responsible to them. So would this not be a vote to increase the taxes without even knowing if they're going to lower it for them?
It would be a tax increase if they opt not to lower it.
So how does that fit within living within our means statement? How does this fit with living within our means when we're harvesting $79.3 million out of the pockets of West Virginians to come down here to plug the hole? Is that living within our budget estimate that was originally said we're going to live within our budget estimate? We're going to live within that means. Now we're heaping another $79.3 million on top. Are we living within our means?
Well, again, Senator, as I mentioned before, these included in this bill is two things: the option to lower that, as well as increased flexibility. If counties realize additional savings from that increased flexibility, they might not need that and opt to lower it, and so in that case, they wouldn't have a tax increase.
But my question is, are we living within our means with the budget estimates that have been given to us by the governor, that was clearly stated by you and the leadership, that we are going to live within that means? Are we doing that with this bill?
I think the budget that we will produce will be equal to the revenue estimate provided by the governor.
With this $79 million tax increase on the citizens of West Virginia?
Well, you're asking if we're going to pass a balanced budget equal to the revenue estimate, and I would say yes, we are.
No, I'm not asking that. You don't have to rephrase my question. I'm very clear. It was clearly stated that we were going to be within the guideline, the boundaries of what the governor gave us, the estimates. We were going to live within our means, and we were not going to do any tax increases. That's what you and the president and others made the announcement on. What are we doing here with this bill if this is not a tax increase?
Our budget bill, which is, as you know, an expenditure document, will be equal to the revenue estimates.
Well, your answer is an answer because, once again, Mr. President, this is another hypocritical example. We want to give local control. We're saying that now, but we demonstrated on a bill earlier where we took local control out. We said, no, they shouldn't make decisions on these certain trainings and wages and other things. We ripped the local control out. And then now we're saying, oh, this is more local control. Oh my, we found Jesus again, I guess. We're back to the local control bit. No, we're not going to do
Senator,
taxes.
Are you no longer asking him to yield? You want to go ahead and speak to the...
Yes, sir, I'm speaking to the bill. He's already sat down, and I thought he was comfortable. So now we're saying no taxes, no tax increases. We're going to live within our means. We're going to look at the cuts here. We're going to make those cuts and make those things. But what do? We raise taxes by $79.3 million on the taxpayers of West Virginia with this bill. I mean, I'm just saying that if we're going to speak here to the people of West Virginia, let's be honest. Let's not be hypocritical. Let's be consistent on this. And clearly, this is a tax bill. There's no way around it. If you vote for this, you're going to vote to increase taxes on the people of West Virginia by $79.3 million. There's no question around that. Now, you can go back and hide behind this. Well, if the Board of Education really wants to roll it back, they can do that. And then they're going to have to cut your local schools to do it. Well, okay, you can hide behind that. You can be a coward about it, but your vote stands right here. Are you for increasing the taxes on the property of the people of West Virginia by $79.3 million, or you're not? That's it. And you're going to also put an undue pressure on the boards of education, where now instead of them talking about education policy or how to improve education in their schools, all it's going to be centered around is taxation issues that the boards of education never dealt with before, but now they're stuck with doing that. So, Mr. President, I'm very concerned about the direction we're taking and how we're using and abusing our public school system, in addition to making sure politicians now set academic standards. We also now are heaping taxation issues on them that's going to put additional pressure and politicize our boards of education to the point where I don't know if education will even be discussed anymore because of the acts of this body, this Senate, and how they've attacked public education during the entire year. Mr. President, I would urge a no vote on this. At least I'm not going to vote for taxes. Thank you.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill and the the previous speaker mentioned hypocrisy, and there certainly is plenty of that being slathered around the Senate today. This is a bill about local control, local authority. And let's talk about that. First of all, let me correct something. Although in this bill, the school levy would increase by, I think, about 18%, that does not equate to an 18% increase in everyone's taxes. As the Senator knows, the school levy is only part the components of a tax bill. So there's a county levy. If you live inside of a town, there's a municipal levy. If you live in West Virginia, which we all do, there's a state levy. If the school or a county has an excess levy or a bond as part of the taxes, it's possible that this increase, if the school boards leave it in place, could be as little as less than 10% of the tax bill. We came into this session with the state in a desperate state, an expected gap in revenues, our structural budget of $450 million. And we have a proposal. We've had a proposal from the governor of this state, but surely a way to fix it, a way to close that gap. Let's just raise everybody's taxes $450 million. Let's impose on the citizens of West Virginia the largest tax increase in the history of this state. That's the proposal from our governor. We were faced, when confronted with the idea of that, finding a way. How do we find a way not to spend more than we're going to get from existing revenues? How do we do that? And that is a daunting task. And I'll concede on the floor of this Senate right now, try as we might, I don't know what the outcome on that's going to be. You know, it may not be something that we can do and get the House of Delegates to agree to and get the governor to sign into law. We don't know the answer to that question, but a bunch of us committed to try to make the effort. We're going to try to hold spending to the money that we know is coming in. And when we did that and did the math on it, you put the pencil to the paper, you end up deciding without question, the only way to do it, the only way really to do it, is to cut public education by $50 million or $100 million. And so I think this bill in its first iteration was a 5% or a 10% cut to public education. Across the partisan aisle here, I mean, I would hope and believe, I believe every member of this body thinks that would be horrible. Be horrible. Nobody wants to see that. We have teachers that need pay raises. We need work in classrooms, and public education is so important. And the prospect of cutting $50 or $100 million out of public education, you know, gave us all, every person in this chamber, a knot in our stomach. Even those of us who are committed to trying to live within our means. And so, you know, I commend the chairman of education and the chairman of finance and their committees for their work on this bill. Historically, the funding for public schools has been done through local levy. You know, for years it was in this state, for a century. And around the country, local property taxes support schools. Why? Because it's fair, makes sense. People who are paying the property tax are the people who are sending their kids to the school. Now, with the Polly v. Kelly decision in this state, you know, there were constitutional issues, and we have a constitutional obligation to provide thorough and efficient education in West Virginia, expressed right in the Constitution. And, you know, the Polly v. Kelly decision and the jurisprudence that came after that made clear that, you know what, sometimes a property tax alone can be so out of whack and unfair that it violates equal protection. And children who live in poor areas where there really isn't any levy, don't get the same education that they're constitutionally guaranteed to get. Same education as children who live in wealthy areas. And that was true in West Virginia. If you look at the early history of public education, you had school districts in wealthy areas that had school all year long, and rural areas where they had school 60 days a year, 90 days a year, run by a magisterial district board of education. We've evolved a good bit since then, but historically, it's been local property taxes that paid for education. We augmented it in West Virginia when we had to. As a matter of constitutional responsibility, we had to say, look, we got to figure out a way to make sure every kid in West Virginia gets a thorough and efficient education, and that there's a funding stream for it, even in those areas, counties, parts of the state where they don't raise enough money in their property tax levy to be able to provide that. And so this legislature, in generations gone by, developed a school aid formula, and we have now. Now, the beauty of what's been crafted in this bill is that it utilizes those fundamental concepts, recognizing, as the school aid formula does and has always, that property tax is an important component of the public funding for public education that we have. Now, this provides flexibility, and, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I'm going to concede that maybe the flexibility is more illusory than real, because school boards are pressed for money now. So, but the flexibility is in the law at least. And I will say it's an improvement over what we've had, because for a generation now, this legislature has set the school levy and not given the county boards the opportunity legally to raise it. It's set this year at 19 point something cents per hundred. What is it, Hank, on 22? Yeah. And the statutory cap for Class 1 properties, 22.95 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. Who are we? Why are we telling them anything and holding their levy down, preventing them, we have for 20 years, from levying at the maximum when they've needed the money? They could have been using it to give teachers raises, and this legislature, under leadership, prevented them from doing it, from raising their local levy, to use the money to pay teachers more. How do we justify having done that? This bill takes their levy to the maximum and gives them the authority to lower it, if they choose to, as a question of local control. It's consistent with Polly v. Kelly. It's consistent with the historical manner in which public education in West Virginia has been funded. With
Senior Senator from the 16th seek recognition.
Just wanted to see if the senator from Morgan yield on the point he just made.
Would the senator yield?
I'll be happy to yield to my colleague. I'll go ahead and yield. Yeah, go ahead.
Senator, I don't know how much longer you'll go on, but I want to ask you a point.
Depends on the question.
I just want to ask you the point. You had indicated that the legislative body in the past has not given the local authority to raise their levy, that we have done it. My question is, it's my understanding of this bill, we still don't do that. All the authority we're giving the local folks are to lower their levy.
Well, we take it to the maximum for them, that's true.
Right.
But we take it to the maximum for them and allow them, if they choose to reduce it. But that's more authority than they've had for the last 25 years, because we've told them what their levy is. This legislature said, your regular levy's X number of dollars. You don't have any authority to raise it or lower it.
Well, but you just railed on the fact that the past that we've not allowed them to raise it. We are raising it now. If your argument is you think we ought to give them the power, why don't we empower the local boards of education both to raise it and lower it? Why isn't that in this legislation?
Well, there is a statutory cap. It's raised in this bill, if it passes, to the maximum legal levy that you can squeeze in under the constitutional levy caps that are set in Article 10 of the Constitution. So you can't raise it farther unless you start eroding and eating into the levies of county commissions or municipalities or other levying bodies.
Right. So I'm saying that, you know, the point is, of your point, is we're still not giving them that authority. All we're giving them the authority is to lower it, and we're not even giving the money that we're taking from it. Is that not correct?
No,
the money that we are taking,
that is
not there.
That is absolutely not correct, and I got to answer that. I got to respond to that. The levy, the money raised by the school levy, stays, every dollar of it, with the County Board of Education. It does affect, in an inverse way, the amount of money that the school aid formula suggests that we provide in the budget to county commissions or school boards, but the actual dollars that are raised by the levy through the sheriff's office and the tax tickets in every county of this state stay there and are spent there.
So it stays there, but then we're going to cut $79.3 million.
That is correct. That is the effect of it.
Oh, so we are cutting. We're going to raise it, and we're going to cut them $79.3 million to come back.
That is what the bill does. Now, I got to say, as a rhetorical matter, my guess is my good friend and colleague from Berkeley County would prefer that to just cutting $50 or $100 million out of public education altogether and giving them no way to recover it.
Absolutely not.
You'd rather just cut them $50 or $100 million.
Absolutely not. I thought it was ludicrous when a statement was made we're going to cut $50 million from public education.
So now
I didn't make that. That was in a press conference.
So now we're not going to. We are not going to.
No,
so
we're raising taxes so we don't have to.
Does the gentleman have a way to do it without drawing some revenue or reducing state dollars?
Well, I think that the discussions with the governor is ongoing, and there are other revenues.
So, you know, instead of that, we're going to raise $450 million in new taxes paid by the citizens of West Virginia. I get it. I get that that's your plan. That's a bad plan. This bill is a good plan, and what it does, Mr. President, is it holds every Board of Education harmless. They don't lose a nickel in funding unless they choose to lower their levy. And I'm totally okay with giving them the authority that they've had historically to do that. This is real local control, not made up stuff like we were talking about this morning, taking away from cities or municipalities an authority they never had or exercised in history. This is giving back to them authority that historically they've had, that they deserve, and that the legislature over the last generation has usurped from them. I urge passage of this bill.
Further discussion. The senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a good bill. This might be one of the best bills we've passed or looked at this session. And the gentleman's right, and I have to give that gentleman from Morgan a lot of credit for this idea, and credit to the education chairman. Here's our options. We do this, or we do the 50 or 100 million cuts to public education, or we raise some other bunch of taxes to fill this hole. This is by far the best plan, by far. And it sounds like you all want somebody to be painted with the brush of a tax rate. Well, paint me. I don't care. Hope it matches my tie, however you paint me. But paint me with that if you want. This is the best alternative. The first alternative was we give the counties the opportunity to do it if they want to. That was said to be cowardly. This is not cowardly. And frankly, I'm tired of hearing that about the counties. I mean, we own all the roads. And every time they don't take care of their volunteer fire companies. It's everything. We ought to give the counties not only the responsibility, but the wherewithal to do some of these things. This bill has a tremendous bunch of flexibility in it. I think the counties will love it. I think it will help them save money. And the truth, the cowardly thing is to stand up and bloviate or pontificate about something and not have a better plan. That's the cowardly thing to do. This is a wonderful bill. It's good for the counties. It's good for this budget process that we're going through here. I recommend that we pass this bill.
Further discussion. The senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, I'm against this bill for one particular reason. It puts our tax increases solely on the backs of our seniors and our poor, because if we kick this can over to the counties by reducing the school aid formula and causing them to have to increase property taxes, those property taxes go on fixed income people, and it will disproportionately weigh upon the poorer people of this state, and particularly our seniors. I urge a vote against the bill.
Further discussion. Further discussion. If not, the question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 17 yeas, 16 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
The Committee on Education moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question for the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
And with that, we have to conclude our broadcast day of legislative coverage. We are out of time. More legislative news and information on the Legislature today, weeknights at 6:30 on West Virginia Public Broadcasting, on TV, on radio, and online. We'll be back tomorrow with more from the West Virginia Legislature. Until then, I'm Beth Voorhees for the West Virginia Channel, a service of West Virginia Public Broadcasting. Coverage of the Legislature is still available on the Legislature's website.